Here's your host, What? Sydney. Face.
You know what time it is. It's the weekend. And that means it's time for the Worst of the Week Countdown with me, Sam Roberts from O&A and after Opie and Anthony Live, where we highlight the very best things that happened on this week's Opie and Anthony shows. And what a week of shows it was. Cast members from Breaking Bad in studio. Dana White from UFC in studio. The Insane Clown Posse in studio. But before we get to any of that, and I'll play it all for you, so keep it locked right here, Kennedy was in studio. Do you remember Kennedy? I don't know if you were watching MTV from like, I don't know, 91, 92 till like 96, 95-ish. Kennedy was the VJ. She was like the little quirky rock, thick-rimmed glasses VJ. She always had something going on with her hair and lipstick and all that stuff. Well, she was in studio and was a great guest. She has a new book out now where she's talking all about her stories of her days at MTV. And she talked about it. Apparently, she was a virgin for a while. She gets into that. She talks about all the bands that she dealt with, a lot of inside stories. Kennedy, a treat on the Worst of the Week Countdown.
Number 6.
How many years were you on there?
5.5.
Yeah, you were famous, man. Holy fuck.
You don't realize that,
You
though.
were famous.
You don't
What do you mean you
any-
didn't realize?
Because I didn't watch MTV. And, I would go places and just wear, a wool cap. And
Right.
when you wear glasses, people, they don't recognize you.
Wow, really? People didn't recognize you?
If I had, big hair and, purple lipstick. And,
Right.
And I went to a rock show. Like, if I went to a Soul Asylum show, I was Madonna.
Soul Asylum.
Yeah.
Runaway train.
Oh, good.
Holy fuck.
Yeah,
Soul
so
Asylum.
it was all, dependent on where you were and stuff, and what
it
you
was
were
all
wearing, yeah.
contextual.
I don't know about
Yeah.
that. I think you're downplaying it. MTV was
But
huge
I didn't
back
watch
then.
it, so I didn't know,
Fucking huge.
how much
Right.
we were on. And, we would go tape VJ segments, and we would end up being on 8 hours a day.
Right.
It would take, a half hour to tape 8 hours worth of programming,
Yeah.
and you're on all day long.
Right.
So, kids come home from
Jesus.
school, and
Right.
that's all there was.
What were you doing before that? How'd you get the gig initially?
Well, I was doing radio. I was an intern at a radio station at K-Rock in L.A.
Yeah.
And then I used to hector my boss every day and be like, you should totally put me on the air. I'd be so fun. And he's like, yeah, you can leave. And then one day, the overnight guy quit. And
Here's my shot.
well, and then they hired Tammy Heidi from Boston, who was like a huge jock in Boston, and then moved her to middays. And they didn't have anyone to do the overnights, and they were scrambling. And this was a radio station that regularly put interns on the air. It wasn't like, I was this beacon and everyone else, they were broadcasting icons.
Yeah.
Like every other person who was on overnights had been fetching bagels earlier in the day.
Yeah.
And so I got a job a couple nights a week, and then I started working for Kevin and Bean in the morning. And then my boss from the radio station went to MTV as a senior VP of programming.
Oh, man.
And
Oh,
wow.
I got to
That
do VJ.
works.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's
Good
great.
for you.
What is a
yeah.
VJ audition? What do you have to do? Just kind of throw to a song, or what do they have you do?
Yeah, I mean, it would be like a radio audition where, you're essentially doing breaks and talking about music, and you have to show that you know something about music and pop culture, and you try and be...
That's why I didn't get the gig, because
Did you audition?
I had an audition when we first moved to New York, yeah.
Do you have
Actually,
that tape?
it was for VH1. I've been looking for this tape forever. I do not officially have the tape.
Oh, my
But I
God.
want that more than another angle on the JFK assassination. I want that tape.
Me and Anthony were at Caroline's for a Stephen Lynch show, and one of the people from MTV/VH1, pulled me aside and said, "Come on in for an audition." Yeah, there's a tape somewhere.
Oh, I'd love to
I've
see
never
that.
seen it, but I did. I obviously did not get the
Viacom
gig.
in the 90s, there's no tape. I
Really?
actually had, MTV was really cool about this book because they knew it wasn't going to be a salacious MTV tell-all where I exposed the dirt of the network and ruined them, finally. But it was really, an idealized first-person account, but they assigned me a PA who, went and got as much tape as she could, but there were specific chapters where I wanted the interviews. Like I wanted the No Doubt interview and Henry Rollins and Radiohead, and she couldn't find it.
They don't have the. Wow. Are you kidding me?
I'm kidding.
They have to have them somewhere.
It's got to be somewhere.
One of
Maybe
those
she went through the
deep
first
vaults.
file cabinet and went, yeah, no,
Maybe they were
Nah,
just
couldn't
lazy.
find him.
Maybe they were lazy over there. How do you not save that stuff?
They have to. Although a lot of the Tonight shows are lost. Because they started taping over it. Some of the oldest Carsons are lost, and they've just used over again and retaped.
Right.
Well, they probably figured they did so many shows.
Yeah, like
who's going to care about this?
Yeah, Johnny Carson,
boy.
flash in the pan.
You were at the end of the golden era of MTV, right?
I think so.
It didn't go too much further after you. I don't
The
think.
music didn't know, and someone asked me yesterday, what do you think took the music out of MTV? And I think you guys get so much food.
It's crazy.
You want
in this
something?
place.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we try to eat healthy.
Really is
Blueberries and
crazy.
oatmeal, you know.
Oh, that's wonderful.
We're like little Roman emperors.
We don't want to be fat
Is
DJs.
the man with the lady hair going to feed you with his fingers? Nice thing.
He's the intern. We just don't even know his name. I don't know. What was it?
I think
Taylor,
it's Chibo.
Tyler. Yeah, something like that.
Who were some of the VJs after you? I'm trying to remember.
Carson Daly.
Carson came after you.
Carson and I overlapped.
Oh, right,
by
of course, because
summer.
TRL, right, okay.
Yeah. But I think it was TRL because when they realized that they could play 10 seconds of a video,
Right.
and that's all they had to play, they were like, how about we play no seconds? So someone probably, put that out there in a meeting, and everyone went, yeah.
You know what?
But that
You're
shit
right.
was so frustrating because some of those songs were pretty hot, and you wanted to kind of see the whole video.
And they would come
there's
back.
Carson Daly. I'm like, no, I want to see more of the video.
That was, you're like, no, it wasn't. That was a quarter of it, not
Right.
even.
Didn't the Real World heard
That
it
was
too?
just the tip.
Yeah, just the tip. They just put in the tip.
A little bit.
The Real
A little
World
bit.
too, right? Because that kind of changed their
Yeah,
programming
and
a lot.
that was 92. So that debuted in 92 before I got there, and there was a lot of controversy about that show. And, people are like, ooh, it's fake, or it's really dangerous, and you shouldn't be showing people like this.
Yeah, I
Being
do
real.
remember the controversy. Everything's
Yeah.
controversial.
Yeah, everyone has to make something out of it. Like,
God,
I
right?
remember when Survivor debuted. And they're
Yeah.
like, people are going to die.
They're gonna die. Is this what we should be having people do? It's
We're
kind
in
of
the gutter.
We're putting people on exhibit and all right. Stop, relax.
But the early Real Worlds, that was real reality shows.
Way more so.
Way more than now. Now it's ridiculous.
Everything's a storyline. You
Of
watch
course.
any
Storyline,
reality
yep.
show, and everything
Right.
is so forced and pre-produced,
Yes.
and it's because no one wants to sit there and go
You have
through
to wait it
24
out.
hours of footage.
I read, I think it took 6 months to get a Real World. Like, they had to be in a house for 6 months.
Yeah, I'm sure
and
they were
nowadays, they're
months.
barely there 3 weeks to film a whole,
Yeah.
season.
It's called
And they're all-
assisted reality now.
Right.
Yeah, they're gonna
Assisted
be like, okay,
reality.
so we're gonna do group anal at 3, and then you guys
Yeah.
are gonna get loaded, and you're gonna vomit on yourselves by 4:30, and we need a heart out here.
Yeah, the fight will be a good ending for this one.
With Pedro and Puck. I mean, come on. That shit was,
was
great.
Okay, in the book, I talk about taking Puck home to Portland
Really?
because I had interviewed him for a
Did he
late night.
punch you?
Did he wipe a booger
I broke
on
my
you?
wrist, and I blame it on him. You know what he did? He wounded my family with his inane, boring stories.
Oh my God, that's great.
And,
body odor?
and my parents are Midwesterners, and they don't understand,
But it's
that
Puck
sort
in
of
your house.
malignant narcissism.
Right.
It just takes over, and he just blanketed them with stink and
Oh,
stories of
God.
his friend, the orangutan trainer. And so he was such an ass that by the end of the 2 or 3 days, my brothers and I were like, let's pretend we're on the Real World. And my brother was like, I'll be Muhammad, you be Rachel. And they were like, Puck, you can play yourself. And he started crying.
Really?
And he
What?
was like, this is so mean. I don't know why you guys are doing this. Yeah, he got all emotional.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Why
then
did you
they-
have him in your
mental
house?
patient.
What was the?
Because he convinced me he had nowhere to go for Christmas. And my mom was like, well, honey, just bring him here.
Oh
We'll
no.
have such a nice time. We'll just have some Bosco, and we'll open presents, and we'll have a birthday cake for Jesus. It'll be wonderful.
Did she regret that?
Oh, she still does.
To this day, right? She brings it up.
Yeah, she's like, who was that Rock or Pick? What was his name? He was awful.
Bro, fuck your house.
And then I went to,
Oh, that's great.
I'm the only person in my family who ever went to church. And so I was going to church on Christmas, and Puck's like, you should take me. And I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea. Like,
Yeah.
I think that you will catch on fire if you walk into a church. And he wore lederhosen.
Really?
And
What?
Yes, and I was too tired. I had a broken wrist, and I didn't want to fight, and I was already exhausted, and I was like,
He's got it always. It was always making everything about him. Yeah.
and making it difficult. And so now when I go back home, there are all these Greeks that come up to me like, why did you bring Puck in later?
Oh, my God,
Why
still.
do you do this? Why?
Still.
Yes.
Wow.
What happened to Puck?
He's an ass. You know what he is now? He's like, allegedly, in the recesses of my memory, a wife-beating drunken driver who got a DUI with his kid in the car.
Right.
Yeah, and then...
I mean, he's done some things that's like, you're such... Like, I contemplated not writing about him because of the horrible things he's done just in the last 5 years.
I have heard, yeah.
This.
There's domestic violence, there's a restraining order, DUI, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
with
really...
With a kid in the car.
With a kid in the car.
It's like, you know what? Go get bombed and drive off a cliff.
Right. Yeah.
That's fine.
Without the kid.
Without the kid.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Was he
God,
mean
that's
to you
crazy.
on that? Was he mean to your family or just a boob?
He was a boob. I mean, he tried to be like, woo, this is me. And my friend was like, yeah, we're kind of over it.
Yeah.
Totally
yeah.
down. Like,
Not really impressed
No.
by you at all, so yeah.
So what did you end up doing after MTV?
I moved to Seattle. So I fell in love with my boyfriend in 95. And then in 97, my contract was up in December. And I knew that I wanted to leave. Like, I didn't want to be the person who stayed at the party too long.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
I was worried that if I signed another deal, like, that's all I would ever do. But there was still that risk anyway, like, even if I stayed
Right.
there. So, my boyfriend at the time, he's now my husband. I love you, Dave. He has satellite in his truck. He broke his back.
Wow.
And so I had just finished shooting at the U.S. Open of surfing in Huntington Beach. I had a great day, and his friend called me frantically, and they're like, Dave just broke his back. He's in an ambulance. He might be paralyzed.
Jeez.
And it was like, holy shit, Jesus.
Jeez.
So I went up to Portland where he was, and he had major back surgery, and, you know, they were like, well, he might be paralyzed after the surgery. So, and you realize in that moment when someone's really hurt that you realize how much you love him, how much you love them. And he looked at me and he was like, I don't want you to be my girlfriend. I want to marry you. I'm like, I'm moving to Seattle.
Wow.
And so I did. So I moved to Seattle, and we bought a house on Lake Washington, and it was really great. And we'd play mini golf, and then I had to start working because that doesn't pay for itself.
Right.
And then I started doing talk radio in Seattle.
Oh, that's right. You are in the business. I know that. Okay. And you're still doing that?
I did talk radio for years. Now I do a music show
Right.
in the morning in LA.
You were successful doing talk radio, of course. I know that.
That was really fun. I love talk,
Yeah.
and I still fill in on KFI for John and Ken and stuff
Okay.
like that, and that's great. I mean, that is such a focused challenge. It's like anything other than a 4-hour show where you're talking alone without taking phone calls
Yeah.
is super easy compared
I
to
know
that.
I mean, I think so many people in our world would have loved to be on MTV. To actually walk away from that, I can't imagine.
Did you feel like they were going to want you to leave, or did you feel like I have to walk
She
away?
easily could have done another few
No,
years.
I think I could have stayed.
But to make that decision, going, I'm walking away from MTV.
It was very anxiety inducing.
I can
And
imagine.
I talk about in the books like having panic attacks. Like I am leaving everything I know, like
Jeez.
everything I know professionally and socially. My roommate worked at MTV. We were roommates for 5 years. She was an executive at MTV. You know, I didn't meet my boyfriend through MTV, but he was so wrapped up in that world, and all I knew professionally and socially was there.
Right.
You know, not to mention being on TV and wondering, like, maybe I'm never going to work in broadcasting again. Like, that was such a possibility.
Did you ever regret it? Was there a time, like, after, like, 2 or 3 years later, you're like, oh, fuck.
No, I really liked being in Seattle. I was more surprised at the blowback I got politically trying to get jobs outside of MTV, and people being like, yeah. When I wrote a book an advice book for girls in '99, and had a hard time finding a publisher because you're not going to believe this, but publishers in New York are very liberal.
Wow.
And so they were like, oh, she's the Republican, blah 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 blah, and so that was difficult, but. Other than that, you know, I've always tried to do kind of fun, interesting stuff. And so I did a game show on Game Show Network, and I did Pitchmen on Discovery Channel, and I'm a correspondent for Stossel on Fox Business, and he's amazing.
Stossel.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah.
a full-on libertarian and sends me to do like these great stories, and I climbed over the border fence into Mexico a couple weeks ago. I drove drunk with the LA County Sheriff. I mean, the LA County Sheriff's Department got me drunk, and then we drove around the cones, and I just went to Detroit and hung out with urban farmers.
Oh, man.
It's fantastic.
Urban farmers.
It's an urban farmer.
It's like beekeepers and stuff who are squatting on city land in Detroit, growing kale And they have chickens and bees and all this stuff, and it's like hippies with beards. Like, yeah, man.
It's like Thunderdome, Detroit.
It is. That's why it's so
amazing.
great.
Yeah.
Like, stop trying to make it Chicago. Like, let the earth swallow the sea
Let it just
whole.
be, right? Barter town.
Yes, and then let it become this strange agrarian, like neo-libertarian experiment of awesomeness.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Did that piece run yet? I want to see that.
Yeah, that was last week.
All right, I'll look it up online.
Did you go by the bees at all?
I did. I walked by the bees, and I was like, am I going to get stung? 'Cause this be cool. Like, maybe Detroit bees are, like, even harder.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You didn't get stung?
What's that?
I would never walk by a beehive, ever.
Really?
It wasn't a hive. I mean, they're like in boxes.
Yeah,
and
I know.
They sort of buzz around.
But there's always a few on the outside of the boxes.
There's got to be one ornery one.
Yeah, there's a few that just don't want to be in the box.
They were buzzing. It's like pit bulls.
Right.
Everyone says, oh, no, my dog is so sweet and nice, until he's latching onto a toddler's throat.
Right.
But, they're
See
still
those
cute dogs.
beekeepers that don't even wear the suits? They're just out there, and bees are on their hand, and they go, and they're like this.
Yeah, they're just brushing them off.
A bee. If I see a bee, and I'm
They
not
look like Rocky Dennis.
vigilant,
They've got, like, cauliflower face.
yes.
Right. Yeah.
If I'm not vigilant though around a bee, one will just go and just fly right into me, stinger first.
Yeah.
And they're just like wiping them off.
They're just assholes. Fuck.
I
What did
saw-
I do to you? Relax.
Yeah, they're like the frustrated accountants of the animal world.
Yes.
So I was watching a special on Japanese hornets, and there was a guy catching them with no gloves, and those are the biggest hornets in the world. They're horrible. They're
terrible
horrible bees. And he was just catching them in a little net and then wisping them into a honey jar and making them drown so he could make this special potent honey.
Oh, yeah, because it's probably some, like, wiener elixir.
Yeah.
What a prick.
Yeah.
Did you see the video on YouTube? This is my favorite. The guy cleaning the poop in the cobra cage.
No.
Yes.
That's insane.
Oh.
Yes,
He's like in a
played
zoo
it.
in a cobra
Yeah.
pen,
Yeah.
and he's just like cleaning up the cobra poop.
Like it's nothing.
And he's got like 20
They're
balls.
all
Right. 20 doing that
Yeah.
Cobra thing.
Yeah,
Doing
like
around
the
that
zombie
geek.
sound
Right.
from Walking Dead. They're all
And he doesn't even think, can you pop it up real fast? And he doesn't even
That's
think twice
crazy.
about it. He's like, yeah, it's just my job. Who cares?
yeah, he's like, man, bite me.
Right.
Go ahead.
I dare you.
I make 4 cents a day. We're in Indonesia.
Right.
Eat a bag of dicks, all of you.
It's fucked
You're
up.
naked on the cover of your book there,
Yeah.
Kennedy.
Oh. Yeah, side nude. Pretty
Side
cool.
note. Yeah, and I lied.
And I should
to my
add-
daughters. My daughter's like, why are you naked? And I was like, I'm not. I'm wearing a bodysuit.
Oh, okay.
It looks like I'm naked, doesn't it? And my 8-year-old's like, about that whole bodysuit thing.
That's
She goes,
naked.
I can see your tattoo and your side boobie. And I was like, oh, yeah, they do that. It's called Photoshop.
Yeah, they photoshopped it in.
Yeah.
But Mommy's not naked.
I should add looking good, by the way. It's not cool to just say you're naked.
Oh, yeah, it's a great show.
I want to add
That's-
looking good too, by the way.
That's from 1994.
You're on a mule.
Yeah. Very good. You're the first person who got that because everyone's like,
Donkey?
I feel bad for the horse.
Oh.
That's not
That's
a
a
horse.
mule, man. Look.
Yeah, you can see his little
This is
funny head.
94.
Yeah.
What was the photo shoot for?
It was for Us Magazine. Mark Seliger took that. And so the mock-up that they did at the publishing company was the least attractive photo you've ever seen of any human being.
Right.
So what they found some free, horrible photo of me where my face looks, from the picture, it looks like I'm making this sound. and it would be repellent if you saw that in a bookstore.
Yeah.
And I gave it to my husband. He's like, "Oh hell no!"
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, I would actively walk away. I would walk out of the bookstore if I
Right.
saw it. So then my editor was like, we need a picture from the 90s. I'm like, I must have taken one good photo. And then I remembered that with Mark Seliger. And so I just called his studio, like cold called him and been like, hi,
Right.
you don't know me because you're 12. But back in 1994, I took a great picture with Mark and I was wondering if I could use it for my book. And he let me, and that makes him awesome.
That's awesome.
Absolutely.
I didn't realize this was from 94. You haven't aged there, Kennedy.
You're very kind.
I'm serious. You look good, man.
That's pretty nice.
So what's going to be what's in this book? I
like
should say. We should try to sell some books
Oh,
today.
you're so kind. So the Michael Jordan story.
Right? He's a big gambler, man.
Oh yeah, that's why I knew when I pulled out the dice
Right.
that
Yeah.
it was on.
Right. Did you get to see him, gambling?
I gambled with him.
But
That
I
was
mean, like the
wager.
big numbers, like he would
The
lose
big
it.
numbers was my lady cherry. Like that was it. That was what
You're
we
crazy.
were
To the
gambling
room.
for. Because I was like, do you want me to go get $400?
Right.
Which was the most I could take out of the ATM. I'm basic cable.
He was pushing millions, man. He
Oh,
would
yeah.
lose millions.
That's what I said. Like he would lose my salary in
Seconds.
an hour. hour. Yes, on one hand of blackjack in any given casino.
And play some blackjack, but Jordan's got you beat.
Oh, please. Of course he does.
Ant goes pretty high. He's a little.
I try.
He's a little nutty with
Play
it.
like 3 hands at once. I saw my
all
dad
that stuff.
doing that. It's crazy.
Yeah, 3
Like, that
hands.
takes confidence.
Max bet on all 3. And
Yeah.
double down, splitting them.
He's in the high roller room.
Before you know it, it's like
he's up there.
You got like
Are
a lot.
you good? I mean,
lot
what's
of cash
your
on there.
lifetime average? Have you made more than you've lost?
I absolutely think I've made more than I've lost.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had some pretty bad.
Every
beats.
gambler says that though.
Yeah, my dad
but
never would tell us when he'd lose.
so I'm
but he'd
calling
come
you
home
out
and be
on
like, I won 60 grand this weekend in Reno.
I talk about when I lose.
Like,
yeah,
I
I mean,
mean,
here going.
car.
Oh,
You really
that wasn't-
think you're-
that wasn't
you're
good? Oh,
You really think you're up?
yeah, I think I am.
I think so.
Do you think he's bluffing?
I don't.
Have you ever thought of an intervention?
I know,
Oh
right?
boy.
Yes.
You want to start
For
it,
a couple of
please?
different things.
Please.
Why?
Do I think he's lying? No, I think he might be. I think he's right around there. I think he's right
I think
around.
I'm doing all right.
Even or a little up. I think he might
I think
be
I'm a
telling
little.
the truth.
I think I'm a little up.
Even if you're a little up, that's
think I'm a
way
little
ahead.
up.
Because there's some
Yeah.
people who've like lost
Oh
their
yeah,
homes.
everything terrible.
Here's the Cobra video.
Oh.
For reference.
Oh, he's right there with him.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. He's just throwing it
Yeah,
like
just
they're
throwing
rubber
him out
snakes.
of, because he needs to get to that area of the pen.
these are
Look.
Look at that one. Is like striking. He's like.
And look at the one over on the
Look
right.
I thought
It's
you've seen this
standing
video.
I
there.
have. I'm
No, I
amazed by
mean
it.
these guys.
No, I never
How
saw
does
this
he?
one.
Why does he put them
And look-
nicely?
yeah, all of them behind
What
him.
is those some eggs?
Do we have sound? I want to hear like the horrible sound these things are making.
What is he getting at?
Walking Dead zombies.
Yeah, they
Oh, those are eggs.
There you go.
Yeah, he's just.
he sweeps them away.
And look what he's wearing. He's not even wearing shoes.
He's got flip flops
What
on.
the
He's got
fuck? At
flip
least-
flop. I
Don't you
would
wear
want to be in a
construction-
suit of armor.
Right.
This is craziness. What an asshole.
Just sweeping them up.
What is the little broom?
He's got a dumb little homemade broom.
I wouldn't do
a
that if they were
stick
rubber
with-
snakes.
Yeah, a stick with
sagebrush,
bristles.
yeah.
Yeah.
What about the snakes behind him? He's not even looking behind him.
Oh, my
yeah.
God!
Get the hell out
It
of here.
struck at him. He didn't even flinch.
Then he does this freaky deaky shaman thing in the snake's face.
He didn't even flinch when that thing struck at him.
That's crazy.
Well, if he put them nicely, they probably wouldn't hate him so much. But he throws them.
He throws them like they're
Guy's
rubber.
a dick.
Like they're hoses.
Fuck
Why aren't they biting him? This guy's magic.
Best sound ever. That, if I heard that once,
that. Of course.
So look, he's right next to the one that's cut back, ready to hit him.
lecturing them. Look at all of them. There's like 50 of them ready to strike. Like,
And I finally
can't
gets
even
to
believe this.
The poop in the eggs.
like, Bernard, you're such a dick. You come
Look
in here
at
every
all their
day.
little heads. They're all pissed
Like,
off.
each of us could kill you 10 times.
Look at them all
Like, did
pissed
this guy
off.
just throw us?
How dare you?
Yeah. This guy's an asshole.
Look at that. That's a great video.
I am amazed by this guy.
And there are a few behind him, and he knows they're not going to sneak up and get him.
Right.
And this is actually my video from Detroit.
All right, tell us about the book. Come on.
I'm amazed.
Let's
So the
sell
book-
some books.
All right, let's sell some books. Come on, people. It's like a telethon. Hallelujah. We're curing cancer. The book actually, it leads to virility. It's known that if you read this book, you will have an 8-hour erection.
That's nice.
Also
Little
known as
tantric.
priapism.
Oh.
It's very tantric.
Oh, that's when the boner doesn't go down.
Yeah, then you got to go somewhere and they hit it with a mallet.
Oh, what is a fucking cartoon character? that is painful. Kennedy, what's your name?
Lisa Kennedy Montgomery.
Lisa Kennedy Montgomery.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's a fucking fancy name.
Well, my parents wanted to call me Kennedy, but my dad, who just thought less of me, was like, she's not going to be able to spell it.
Oh.
Let's just call her Lisa.
Oh no.
Like every other girl born in the 70s. Lisa!
How did your boyfriend at the time break his back?
In a motocross race. So he was a pro snowboarder for 10 years.
Gee.
And, it's like, the smartest thing you can do when you're a snowboarder, like, let me get on a motorcycle and race other dudes. So he flew off a jump and landed on his butt and just burst one of the vertebrae. And he was very lucky he was not paralyzed, because he was for a little bit. And then being a genius, a year and a half later, he was at a snowboard contest in California, and I will not forgive him for this one. He decided to be the first one off a jump in a big air contest and overshot the landing by about 40 feet and just fell out of the air and broke his back again.
Whoa.
Second time in 2 years?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Was
And
it
that's
as,
every once in a while, like, you know how it is when you're in a relationship, like, you ruminate on something, you let it go, and then you just bring it up out of nowhere.
Yeah, right.
Like,
That's
that's
the
my
one.
thing that I'm
Wow.
like, why did you do that? And still to this day, and that was in 1998.
Wow.
But I'm still like, why would you do that? Huh?
Of course.
Yeah.
How's
And
his
he's
back
like-
now?
It's funny because his back's good, but now he has a hernia. You know, he's got like he surfs, he skateboards, he snowboards all the time, but he's got a hernia, and so the other day it like something popped out of it.
Oh.
And the hernia is like right by the groin, and so he's out with our daughter. They're on a walk in the neighborhood, and he's got his hands down his pants, and he's like trying to poke it back in, and he realizes like he looks like a total pervert.
Oh, my
And
God.
so he's like trying to wrangle our very active 4-year-old, and he's like, "We gotta go, we gotta go."
Oh, my God.
Someone's gonna call the police.
Oh my God.
All right, sicko.
He's toying with himself. Yes.
Exactly.
He's in his pants.
what's he do for work? Is he a professional snowboarder? or
He
no?
owns a snowboard company,
Okay.
so he actually has a snowboard factory in Huntington Beach, California.
Nice.
That's
Which is
pretty good.
so amazing.
Right?
awesome.
It's, wait a minute.
California is a shithole for regulation in small business. Like, it is impossible to have a small business
Yeah.
there. And it would be so easy to either have your boards made in China or go over the border and do them in Mexico. But they have stayed not only in the U.S., but in California.
Wow.
Which makes them a punk rocker.
Good for him.
Why are they so shitty with small businesses?
Because the regulation and the taxes. And now with Obamacare will kill small businesses.
Yeah.
Small businesses now will not have incentive to grow. And that is absolutely true. Obamonomics will destroy this country.
Well, that's not what I hear on the news.
Oh, no, it's wonderful. Yay. We should have free education, too, for everyone. And houses and a living wage. Unions are awesome. Look what they did to Detroit. It's perfect.
I love it.
Yeah. We should have that everywhere.
Very cool.
So,
love
yeah,
it.
Johnny Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls wrote a #1 song about me.
Oh.
Which one? Which one?
Name?
That's about you?
Yeah.
No kidding.
And I made him admit it. I did a modern day interview with a lot of people in the book, like Pat Smear from Nirvana,
Right.
who told me something I didn't know was that Dave Grohl started writing Foo Fighters music long before Kurt died.
I believe that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
And
believe
so,
all
and
that.
Pat told me that he was walking, they were in the studio rehearsing, and he walked past Dave's car, and Dave was playing this music kind of like jamming in his own car, and Pat kind of surprised him, and he turned it down and was like, "Whoa." And so Pat's like, "Oh, that's great. Have you written some stuff you're going to bring into the studio for all of us?" And Dave's like, "No, man, this is my new side project."
Oh, shit.
And that was Foo Fighters, and that was before Kurt died. So I was surprised to learn that. The interview with Pat is really great. And then
Wait, I'm going to slow you down a little bit. You met Kurt Cobain, obviously?
yes.
What kind of guy was he?
He, from my point of view, a very annoyed one, because I think he was one of those people who was genuinely annoyed by me.
Really?
And he actually prank called me one night.
Really?
Yeah.
But he seems like he was annoyed by everyone.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
but
I
he
wouldn't take it
he would
personally.
actively roll his eyes when I would walk in a room and be like, "Oh,
What was his problem with you?
I was, I represented corporate music."
Oh, yeah.
Then don't do corporate music.
Well, that was the argument that Rob Tannenbaum made when they wrote their book, I Want My MTV, was, Nirvana was a very MTV-friendly band. It didn't feel like that from the inside, because getting them to do stuff felt like pulling teeth.
But they were all over
They did
him.
Unplugged.
Thank
They
you.
did special concerts.
A lot of interviews.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't
a lot
come
of
to the
festivals.
beach house.
Oh, but you say, well, then don't do corporate rock. I think he pretty much stopped doing it. When you look at it that way, it's like,
You know what,
well,
you're
he
right.
pretty much took the big exit from.
He didn't puss out. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You know what? You're,
No, let's
you're
go big or
completely
go
right.
home. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was in there for a while.
Yeah.
And they
I mean,
didn't
he
have
was
to
all
make
over
videos.
MTV.
They chose to make
They
videos.
did, and Pearl Jam did not. After Jeremy, Pearl Jam would not make videos.
Right.
Really?
I mean, that was a band, and Pearl Jam is still one of the biggest bands in the world.
I love Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
Still a big
Their
fan.
live show is phenomenal.
I finally got to see him for the first time, even though I've been a fan forever, in Philly last summer. Unbelievable.
How was
Yeah.
the end of the show?
I snuck out. Who needs to see Jay-Z do 99 Problems with Eddie Vedder? That's just so
get
shit.
out of
I
here.
saw Chris Cornell and Eddie Vedder do the Temple of the Dog song.
Wow.
Nice.
I'm going hungry.
Hungry.
Yeah, which is, by the way, one of the worst songs ever written.
Really?
I
I kind of like it. Though.
I
despise
hated
that
that
song.
one. When it
Really?
would come on, I would turn it.
Chris Cornell's shrill,
Yeah.
shrieking.
I'm going hungry. I'm going hungry.
Repeat that line, Chris. But high, like a woman who's being sexually assaulted. Go ahead. Horrible.
Yeah, it was an awful little tune.
So the Goo Goo Dolls do name. How did that come about? How do they decide to do a song?
I don't know
about
that song.
you?
Can we hear some of it?
Oh my God, it's like, sorry, yeah, it's massive.
Hide beside me, maybe for a while. I won't tell no one your name. I won't tell them your name. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, wing a ding a ding. I inspired this song.
Well, why? Tell me the story.
Okay, so Goo Goo Dolls come to the MTV studio.
Right.
I loved their record Superstar Car Wash. I thought it was a great record. They had
that was before they hit.
Yeah, and they had done
There's no
a
hits on
song
that
with
thing.
Paul Westerberg, and there weren't. And this was they
But a
tried
lot of
really
people
hard.
love the fucking album.
Yeah, so I love
Fair
that.
enough.
I love that record.
Right.
So they came in, and I had made fun of bands in the past, and Johnny thought I was going to make fun of them, but instead I was very effusive. And he was kind of caught off guard and really hot. Like, he had these working class Polish biceps, and he was wearing like a cut off shirt and overalls, and frosted hair, and all the ingredients right there. So we kind of had a flirtation, and then he was like, "We should go to dinner and talk about music." I'm like, "That's a great idea." And he was newly married. Like, he'd only been married for like a year. So he came over to my apartment, and we talked for a while. We went and had soup at Veselka, which is a Russian deli down the street from where I lived in the East Village. And then we went back to my apartment afterward, which was, always the fatal mistake. And and it's late, and it's dark, and my roommate wasn't there, and he leaned in and kissed me. And I was like, huh. And it was like a beautiful, like, life-changing electric bolts in the vagina kiss. And I pulled back, and I was like, "Dude, I can't do this. You are married." And he's like, "Okay, we'll just lay down on the couch, and we'll just watch TV."
And I'll rub my penis on your backside.
We'll dry hump.
We'll dry hump.
This is a new kind of mousse.
Sorry.
Let it just rub it into your hair. It'll make it extra shiny. All right? And open your mouth and close your eyes. So we did. Like, I laid with my head in his lap on the couch, and it was like a really strong emotional connection that we never acted on.
And then he writes the song
Then
name.
he wrote the song,
Holy
yeah.
fuck, that's a cool story.
And they were broke before this song hit.
Yeah.
Like, they were going to break up, like, on food stamps broke. And then they got this song played, and it became
And they were
huge.
considered a punk band, more or less, right?
Yeah,
they were a
like,
lot harder than
They're
what...
from
what
Buffalo, and it was like kind of punk metal.
Yeah.
And they were on Metal Blade Records, and then when they switched to Warner Brothers and started writing, vagina music like this. But I always liked them. I have a total pop sensibility, and I love pop songs.
Right.
That's why I thought Metallica was such a great band. Because Metallica writes great pop songs.
Absolutely. And then he admitted in the book that he wrote the song
Yeah.
about it. That's cool, man.
Is he still married to the same woman?
No, he recently...
No.
No, and I actually, because you go through a vetting process with a lawyer to make sure no one's going to sue you when they read the book. And it was funny, the stuff they flagged. They flagged a story about Matt LeBlanc. But with Johnny Resnick, they're like, you can't write these things. If he was married at the time, he can sue you. So I had to take a lot of the more explicit stuff out.
Wow.
So. And then there was a love triangle with Courtney Love and Trent Reznor.
With you?
Well, I cupped Trent's balls one night, and that was about as far as it went.
That's
So we were in a club on Halloween. It wasn't. They were lukewarm. It almost put me off Men for Life.
wow.
Like, at that point, I was like, you know what? Maybe I am a lesbian.
I don't need this.
No,
Yeah.
and so I was kissing him and Richard Patrick, who is the guitarist
Sure.
in Nine Inch Nails, who became the singer of Filter.
Right. Wow.
So I was making out with both of them at a club on Halloween in the West Village, and I really wanted to be making out with Rich because he was a great kisser. And so I interviewed Richard Patrick for the book, and he was like, "Yeah, no, I totally wasn't into you."
Oh, man.
In the book, I was like, "He could have been my first, and I loved him, and it was love at first sight." And he's like, "Yeah, no, not really."
Yeah,
no.
not...
Well, you're creepy.
You were a virgin when you started working on MTV? I guess. And
So,
your husband's your first?
Yeah,
and your only?
yeah.
no kidding.
Wow. How
I
about
mean,
that?
Who would have
I
thought
did
that?
other,
Well, of
like,
course.
showery,
you
rubbing
gotta-
with the soap and whatnot.
Right.
But your actual only sexual partner for real?
Yeah.
Wow. It's amazing. You never hear that.
But see, I don't have any comparison. I think it would
man.
be harder if that he was if he had a Twizzler wiener, and if he was bad at it. But he's fantastic.
Oh.
And he's really hot, and he's like super muscular, and
Oh, man.
yeah, and he loves me. He's really awesome.
You guys been
person.
together a long time now.
Yeah, 18 years.
Holy
Wow.
fuck.
That's a long time.
Anyway, we could talk forever. Kennedy, thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Come
You
back
have
and
a
see
you
us.
have a show to do, and I wish you luck. And
Yes.
we should go
Luck
in
at
the
this
air.
point. Jesus.
We were discussing Rodman. Eric just told me on North Korea. We were talking about Dennis Rodman.
Oh, really?
Look to his face.
Dennis?
No one talks about, like, something is wrong with his face. It looks like he's been in a radiation accident and
It's
wears
getting
like
worse,
an
too.
inch of old lady makeup to cover it.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's something going on with
Oh,
him.
really?
And maybe it's the rampant alcoholism that's well documented.
Well, that could be it. Yeah.
He loves his booze. He loves it.
All right, guys.
He's all
You were
right,
great.
diplomat.
It's so
Thank
fun.
you.
The book is called The Kennedy Chronicles. It's out now. Go get it. That's it.
Or you
Yes,
could buy it on
thank you
Kindle
so
if you want
much.
to. or
Kindle,
somewhere else.
Amazon.
Yeah.
You guys can even link to the Amazon page on your website. I don't even mind.
Wow,
I
that'd
wouldn't,
be
I wouldn't even
crazy.
be mad.
Yeah.
E-Rock, just link her book on our Facebook page.
Yeah, come on,
please.
E-Rock. What's wrong with you?
All right.
Thank you, E-Rock.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel.
College Sports Nation is going back to school to bring you the ultimate preview of the 2013 college football season.
We'll broadcast live.
At major colleges across the country. The camp tour continues Monday in Nebraska from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern.
If you practice to not get hurt, you're going to get hurt.
And Oregon from 6 to 9 p.m.
Coach Mark Elfrich. The depth of our talent, I think, is the best it's ever been.
Then Tuesday at Kansas State. 20 schools in 22 days. No one gets you ready for college football like SiriusXM College Sports Nation, Channel 91. And listen on the SiriusXM app.
You've heard them for years as regular guests of the Opie and Anthony Show. Now, here's them do their own thing.
Hey, it's Jim Florentine, friend of the Opie and Anthony Show. Check out my podcast, Comedy Metal Visions, here on the Opie and Anthony channel this weekend. My show is basically me ranting like a fucking lunatic about shit that nobody cares about. I've been angry. I've been taken out of my family because I'm just thinking of these fucking guys that have man caves.
Friends of the show, starting today at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific, on the Opie and Anthony channel.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent disease. Do you take protein to build muscle? On average, only 10% is digested for muscle and the other 90% is converted to fat. No wonder you're frustrated. You're not building muscle because your protein is literally making you fat. But with Amino Prime, virtually 100% of your protein can be converted into muscle. That's right, 100% into muscle. Amino Prime is the most advanced muscle-building, fat-shredding enzyme in the world. And right now, the first 100 callers get a free trial.
With Amino Prime, I can feel it working within minutes. My workouts are intense, my energy has improved, my abs are getting ripped, and I'm getting ridiculously stronger. Plus, I've already dropped 2 pant sizes.
Amino Prime is all natural and not a stimulant. Want to try it for free? Just be one of the first 100 people to visit rippedforfree.com or call 800-267-2122. That's 800-267-2122 or go to rippedforfree.com. Trials are extremely limited. That's rippedforfree.com.
Greetings, I'm Sadala Marley, and I'm proud to introduce Marley's Mellow Mood. My father, Bob Marley, shared his life and his love for peace, happiness, and togetherness with the world. Marley's Mellow Mood is inspired by the very same positive vibrations. It is the relaxation drink you can feel deep down in your soul. Each delicious and refreshing Marley's Mellow Mood is infused with relaxing botanical ingredients like calming chamomile and soothing valerian root to help ease your mind. And every sale of Marley's Mellow Mood benefits One Love, helping to make the world a better place for us and our children. So sit back, enjoy Marley's Mellow Mood, and feel the waves of pure niceness wash over you. One Love.
Look for Marley's Mellow Mood at A+ at Sunoco stores and other fine retailers everywhere. Marley's Mellow Mood. Relax and live.
Guys, it's the dog days of summer, the hottest and most humid days of the year, and our balls are sweating. Your boys are not just a little damp, they are drenched with all this heat and humidity. It's time for Fresh Balls, available at freshballs.com and at London Drugs in the deodorant aisle. Fresh Balls is an amazing product that keeps your balls dry all day. Use Fresh Balls as part of your daily grooming routine. It works while you work, while you play. No matter what you do, your balls are fresh and dry with Fresh Balls. Visit our website, freshballs.com. If you order today, you'll also get a free sample of Fresh Feet, the newest addition to our So Fresh, So Dry family of products. Fresh Feet keeps your feet fresh and dry, and you get it for free with your purchase of Fresh Balls. It's a great summer deal, available for a limited time exclusively at freshballs.com.
Go to Fresh Balls right now and enter promo code SIRIUS and get free shipping on your next order of Fresh Balls and a free sample of Fresh Feet. It's the best deal of the year. Go to freshballs.com or visit London Drugs in the deodorant aisle.
Purchase Fresh Balls and get Fresh Feet for free now at freshballs.com.
You work out your body, but you might be ignoring your most important muscle, your brain. Give your brain the workout it needs with a training program designed by the neuroscientists at Lumosity.com and used by researchers at Harvard, Berkeley, and Columbia Universities. Lumosity.com's quick daily workouts can improve your memory and attention, meaning you'll feel sharper, think faster, and be more confident. Achieve a brighter brain and a better life today with Lumosity.com.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Yeah, man. Worst of the week countdown with me, Sam Roberts from Opie and Anthony and After Opie and Anthony Live, highlighting the great things that happened this week on the Opie and Anthony Show. We're still going to get to all those Breaking Bad cast members. I know I keep promising, but I promise you, we will get to it. I promise you, we'll get to saying goodbye to the intern. I promise you, we will get to the Insane Clown Posse. But in the meantime, let's do Dana White right now. Dana White, the president of the UFC. Very few billionaires come in here, CEOs, and just hang with Opie and Anthony. Dana White is one of the coolest company owners in the world because he says what's on his mind. He's not afraid of anything. Dana White stops by. Always a great guest on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Number 5.
The last time I saw you was I went to the Silva fight, and I saw you there, and what a fucking... I've never been so shocked in my life at what happened.
Crazy, wasn't it?
It was. You think you can't be surprised by anything? And I literally stood there with my fucking mouth open.
But we were talking about that before the show, too, because someone was in here and said a lot of the fighters said that he had a shot against Silva.
Well, Chael had said that to me.
Right. Oh, you were the one who said
Yeah.
it. Okay, right. But you said that Chael said a bunch of the other fighters were also saying, don't assume that Silva's got this.
Chael said that to me. We saw each other in the restroom, and after complimenting each other like men will do, I said, I was like, "What do you think?" And he goes, "I'm picking Weidman." And he goes, "And a lot of the fighters are picking Weidman."
Right.
And I had asked Dana about that. I said like, "Hey, Chael said that a lot of the fighters are picking Weidman. Now, do you think they're picking him, or is that like?" And what I was saying was, do you think that these are guys who have lost to him or don't like him, just kind of want to say? I was wondering if it was more wishful thinking than anything. You thought I had heard about some internet conspiracy thing, which I had not heard. But right. I was surprised that all these fighters were picking him. And I'm like, do they just hate Silva and want to see him lose, or they really believed it?
Yeah, no, people were saying, because as the lead up for that fight and all these fighters were picking him, he came back into my locker room that night and he's like, come on. He's like, I mean, all these guys are saying that he thought, I thought you were saying that, like, we were telling fighters to say, Anderson Silva would win the fight.
Right.
But no, I mean, we don't tell anybody to say that. They pick what they pick. And a lot of, I was saying, when he and I were talking off air, that a lot of the, like George St. Pierre absolutely knew that Weidman was going to win the fight. He wouldn't even schedule a fight. Like, no, I'm not going to do a super fight with Anderson because he's not going to win.
Wow.
Yeah, literally what he said. So he wouldn't even talk about booking a fight. That's how much he believed in Weidman.
Wow. Yeah. See, I was like, because I heard it from Chael, who I like, but I'm like, Chael has a thing for Silva. I'm like, I wonder if that's just guys wanting to see him fall because they're sick and tired. Like, you know what I mean? If I see a comic who's I know is good I'm like, if he bombs, I'm so fucking happy. Like, I wonder if that's the same. But man, they knew something because Faber had picked, I think Weidman, a lot of guys picked.
And you don't think Silva's done, right?
No.
Yeah, he's got a few more.
Yeah, the rematch is going to be interesting.
Yes.
Obviously, I think if Weidman wins the rematch, maybe Anderson would retire, but who knows?
You got to do it Don King and make sure Weidman loses the second fight so you get the third fight.
Yeah.
Oh, God, don't even start that. That's what everybody, that'll be the next thing. Yeah.
It's a no-lose for the UFC in the weird way that, like, if Weidman wins,
everyone's going to be watching
legendary, and if Anderson wins, then it's like, okay, A, you got a third fight, and B, it's like, oh, okay, he was
You truly don't need the third fight. It would be, if it happens, it happens, but everyone's going to be watching the rematch. It's already set up all nice.
Yeah, and you talk about a third fight depending on how the fight goes, you know what I mean? It's like Anderson Silva's 38 years old. A lot of people don't realize that, but if he went out there and looked like, he just showed up and was old all of a sudden, it'd be one thing. But he didn't look old. It's the way that he lost.
Yeah.
He was out there goofing around. Like, wasn't that crazy in the arena that night? Like, at first, when he got knocked out, the whole place was in shock. Like he said, everybody was sitting there with him, and then the place just went crazy.
Well, I started, I love Anderson Silva, and as I'm watching it, and he's doing that, it looked like fucking, when Weidman had him on the ground in the beginning, it looked like he was, I guess, I'm going to guess a heel hook or whatever he was going for, and I'm like, Silva might be in trouble early. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, don't listen to him. I was yelling to Weidman, don't listen. He's in your fucking head. I was getting annoyed at Silva for taunting him. I'm like, man, you better take this guy seriously.
Silva's always been great at that. I love that about
Roy
him.
Jones Jr. jumped up after the first round and started screaming at me, this fight's over. He's in his head. It's over.
Right. Oh, man.
Yeah, and then that second round came out. People were going crazy during that fight. Like, all the people that were on the side of the cage there were going nuts.
Yeah, I couldn't believe, I rooted for Weidman in that moment because I got so annoyed at Silva for doing that. I'm like, what are you doing, man? This guy's a real fucking problem.
Yeah, I think everybody did. I mean, even Brazilians that were booing him on the way in were cheering him on the way out.
Wow,
no
kidding.
Do you think that's humiliating for Silva to lose that way?
Yeah,
like, not just to get beaten by a guy, but to be clowning around like that.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
right?
That's humiliating to lose. Period. That way. I mean, when you've never lost and you're the best in the world and you get knocked out, yeah, it's always that always sucks. It's never
no
fun.
Shit.
That's a tough sleep.
So why did he say no rematch at first, and then like a week later or whatever he signs on?
I've dealt with this a lot with guys, especially Anderson Silva forgot what it's like to lose. So right when it's over, you're like, yeah, whatever, and then it sinks in and reality sets in over the next few days. And I met with him. He fought Saturday. I met with him again on Thursday, and he was very ready to fight again.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to go out that way.
No way.
No way. You got to go and give it another shot. I was asking Dana off air about A-Rod. And he started telling me a pretty great story, and I said, stop. I want to hear the rest of it on air. I just asked you about A-Rod and what's going on with him, and then you said that he's like, what? I didn't want to put words in your mouth.
I said A-Rod's my man. He always will be, man.
Yeah.
And I'm a Red Sox fan. It's not a Yankees thing, but I was diagnosed with Meniere's disease, which is basically nerve damage to your inner ear.
How do you get that? Are you just born with it?
No, you get it from being punched. You get it from being punched. You get it from a lot of cops and military guys get it from shooting and the loud noise from shooting. A lot of rock stars get it, and guys that are in bands get it. It's basically you do damage to that nerve, and what it does is the nerve starts telling the brain that you're moving when you're not. And when you get these attacks, you literally, I'm telling you, you go down like you got shot by a fucking sniper, man. It's crazy. You go
feel
down.
Nauseous or how
you puke. You puke. If you don't close your eyes and get in a dark room, you will puke your brains out.
Oh, is it like being like a dizzy feeling?
Yeah, no, it's vertical. You start spinning. The room starts spinning.
Oh my God, radio guys!
Like your worst.
I betcha. I'm turning down my headphones.
The worst. It's the worst thing you could ever imagine. A lot of people commit suicide to get it.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's real bad. So there's no cure for it. There's no cure. They try to do things. There's a surgery where they can put a stent in there, and I did that surgery.
We saw the video.
Yeah.
That video was horrific.
There's a surgery where they go. It's basically brain surgery, is what it is. They drill through your skull, get inside there, and they insert this tube. And there's another one where they go even deeper, and they cut the nerve itself, and you have to learn how to walk again.
Jeez.
After they cut that nerve.
Oh my God! Now they didn't cut the nerve for you.
No, I didn't cut the nerve. I went for the stent, and it actually made me worse. I went from having attacks every once in a while to having attacks every day, and then it also gave me tinnitus. And tinnitus is the constant loud ringing of the ear. Your ear just rings really loud all the time.
I have that. That's terrible. I've gotten that. I've gotten the woozy thing too.
Really?
I've definitely gotten that. Where
when sober?
Exactly. Oh no! See, no, it was from constantly drinking. Wait a minute.
Sorry.
No, I've gotten that before. Where I'll be working on something, working on some equipment in downstairs, and I'll have to go like this, maybe turn sideways, and totally disoriented, where you're completely spun around. You gotta shut your eyes, go look up, straighten your head out, and then it's gone. But not totally gone, just still a little woozy.
That could be symptoms of it coming out. How long ago? When's the last time you had? Listen to me talking to him like I'm a doctor. So when was the last time you had these things?
This happened fucking for years and years and years on and off.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's terrible.
It could be, but when you get this, you're down for hours. Some people are down for days sometimes.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, when I would get an attack, I'd be down for 9-10 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
At what point after surgery did you realize, oh my God, it didn't work? Like, how long did it take you to realize, like, fuck, it made it worse?
Couple months.
Oh, a while later, okay.
Yeah, well, no, I knew I was, because after that surgery, you recovering from that is brutal. I was still, I literally did that surgery, flew home the next morning, and then flew to Chicago for the UFC on Fox Chicago fight. So I kept right on going.
Well, you hit it pretty well because your work ethic everyone knows about. So I can't imagine you being, down and out for 9 hours.
I was toughing through it. But my life, the year after that happened to me, my life was so different. I literally couldn't do anything, man. I was just down and out. I didn't work out for over a year.
Damn.
Wow. Yeah, it was driving me crazy. So I was literally at the point where I just given up, and I said, this is going to be the rest of my life. This is my life now.
Brutal.
My quality of life is over. It's just not ever going to be what it was before. So I get a call from A-Rod, and Kobe Bryant had sent him out to Dusseldorf, Germany. His knee and back. They do this stuff out there where they take your blood, and they do what's called spinning. And I'm no doctor, so I can't really explain exactly what they do. But they take your blood, they incubate it, they spin it, and then they inject it back into you 10 hours later. And I got the injection on Sunday. I flew back to Vegas from Germany, and that was Sunday. I landed, I went to bed, got up, I had to fly to Stanford. I spoke at their business school on Monday, and I didn't really feel any different. Flew back home, worked a little, went to bed, woke up Tuesday morning, and felt like fucking Superman. Jesus. I'm not kidding you, man. I felt like I could fly to work. I could have flew to work that Tuesday. And from that day on to right now, my life has been exactly the same as it was before I had the surgery.
How long ago was this that you got it, the final?
I've had, so what happens is when you fly out there, they take so much blood. It's funny because they're sitting there and they're like, do you have a problem, giving blood or whatever? I said, no, it doesn't bother me at all. So I'm sitting there, the girl sticks the needle in me. I'm like, God damn, that hurt. This chick doesn't know what she's doing. I look down, they got a Slurpee straw in my friggin' arm. The needle is so big, and the blood just flies out of your arm. And they literally fill up 3 Fiji bottles, that size.
Right.
Full of blood. And it literally takes, 30 seconds to fill this whole thing up. They bandage your arm up. I had a huge bruise. This whole inside of my arm became, yellow, black, and blue and purple, and then you go hang out in your hotel, kick around Dusseldorf, Germany for 10 hours, and you go back and they give you the shot. And
wait, now they incubate some of your blood, obviously not all of it, but they just take that much of your blood and they incubate it and they do something to it.
All of it, because they end up making, with the blood they take, they end up making 2 shots.
It concentrates down to a certain
to
2 little shots,
to 2 shots,
super shots.
Man. Yeah.
And what's in those shots? Just your blood?
Yeah, your blood and. I can't remember what it's called. I'll get you the book.
Yeah,
I'll get you the book so you can check it out. But
because now Jimmy wants this done.
Well, here's the thing. The thing is, here's their philosophy out there, is that as we get older, everything that we have, including some of these diseases that are out there, like Parkinson's and other things, are due to inflammation. Inflammation is what starts to break us down, from arthritis to joint pain to even, they said, what was giving me the attacks with the nerve was inflammation. Inflammation starts to get the nerve irritated. Jeez. And it's just, I'm telling you guys, it's amazing. So the crazy part about this is you have to be referred to these guys. You can't just go out there. You have to be referred. So A-Rod refers me. I fly out there, and my life's been different ever since. It's unbelievable, right?
So you didn't have to go back, right? It was that one trip?
I flew back. I went back twice. I flew back 3 months later and got the second shot. So I did 2 shots. I did the first one, flew back 3 months later, and got the second one.
Oh, when they incubate it down to 2 shots, and they hold one for 3 months?
Exactly.
Oh, they don't give you both.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the blood that they do is good for 6 months. Mm-hmm. So you got 6 months to get back there to get the second shot. I felt so good. I said, fuck it, I'm going out there. I was going to fly back the next week and do it. So I went out there and got it done. And the funny part of this story is, when you look at who they've helped, George Clooney apparently couldn't lift his shoulders up over his head. Clooney's been out there. Pope John Paul couldn't kneel anymore, so Pope John Paul did it. And it started to, he had Parkinson's disease, and I guess they get tremors or whatever their attacks are. He was having no attacks before he passed away eventually. And then, golfers, Kevin Durant from OKC, every soccer player out in Europe, and the list goes on of all these people that they
all
do.
Believe. Wow.
So you think about healthcare here in the United States, right? And all they want to do here is cut you and put you on pills. They don't really fix anything. They just sort of mask all the problems. These guys are out there actually curing people in Germany. The level of medicine there and the level of medicine here is night and day.
Why don't they bring it to the States?
It's illegal here. I have no idea.
I know. Why? If it's working for people.
Here's the craziest part. Let me get to this part, right? So Clooney, all these actors and actresses and athletes and all these people, the one thing I never asked is, how much does this cost? Right? Sure. I didn't give a shit. I just wanted to get out there, and if this thing was going to work for me, I'm in, right? So I get out there, and the other thing, the attention, you get there, the first day you get there, they do this full MRI of your body, your brain, your spine, everything. And the doctor literally sits with you and goes organ by organ and tells you, what's going on with you, and looks at all your stuff. And then I went in and saw an ear, nose, and throat specialist. Then I saw the doctor who does the actual blood work. And I mean, I must have saw 4 doctors, and they spent hours with me over a 2-day period.
Oh, man.
Right? Yeah, so you're thinking, holy shit. So finally he goes through the whole last thing, and they're about to take my blood, and he says, any other questions? And I'm like, yeah.
How much does this cost?
What's this going to cost? And he goes, we'll take care of that at the end. I go, I'm kind of curious and would like to know right now. So he says, hold on. He goes in the other room, comes back, 7,500 euros.
That's it?
That's 10 grand.
Yeah.
7,500 euros.
That's not.
So this isn't something that it's only for the super wealthy can go there and get them. Anybody could do it. Especially anybody who has Meniere's disease, only people who have Meniere's disease know what it's like to go through it. And anybody would come up with 10 grand. If you had to take a loan out to go get your life back, you would do it. And then, they're helping people with Parkinson's. The first guy I called when I landed in the States was Freddie Roach. I told Freddie Roach, Freddie, I'm telling you, go try this thing, man. I don't know if he's done it, but I set him up to do it. I don't know if he has.
So have you had an attack since?
No,
nothing.
No,
wow, that's
I am
a
healed,
miracle.
man. I'm like 100%. My life, and that whole time that I was going through it, you can't eat salt. You're not allowed to drink alcohol. There's a lot of things that will aggravate it. I've been eating salt and drinking plenty of alcohol, and I'm good.
One last question: do you have to go back to keep it up, or you're good?
Yeah. Well, what they said is, obviously, ride this thing. First of all, when I went there, they didn't know if it would help me or not. There wasn't like, oh yeah, this is definitely going to help you.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't know if it would or not, and they said, but I'll tell you what, we'll give this thing a shot. We'll see how it goes. And they said people that they had done who had Meniere's disease had less than one attack a month after doing this thing. So they don't give you any guarantees. They don't say, oh, this is the magic pill. Yeah. Spend your 7,500 euros and this is going to work.
Good for you,
we have no idea. We'll see.
Good for you.
But after your second treatment, do they say, like you said, the first one, they say, okay, you got to come back in 3 months. But after that second one, is there a time frame where they say, now we see how it goes?
Now we play it by ear.
Just ride it out.
If anything starts to happen to you again, call us. We'll get you back in and we'll do it again.
And how much time since your second one?
It's been a while now. I don't know how long. Oh, no. It's been 7 or 8 months.
So if worst case scenario, if you got to go once or twice a year, you've gotten your life for once or twice a year.
No doubt about it.
Pretty fucking amazing.
It's amazing.
And it's annoying that they won't do it here. There's probably some garbage FDA excuse because, like you said, they want to keep you on pills. And if this is wiping stuff out.
Not only that, and you can blame the FDA, but you also got to blame all the fucking litigious United States that we have. So the FDA passes this through, it goes through, somebody sues, and now, it's all about that. So they need every little stamp of approval from the FDA, so they don't.
So go to Germany, enjoy yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah, seriously.
It's true. It's true, man.
Plan a little trip.
You know, this place is open 7 days a week. They said weekends, it's just packed with Americans.
Well, everyone is calling. They're like, give us the website, the place.
That's amazing.
Everyone wants to book a trip.
I do. Well, you got to be referred for this one.
Yeah, you have to be referred to them. Yeah.
And that's the only place in the world they do it?
That's the only place I know of, and that's where everybody's going. You know, and there's places here in the United States because people have said, oh, they do the same thing in the United States. No, they don't. Trust me. It's not the same. You think, you know, all these actors and athletes are flying to Dusseldorf, Germany because they're doing the same thing here in the United States?
Go to Beverly Hills somewhere.
Not even close.
Happening.
But that's what they're doing. So what's happening now is this place in Germany is opening all these places. They have a place in Beverly Hills. So you go to the place in Beverly Hills, they do all the testing there. They test you, they do all the MRIs, and then they fly you to Dusseldorf to do the shots. So you don't have to do all that, all that stuff there.
Did Kobe and A-Rod get this done? For their injuries?
Yeah, tons of guys have.
And did it make A-Rod hit the ball better?
Well, no, it's not about hitting the ball better. It's about his knee and his back were messed up.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what these guys specialize in. That's what they really do. They're joint and, you know, bones and things like that is what they do.
In general.
Yeah. But as they continue to do more studies, they're finding out that inflammation is the cause to a lot of our problems as we get older.
So how do we knock down our inflammation?
You fly to Dusseldorf.
But there's nothing else we could do with supplements or anything else we could do now?
I don't think so. It's part of, the human structure as we start to get older.
Yep. Right.
That's what happens to us. We start to...
Wow.
I'm emotionally inflamed.
Yeah, Rogan's going. Rogan's got back problems, and Rogan's going out there. I got him set up.
It works on apes.
He's trying to have the hair on. He wants to have his arms raised to human length. The fucking savage. I watch him walk around with his chain wallet, and I'm like, am I competing genetically with him?
This guy, I know.
Horrifying.
Fucking Joe is the best, man.
More of the Opie Anthony Worst of the Week countdown. Next.
The trip just gets deeper into the immense world of Pink Floyd.
How I wish you were here.
Now, Deep Tracks gives you a daily preview of the SiriusXM exclusive online Pink Floyd channel. Hear the expansive collection of demos, solo work, and concerts. Weeknights at midnight Eastern, 9 Pacific, and Sundays 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific. Experience the Pink Floyd channel on Deep Tracks, SiriusXM 27, and on the SiriusXM app.
Men, would you like to safely and easily lose belly fat without strict diets or rigorous exercise? Clinical studies show that men who boost their testosterone experience amazing results in reduced belly fat. That's right, testosterone melts belly fat. You've probably heard about some of the benefits of boosting testosterone, such as stronger sex drive and sexual performance, more energy, and even lower cholesterol. But chances are you haven't heard that increasing testosterone causes fat loss. Would you like to boost your testosterone and easily lose belly fat? Then try Andro 400. Listen to what Calvin from Las Vegas said.
I've been taking Andro 400 for about 3 months, and I feel amazing. Dropped 35 pounds, no aches or pains, and I have a new zest for life.
So men, go to andro400.com today and find out how you can naturally boost your testosterone and lose belly fat easily and inexpensively. That's andro400.com, andro400.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I've always said that if it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. And if it's worth doing right, it's probably being done by an expert. People who are incompetent at their jobs. Now that's irritating. They just don't know their business. It takes time and work to know your business and to become an expert in your field. Prosperity bankers understand this. They know what it takes. You see, prosperity bankers are experts in the business of banking. Prosperity bankers have put in the time and the work to develop this expertise. When you walk into one of their banks, they know your name. They've learned to listen. Their job is to offer you the tools you need to help you make your business profitable. Loans, cash management, internet banking, remote deposit, and more. Prosperity bankers know the business of banking. Your bank for business. Prosperity Bank. Real bankers, not just a bank. ProsperityBankUSA.com. Member FDIC. Texas and Oklahoma residents only.
Hi, Joe. This
is Bob, your banker. I'm sorry, but your business loan has been declined.
That's okay, Bob. Anchor Funding Services already funded my business.
But you have no capital in your business, and you're growing very quickly.
Exactly. Anchor Funding Services gave me immediate cash for my accounts receivable.
Oh, I can send Anchor Funding Services a lot of business. What's their number?
877-70-ANCHOR. That's 877-70-ANCHOR. 877-70-ANCHOR. Or you can go to 70anchor.com. That's 70anchor.com.
The joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you need. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. Claim your sample today. 1-800-514-2757. Great for your knees, hands, even your hips. Instaflex is available at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-514-2757. 1-800-514-2757.
If you run a small business with 1 to 10 employees or more, you know payroll can be a pain. Make it easy and affordable at surepayroll.com. SurePayroll does all the calculations, pays employees, then pays and files your payroll taxes automatically. Do payroll whenever you want, even from your smartphone. No more waiting by the phone, no more software upgrades. Make payroll easy and affordable. Call 877-954-SURE. That's 877-954-7873. Or visit surepayroll.com today. That's surepayroll.com.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Bringing to you all the best moments from this week's Opie and Anthony shows in one convenient package. This is the worst of the week countdown, and I am Sam Roberts from Opie and Anthony and After Opie and Anthony Live. You can always get me on Twitter at NotSam. We got a lot still to get to. Yeah, you know, I told you all the best moments, and there were a lot of great moments. Still Breaking Bad characters to get to. The Insane Clown Posse in studio for the first time. But one of our little interns said goodbye to the show this week. It's bad news when the Opie and Anthony show starts getting cute girl interns. That couldn't be more of a distraction. No work was getting done, and all they were doing was getting rewarded. Well, little Sydney from Florida said goodbye to the Opie and Anthony show this week. She had a very fruitful internship. Not exactly sure what she did, but O&A sure liked her a lot more than they liked me when I was an intern. We say goodbye to Intern Sydney in style here on the countdown.
4.
We're losing Sydney today.
Yeah, where's
Sydney's last day?
You guys never go late.
The beautiful Sydney.
No, we go late a lot.
Yeah.
You wouldn't stay for
Especially
Ricky Gervais.
Well, yeah, that's Ricky.
What?
Seriously.
Yeah, Ricky Gervais.
This
Ricky
is
Gervais.
Sydney.
No, we stay late for the interns.
What?
Every single time.
That's right. Oh, wow. There she is. Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Simply the best.
Absolutely. Of course, the song we play for all the interns to send them off.
Yes, to send them off.
It's been a staple for
we always.
I've been getting shat upon
10 plus
for 8 years. 8
Well,
years. My entire adult life.
I don't know.
Must be nice, Sydney.
Sydney.
Nice.
She's done an amazing job
That's right.
as an intern for the Opie and Anthony show.
What's your favorite thing that she's done?
Look, like I said before, when there's a well-oiled machine because everybody knows what they're doing, you don't notice. You just know it works.
It's not about
So
the
when I would
specifics.
look around and go, oh, my God, I don't even have to notice that this isn't happening or that isn't happening.
Right.
That's how you know that it's working.
And it wouldn't be fair to the staff if we point out, how amazing she's been.
Right.
It's what you do, though.
What?
On a regular basis.
Everyone just knows she was amazing.
They don't want to
Sam.
make you feel bad, Sam. That's what they're
How
saying.
come, no matter what the old interns used to do, I'd be angry, and now I'm not?
I have one
with
guess.
Sydney and Jackie, because they're doing a good job. That's why.
That's right.
Is that it?
Yeah.
This is Sydney's last day. She's going back to Florida to do radio.
Yeah, I got a job.
You got a job.
She's the
job.
first one actually doing radio after her internship.
That is
Congratulations
pretty cool.
on that.
Thank
the first
you.
one.
What are you
Thank
going to be
you.
doing?
I'm going to be doing mostly like board hopping and production stuff.
Well, that's
and
a
then
foot in the door
It
right
is.
there.
And then on either Saturdays or
Cute,
Sundays.
adorable foot right
I
in
don't know
that
what
door.
to
Teeny weeny.
Tiny little,
Tiny little foot in the door.
kissable foot right in the door.
We were there for a second. And
What?
But just because it's her last day doesn't mean
What
you can start
happened?
getting creepy.
We're not being
Start.
We're not being creepy. We're talking about foot in the door.
Right. just like anybody.
That's right.
So what's going on the weekends?
On the weekends, I get like a 4-hour show.
Whoa!
You get your own show?
Yeah.
Whoa! That's pretty incredible.
I'm pretty excited.
Like
That's
Sam
great.
Roberts.
Yeah, but she's going to have a better career than me by the time.
Of course she
within
is.
6 months.
Should we have
Of course.
Danny come in here to give her some quick pointers?
She's going to have a better career than Denny in 6
Yes.
months.
Well, she already does.
What kind of show are you going to do? Like a music show?
Yeah, it's called the Modern Music Channel, which
Oh.
I don't know what that is. But
Modern music.
It replaced
Like Flow
the
Rider?
rock
Don't say that in front of Denny. He'll tell you exactly what that means.
Well, modern music is what, and then blather on.
Right.
What is Sal hanging out there all creepily?
Because Sal doesn't understand how things work. Never.
Yeah. So, your internship here at the Opie and Anthony program, a plus in your life or a minus?
Definite plus.
Yeah?
A solid plus.
Did you enjoy yourself?
I did.
How were your superiors? How did they treat you? With respect?
Very respectful.
Very good. And your boss was Iraq?
Yes.
Was he a good boss?
I would say so.
Wow.
He was a lot of fun.
Can I ask a
What?
question?
Iraq fun?
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Did you ever have to put shit on your head?
That's a negative. I
Did
did
you
not.
ever have to grab
See,
into
Sam?
a toilet?
I did not.
And
Should I
squish
grab
up
the-
duty?
I
Should I
hope
grab
none
this-
of this changes today.
Should I grab the
No.
shaving cream
Okay,
and the
good.
razors? You like your eyebrows?
Oh,
I don't even know what you're talking about,
You
Sam.
never
What are
had
you
to have
talking
your
about? Stop.
eyebrows shaved? No.
No.
Nothing like that.
No.
We thought that kid was Hispanic. We were just doing him a favor. Shaving the eyebrows before they tattoo him back on.
Well,
Might know something about that.
this is
Mars does, certainly.
this is so sad.
Do you know about the tattooing of the...
Sad day. Oh, look.
Oh, wow.
Here it
Balloons,
is.
of course.
Sydney, look, we
Look,
got you.
Red, white, and blue balloons.
balloons.
Jackie, this is exactly what's going to happen to you when you leave
Yes.
us.
It's
You
so
not so
sad.
much, whoever you are. What channel does that kid work for?
The boy intern just brought in
He
the
has
cake
to bring in the cake.
and the balloons.
And the balloons.
And then Jackie walked in behind him holding nothing. I just sat down.
She's already worked hard today.
Exactly.
Insane.
Yes.
I'll help you.
Aw, they're opening up the box. What does that say? Good luck, Sydney.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
This is how you do things, Sam.
Since when?
It's been a while.
Since
I don't know
the
how
beginning.
long. Yeah.
We're
For a
finally
long
seeing
time.
some results here.
You know what
For a long
happened
time.
when I was an intern? I didn't get a goodbye, and then I went back to Syracuse, and I called the show one time.
Scorch.
And you guys didn't take my phone call. That's what happened. You remember that, don't you?
I felt like, who is that guy? What was
Who
his
are
name?
you, though?
And I just sat on hold, like, we'll have to intern Sam. I'm back on the phone. They were like, yeah, we're not taking that call. 45 minutes just pacing in my dorm room.
Sam, it's not
Did you
about
ever wear an adorable little summer dress like that?
No, I could have fit in it, but I did not
Oh,
ever.
you could have back in the day.
Yeah.
What kind of
Not
cake
anymore.
did we get? I know, but why don't you tell the people,
Oh,
Sydney?
what kind is it?
I don't know.
Why don't you cut into it and see, right?
She's got a hand.
Why should I
could use a
spoil
little-
the surprise? I know exactly what kind of cake it is.
I could use a little piece of cake.
But I'd rather you be surprised by what we got.
She's got a handful of red, white, and blue balloons.
Oh, now they're on the mic. Let me. Oh, what's that?
What's the kind of cake?
What's that?
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna have to take a picture. Oh, hold on. Let's
Who's that?
get him out of there.
Who?
Oh,
That's the
cut
boy
cake for
intern
everybody.
who's cutting the cake with his shaky hands.
Oh God! Don't touch it.
You're doing great. You're doing a great job.
Oh, and Sydney's just condescendingly telling him he's doing a great job.
Sydney,
I'm really excited about this cake. I just want it.
Sydney, some thoughts on your internship. Some thoughts.
Oh, I
Maybe
know.
some
We do
highlights.
Highlights?
Or any kind of thoughts.
The fact
in
that there
general.
even were highlights to her internship which shows you how unfair this whole
Don't
thing
touch
has been.
it.
Well, who is this kid? And why
Let
is he touching
Sydney
the
do
cake?
it. If someone's got to touch the cake, I don't mind eating a cake that Sydney's touched.
Take a hike. This is intern douchebag. You take a
Oh,
hike.
look.
It's for the show only.
Wait, he's going to be interning next semester, or
I think I got a great picture right there.
Yeah,
Oh,
Iraq
it's
just
blurry.
literally shoot intern douchebag out of the studio.
Intern
wait, are you guys sad that you guys are separating? Sydney and Jackie, are you sad?
What
you
a
guys
team you've made.
You guys became friends, right?
I'm coming to Florida soon. I'm going to drive to Florida, so I'll go see her.
You guys are now friends,
The
right?
people that work here don't even like each other. How can these two like each other?
Because we're awesome.
Because we have a very good work environment.
Yes.
It's very obvious.
It has been very
Can
nice.
I touch
you
it?
can
Oh,
touch
you can
away.
touch whatever you want.
I don't care.
Smear it all over yourself.
Doesn't it smear it all over yourself?
I'm sure you got a change of clothes.
There's something different
Jackie-
about a cute girl touching the cake that you gotta eat, or some greasy fucking dude.
Jackie, what we're amazed by
Douchebag.
with you, me and Anthony talk about this almost every morning.
What?
We've never seen a duplicate outfit.
Thank you, because
Yeah.
I have actually tried very hard to do that this summer, and I have never worn the same shirt twice.
It's
and
been a fashion show.
I feel
It's been a fashion
honored.
show
I
every
feel
morning.
honored that
I
you
just-
actually noticed.
Oh,
Of course we noticed.
Yes,
I mean,
we noticed.
What do I
when
wear?
someone makes the effort like that, we notice.
You know,
I made a very hard
different-
effort. I make the effort though to try not to repeat
I
Yeah,
outfits.
you're
dress
dead.
great. I
Sam,
try to dress nice
Sam,
all
a
the time.
different outfit
I like that
every
too.
day for her intern.
Every
day.
day. And the last week will be exactly the same.
She'll touch it off with like a little skirt or put the little hat on or
Of
something.
course.
It's just amazing.
We've noticed.
You've never
What kind-
ever
what kind-
appreciated my
What kind of
dress.
U-Haul do you need to get back to Rochester with all the clothes you brought
Right.
down here?
Yeah, me and my mom are going to have a difficult time moving me out. I had at least 3 suitcases of just clothes and shoes.
And you're not even
Wow.
playing the I Don't Care song.
What? What are you talking about?
She's just telling this story, and it's like...
It's a
It's
really good
interesting
story.
and compelling.
It couldn't be less
This is what radio
interesting.
is made for.
It's
This is
exactly
terrific.
what we
Denny
were
would agree
talking
too.
about.
This is compelling.
Exactly.
You didn't...
You're
Oh
always
my
looking for compelling
Not only
content.
were you not playing the I Don't Care song, your arms were actually folded. There wasn't even a thought to play a button.
Look at the haters. Jackie equals worst voice ever.
Well,
That's why
hater.
I'm on air and you're not.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something right now.
it's a bit nasally, but who cares?
Jackie,
Right.
Yes.
bounce.
Thank
He's out
you.
of the room.
Thank you.
Out of the fucking room.
But he's right.
You don't
She's
say
got a-
that
she's
shit.
got a
I got an
horrible
awful accent. It's all right. Everyone's already told me I need speech
I
classes
think it's
before
endearing.
You live in Rochester. That's how they speak. Why are we making fun of her voice? They all
Exactly.
speak out of their noses
I
up
think it's
there. I lived up there.
I think it's very endearing.
just go like this, and you could sound like, you're from
spinach?
Rochester.
Spinach.
See
I
out.
love
Hey,
that.
see out. Does anybody want a piece of cake?
It's not like Minnesota.
Yeah, a little
It's the
bit.
best when Roland makes fun of me, though, because Roland only has one accent for every place in the world, so he always does a hick
Oh, it goes
accent. So I'm from, like, Alabama every time he makes fun of me.
Alabama.
Very nasally up there. in
Isn't that
Western
where they
Europe.
grow spinach? Spinach. I like that.
I brought you
well,
some Alabama
thank you.
spinach.
Thank you. You know what?
Insanity.
The sweetness of the cake represents Sydney's tenure here at the Opie and Anthony show. But it's covering up the bitter part of you having to leave us.
Very sad. Very sad.
Bittersweet moment. You're right.
It's very sweet. It's a sweet moment.
She's supposed to leave. None of you guys notice her today, and then forget she ever existed by Monday.
Yeah.
That's how this works.
Why don't you join the haters on Twitter?
Yeah.
Why don't you go fucking join those
Can we
people?
bounce you?
Right.
No.
Fucking blocking you on Twitter today.
You
How
really
dare
are.
You? You're a fucking hater.
Negative Nelly.
That haterade.
E-Rock
Get that
comment?
shit out of
She
here.
also wants to know that when you're done, if you could take a moment to take a photo with her before you.
Of
Anything.
course.
I'm surprised
know
they
that
didn't
yet.
ask her to take a photo.
I'm camera.
I want a summer camp photo. I do want that.
I made sure I was
Yeah,
camera.
we should.
We do need one.
Their office was summer camp, and you guys
Sam.
just let it be summer camp.
But
Why?
I made sure I was camera ready today.
You did.
I didn't take a picture with Kennedy. I didn't take a picture with any of the Breaking Bad guys.
No.
I haven't taken a picture in a week or so because I didn't feel like I was camera ready. But for you, I'm
You look
camera
handsome.
ready. Thank you.
Which means that you
Thank
knew yesterday or this morning.
I actually got the haircut knowing this day was coming.
Wow.
Why would you know
Wow.
when your last day was?
Because
It's so cute.
Because I checked the calendar around here, Sam. It's been circled for months when her last day was.
She didn't even know what her last day was.
No, me and Anthony did. We knew the whole time.
Yeah,
We just
yeah.
knew in our hearts. We
Yes. In our hearts.
We felt the longing knowing it
We
was
knew.
coming.
We knew. Oh, Sydney,
Oh,
I
shit.
only wish the best for you. I hope this was a
this kind
good
of
one.
budget to bring cakes for the interns.
Of course it does.
It's time we step up. We step up and let the interns know, job well done. That's what I say.
The cake is delicious.
The cake is freaking
It
delicious.
is unbelievably good cake.
It's wonderful.
You're welcome.
Can't stop eating it. It's so wonderful.
I mean, this whole display's been appalling.
What?
As you eat her cake?
It's good cake.
As you eat her cake?
Hey, jealous.
You can't be upset with a cake in your belly. That's
Aw.
not how it works.
Right. Words of wisdom.
And you get to do it next Friday, too.
Aw.
She's just too adorable to be mad.
I know. You can't possibly be
Wait,
mad
why are you
at
done
them.
next Friday? Summer's not over next Friday.
Well, where are you
No,
going?
but you guys decided to take that week off. That was supposed to be my last week.
Oh, no vacation then. That's it.
All right, let's move around our vacation.
Let's move our vacation.
It's not too late.
Let's move our vacation.
We're going to move our vacation around.
No, we can't. It's too late.
No, we got to move it around. Sam.
Jesus. Oh, that's not very nice.
It's too late.
Sydney, final thoughts?
Final thoughts?
Yeah.
That it was a very good way to spend the summer.
I'll
And
bet.
I'm glad everything worked out the way it did.
Yeah. Yes.
And
So are we.
That it was very fun interning with you guys.
Oh.
It was a lot of fun.
We're a delight.
You know what?
You are.
This is so
It's been
telling
known
what
for a
she
long
just said.
time that we're
What?
just a delight.
She looked at Opie and Anthony.
Yeah.
And she said, it's been very nice interning with you guys.
Yeah.
Of course.
Every other intern would shake and say for you guys. Because they've been conditioned that you can't even make eye contact with the talent.
But we never said that.
She's over there going, with my peers, Opie and Anthony.
Well, sure.
Do you know what it's like to walk through that door every morning?
Yes.
Walk past the campgrounds and just look in and say good morning and get a little good morning, hi, hello. It sets the tone for my entire day.
I have a really big accomplishment.
Say good morning to us.
What? Yeah, you know what happened when you walked by my office this morning?
What?
You did this.
I did do that.
I got a nice smile and wave.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
Maybe Ann had a
Good
burp.
morning.
He was just getting rid of a burp. That's
I get good mornings from Kenny.
You do.
And thank yous.
Of course.
I
And you
love
should.
it.
And you should.
I love
Yeah.
it.
I think you had something else you were going to say.
It's an account because he doesn't even talk to Tyler. He doesn't acknowledge Tyler.
Who's that?
But
I don't know
Kenny.
who this Tyler
but I get
guy
good
is.
mornings and
Tyler.
thank yous, and I love it.
You mean intern douchebag?
No, I mean Tyler.
Danny, grab a mic. Don't
Danny's
grab one of
here.
the girls' mics.
No, grab
Sam's. That's fine. That's just fine. No one's going to complain.
Here, forget.
Oh, wow.
Denny.
No, these guys.
She's going,
these guys are the best. And
of course we are. Denny, she's going into radio for
I know,
real. She's
that's
got
great.
her own show. Not technically. She's got her own show. That's how it begins, with a part-time position.
I heard.
We lose interns every semester.
What?
This is not an event.
It's time, though. It's long overdue.
Yeah, sure. We'll have
Definitely. It's long overdue that we should have acknowledged the interns earlier.
Right.
And now we're just starting a trend here.
That's right.
This is going to happen from now on.
Yes.
It might.
Danny?
You shouldn't talk with cake in your mouth under a microphone, Sam.
You're right, Danny.
Just make sure you, give it your all. Give 110% every day.
I usually give about 50.
No,
That's good enough. There's 2 years. 50,
Yeah.
that's 100%.
That's generally what
Give
happens.
110% unless you're wearing a sundress, and then 30 is fine.
30 is a good day's
Yeah, that's the new
work.
math. You know that, right?
Yes.
That's the new math. Denny, give her advice. She's working for a modern music station.
That's very good. Playing contemporary hit music, I guess, right?
Contemporary.
CHR.
Is it CHR?
It's modern music.
Do you know what CHR means?
Contemporary hit music.
Contemporary hit
But
music.
did you know that before he said that?
No.
That's okay.
Unless it's
You'll learn. You'll learn on the job.
Do you learn?
Why? She just said
Those are those things they teach you at radio
music doesn't start
school
with R.
that don't even matter.
Right.
CHR.
Yeah, it's not.
Contemporary hit music.
I thought you said
And everybody
CHM.
goes, yep, you're right.
Well,
CR silent.
notice.
I didn't either.
I'm just like, that's adorable.
Because before she even said anything, it was
cake on my
correct.
Correctamundo. What's the slug line for the station?
It's like brand new because
Yeah,
it
it's
used to
fine.
be.
Yeah, you'll learn that the
It
first
used to be
day.
the
Make
rock
one up.
station I worked at because I had the
Oh.
same thing before I left.
Oh,
It'll be written down somewhere for you. It's fine.
Yeah, you
It's
keep it on
called
a
the
3x5 index card in front of you. Make sure you open and close the microphone with the call letters, the positioning statement, and just always move forward. Move forward. And stay abreast of everything going on in pop culture, like Sam does. I mean, this guy he just knows everything about pop culture.
A lot of good it's done me, too.
It's too bad he's such an.
It's
It's too bad he's such an asshole.
too bad his
Hold on to that.
voice is fucking horrid.
Right.
Sam, you know what you need?
A
suit.
Tell me.
A suit.
A suit.
And processing.
Yeah.
Right, Denny? Huh? Little inside
reverb,
lingo right there. Little
band,
reverb.
yeah,
make,
little,
make believe you're in a gym or something.
Takes care of a world of hurt.
Sam.
Optimod.
Yeah. Sydney.
Yes.
Any chance in the future that you might come back and visit?
If I'm invited,
If you're
of
in,
course.
You're invited.
let me tell you right now, open invite. Anytime you're in town for
What do you
anything,
think? What do you
come
think?
by.
What do you think?
The intern last semester, you shaved his eyebrows, and today you didn't remember his name.
Did we literally kick him out the door
Yes.
at that point?
Yeah.
With no eyebrows.
What are you going to do? It's okay.
Do we have music
Yeah,
for Sydney
yeah.
or anything? Do we have, what do we got?
Any music?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
Of course.
Oh, this is kind of sad.
It's like touching.
She's a rainbow, though. We all know that.
Yes.
She brought sunshine into the studio every day.
Smiles.
Good luck to you,
Do
Sydney.
you know how important
Thank
you. Good
morale
luck to you.
is to anything?
Let's hit the post here.
Yeah, it's what's held this show back for years.
Shut up. Here's the post.
She combs her hair. She's like a rainbow.
The worst is yet to come. More of the Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown. Next.
Do it again on the line.
NFL fans, football's back. It's SiriusXM NFL Radio's 9th annual training camp tour, taking you to every NFL camp. Hear directly from GMs, players, and coaches. Get updates on position battles and an outlook for the upcoming season. Training Camp Tour 2013 continues today, live from the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern, only on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. For a full camp tour and replay schedule, go to SiriusXM.com/NFL.
Fighting. Wow. Fucking. Video games.
I like it.
Drugs.
That is true.
Robots.
That's so ridiculous.
And the apocalypse. Wow. In other words, the Joe Rogan Experience.
This week, historian Dan Carlin.
What if some madness is connected to things in the DNA string or violence? What if you're born to be a rapist and you could get rid of that from somebody's DNA?
Whoa, you're blowing my mind. Experience the Joe Rogan Experience every weekend. Today at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the Opie and Anthony channel.
If you make a lot of money, are self-employed, are a business owner, a well-paid career professional, or a high net worth individual, and you're tired of paying a lot in taxes, we can help. Hi, this is Drew Miles, tax attorney and president of Pathfinder Business Strategies. You've heard our commercials on the radio for the past 3 years. Since January of this year, we've helped our clients save more than $36 million in taxes. In May alone, we helped our clients save nearly $2 million in taxes. The average American pays 31% in taxes. Our clients pay an average of 15% in taxes. If you want to keep more of your money, pay less in taxes, and protect your assets, then call us right now. We'll also send you a free tax report that'll show you how you could save thousands of dollars. So don't write that next quarterly tax payment or mail in your estimated tax bill just yet. Call us right now. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say cut my taxes, and you'll automatically be connected to our offices and instantly receive a text to your phone with a link directly to our website. Just dial pound 250 and say cut my taxes. That's pound 250 and say cut my taxes.
You don't have time for the problems a low credit score creates. But at creditrepair.com, we totally get it. With 15 years of experience helping people find solutions to their credit issues, we work with both your creditors and the credit bureaus to improve your credit score. Although your results may vary, our past customers have seen an average of 11 negative deletions from their credit reports in just 4 months. Call 800-364-6814. 800-364-6814.
Hi, Joe. This is Bob, your banker. I'm sorry, but your business loan has been declined.
That's okay, Bob. Anchor Funding Services already funded my business.
But you have no capital in your business, and you're growing very quickly.
Exactly. Anchor Funding Services gave me immediate cash for my accounts receivable.
Oh, I can send Anchor Funding Services a lot of business. What's their number?
877-70-ANCHOR. That's 877-70-ANCHOR. 877-70-ANCHOR. Or you can go to 70anchor.com. That's 70anchor.com.
Gentlemen, have you heard the news? The miracle blue pill that started it all for treating ED is now available, minus the outrageous pharmacy prices. That's great news because the pill millions of men depend upon is just a phone call away. Don't suffer with ED. Now you can have the same product sent in discreet packaging, conveniently delivered straight to your door by Broadway Services. prices. You won't be paying up to $15 per tablet because now you can receive our Go Blue Value Pack, which contains 60 tablets for the amazing low price of just over $2 per tablet. You heard me right. Just over $2. Call 855-414-BLUE. Receive the blue pill that millions of men rely upon for maximum performance at a fraction of pharmacy prices. Your complete satisfaction is 100% guaranteed. Call 855-414-BLUE and be one of the first 20 listeners who call right now, and we'll include 8 additional tablets absolutely free and free shipping. Call 855-414-BLUE. 855-414-2583. Call 855-414-2583.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Traveling soon? Don't waste your time searching for flight deals. Go to cheapoair.com and save up to 65%. Yes, 65% as compared to the same class, unrestricted, fully refundable published fares. Cheapo Air saves you time. And you can find cheap tickets guaranteed. Mix and match cheap flights at over 450 airlines to find the best price. Cheapo Air has travel specialists standing by 24/7 at 888-657-7773. Book by September 1st and save up to $20 off service fees with promotion code SAVE20. Travel the world for less with Cheapo Air. That's cheapoair.com or 888-657-7773.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Oh, yes, sir, Bob. It's the worst of the week countdown, highlighting all the great moments that happened on O&A this week. I'm Sam Roberts. You can hear me on the Opie Anthony Show and after Opie and Anthony Live. In the meantime, Skylar, who plays Walter White's wife, her name's Anna Gunn in real life, from Breaking Bad. She was on the show this week. We'll hear from her in a second, as well as the first ever appearance of the Insane Clown Posse in the Opie and Anthony studio. Before that, Dean Norris, E-Rock has it spelled Betsy Brandy. He prints these things out for me. I think her name's like Betsy Brandt. I should have looked that up on IMDb. E-Rock says it's Betsy Brandy on this page. So maybe I'm wrong. Probably not. I'm usually not, but who knows. They play a married couple on Breaking Bad. As it turns out, they're not married in real life. However, they were still in studio together. What an amazing thing. From Breaking Bad on the worst of the week countdown.
Hey! Oh, look what we got here.
Dean!
Oh my God, they know each other.
Dean Norris.
So weird.
Where does he go? Where does he go? Come here.
Dean, take a seat right there. That's look. Oh, the happy couple. The happy couple. Now the bubbles are popping.
Oh, they are a popping.
Dean Norris is in studio. He's sitting on Betsy's lap.
You look so handsome. Look at
Doesn't he
him.
look great? Yeah.
How handsome he is.
Yeah, sitting on Betsy's lap.
Oh,
yeah. Is the party over already? Is it over? Is the party over?
No.
No party. No, party's going.
Oh, good,
you
good,
just got
good.
here, honey. Party.
Now it can begin.
It's so odd to see, like, you guys are a goddamn TV show couple. And there you are. It's like watching Lucy and Ricky. It's amazing.
He never stops working. Look at him. He's never stopped working. He's landing the space shuttle right there.
Yeah, yeah. Of
Join
course, Hank.
Yes, sir.
From Breaking Bad. I was just saying, I saw the advance copy. I've been fully involved in the show over the entire course of it. And then I finally saw the first episode of the new season without any spoilers or anything. I got to tell you, wow. I was sitting there just not wanting that screen to go dark and have the credits come up. Because now I got to wait. And the closing scene of that is just, it's brutal. It's subtle brutality.
Yeah.
Because, Walter gives that a threat. It's a threat.
Yeah.
I'll say that much. But it's done in that inimitable, quiet style. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. And as Hank's wife, what role are you going to play in this? I mean, things are going down. We know from last season, of course, Hank took that dump and picked up that book that pretty much revealed what was going on. And now,
what do you mean, what role am I going to... You talk about his dump, and then you ask me what role I'm going to play.
Well,
I mean, she changed my bedpan in season 4, but...
He comes out of the bathroom, and then Marie comes out. She's washing her hands.
You go through this series with... you're very naive.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You're not really willing to accept that something bad's going on.
Oh, well, is it that she's not... You just popped my bubble.
That's right, baby.
You just popped my bubble.
Been popping your bubble for 6 years.
I know, it's working, It's not that she's naive, she just doesn't know.
Yeah, but like you got
Because who look at Walt?
Yeah.
Like, what sister-in-law would be like? You know what I think? I think Walt's a drug kingpin. Look at him in his ugly ass shoes and that sick green car. He's clearly
okay. Good point. But you'd think being married
be
to
paranoid person.
a DEA guy, maybe something would rub off, or you'd get a little info, or you stay out of his work. Except when you were getting his rocks.
I don't think Marie stays out of anything.
Getting my rocks? What? Rocks off?
Getting his
Pop my
rocks
bubbles,
off.
touch my rocks.
It's minerals, motherfucker.
No, you can say that here.
You say motherfucker?
Motherfucker.
Yeah, fuck you. It's fucking rocks. Fucking minerals.
They were minerals, right. Your rocks are here. They're fucking minerals.
God damn, it's so good to not be on TV and you can say fuck.
I know.
All I do, like, for the last, 2 weeks is not say fuck and not say the ending of Breaking Bad.
Right. Those are the two things you're not allowed to do.
Are we not supposed to say the ending?
Oh, man.
Oh, you can.
Wouldn't
You're
that
cool.
be
No, you're my
great?
wife. You can say whatever the fuck you want.
Please say the ending.
I want to know it,
No
but
one wants
then
to know
don't
it.
want to know
No.
it.
No.
I want
wanna
to
know
see
it.
it. I know. I want to see it happen.
You don't want to know it.
No.
Do you know it?
No.
Sometimes you guys don't know it.
Oh, yeah, we know
Oh, yeah,
it.
no, we know.
All right. Sometimes you guys come in here from a series and you don't know for sure.
What are they on? Were they meth?
They know.
It's This is it. This is the end, and there's it has to be a little. It has to be a little emotional, right?
Oh man, seriously.
Yeah.
Especially this week. Sorry. What?
Yeah.
You
I know.
something?
Could you get me a coffee, Dean? Could you order me a coffee?
Dean got one.
Straight up.
Huh? That's straight up. That's how I do my liquor, baby.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
You sure you're good?
Yeah, I had a cup of coffee this morning.
Oh, you did?
Some chocolate with my real husband.
Oh, damn.
I didn't say that to be mean, but it sounded mean, and I didn't mean it.
really
I'm
mean.
married in real life.
Oh,
off
man.
the show. You know that, right? Fuck.
This is ruining everything.
I'm so
ruining
sorry.
everything.
I feel
Yeah.
like I need to tell you. I'm so sorry.
It's a little late, isn't it?
Hey, but I'm always thinking. But I'm always thinking about you, baby.
You're who I really love.
When you play a couple, is there any real attraction there? It's got to be difficult to not feel something if you're playing a married couple.
I feel absolutely nothing.
Not me. I feel it all.
It's a job. They go cut. I run.
I feel it all. No, I miss you so much.
In all seriousness, it was such an amazing thing to have Betsy Brandt play my wife. More than I can tell you. She just added so much. Her inner humanity comes out in the role, and it's such a great thing, because I think it was such a big part of Hank's his own morality. It stemmed. If he wasn't married, he would have broke bad a long time ago. I feel, and I feel like having Betsy play Marie just. It'll always be just an amazing part of, for me, a memory of the show, because she brought all that to it, and it was oh man, just awesome.
Make me cry
oh
again.
shush.
Really, you're gonna make me cry.
It does seem like the only real true loyalty you have is to the family, to your family.
Yeah.
And that pretty much holds you from probably, going the way of Walter.
Going really bad, and he kind of would just think back. At least I did as a character, would always, in the kind of crucial moments, and there are some more crucial moments coming up.
Oh, damn it.
Would always just think back to my wife, and go, all right, that's why I got to be strong, and that's why I got to be the good guy, and go from there.
I love
that's
these
true.
two. I love being a part of this couple.
Yeah.
And to do that with you, but even from the beginning, I love that they would do anything for each other.
Yeah.
And in this show where people are just horrible to each other, and they decapitate this guy and stick his head on a turtle, and we have this beautiful relationship. Yin yang, I think that's what they call it.
In the middle of all that turmoil.
I always loved that.
And trouble. I always refer back to a scene where Hank is basically leaving the DEA, and he gets this elevator, and you never see him make a phone call or anything, but somehow his wife just knows that it's a bad day, and she shows up.
When
she shows up, and I remember
that,
on that day, on like a second. And remember, I said, just don't look at me until we do the take. It was the only time I said some crazy method acting like that. But I did, because it was such an emotional moment, and I just couldn't. But as soon as I looked at her, it was just tears. Just because you know, it's like the worst day, and he's like, fuck. And then the elevator opens, and it's his wife, you know.
Yeah. Wow, that is...
And it didn't. You know how hard it was for me in that moment not to cry? And I remember asking Frida, who did our makeup at the time, I said, did we get it? Did we get it? Did they tell you we got it? And they said yes, and then I just sobbed. Which I did a lot on the show, because Marie doesn't go and cry. And also I think in that moment, she just wouldn't. She's like, no, this is all about you, baby.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's not about me, you know, it's not about me crying, and it's, you know, it's about me being there for you.
Yeah, I know. Awesome.
Well, that's getting really deep into your character when you're on set like that.
Oh my God. It was so fun.
It was fun. I'm going to miss it.
When did you wrap? How long ago?
End of March, beginning of April.
Really?
I honestly don't even know. I feel like I'm in this weird
man.
time zone that I really don't even know. But that sounds right. What he says sounds right.
So you've been doing press and stuff, and then I guess that's kind of and then you're done.
It's crazy. It's kind of hitting me now this week. Like when we wrapped, I had to go to another job, and so did you. So it was less. I don't know. It was. You were kind of emotional about it, but it wasn't. This week though, it's like this kind of final victory tour, you know. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm not going to see these.
I thought I was doing better with it than I am. Now that I'm like, wow, last premiere. Wait, what do you mean last?
Yeah.
It's not coming back.
Yeah, we can fake it though. We can just make up.
I asked him.
We'll just show it again.
I told AMC last night. I said, if you bankroll it, I'll shoot 3 more.
That's it,
we'll show up and do the work.
I'll
Just
do it.
3 more.
I'll do it.
I know.
I'll do it for free.
Who wouldn't?
Who wouldn't?
That's what I said. As long as they bankroll it, and
I think
we'll show up.
A kind of a goofy spin-off where you're almost like the new Ropers. That way, you go from that.
I get to wear a caftan.
Yes.
I'm in.
I love that. I love that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're already on another sitcom. My bad.
Ah, that's right.
I'm sorry, you're stuck in a bubble.
That's a dumb motherfucker.
What is that? How do you do that?
Oh man,
How do you do that?
It's a badass
when you touch
dome.
it and it gets all weird.
Steven Spielberg, man. Oh, you making fun of Steven Spielberg? Is that what you're doing? You want to make fun of Steven Spielberg and his TV show?
Yep.
How about Stephen King? You want to make fun of him too?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not making fun of anybody, Dean. I'm just asking about the special effects. I can't watch that show at night.
Really?
Really, for real, I can't. I told my husband, I'm like, we cannot watch it before we go to bed.
Too creepy?
I can't. It just freaks me out. It freaks me out to be trapped in there. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're all under there, so it's kind of nice.
I just got a pit feeling in my
stomach. A little
stomach.
microcosm of humanity under the dome.
I'm there.
But you're stuck. You're all stuck. What you gonna do with all that fuel?
What you gonna do? Stay tuned.
Hey, Jim. What you gonna do?
And Betsy, you're working with Michael J. Fox.
Yes.
That's got to be pretty damn cool.
It's great.
And now
it's no Dean Norris.
Easy.
No Dean Norris.
Okay, thank you.
But
temper that.
But he's pretty great.
Watch it.
Yeah.
I know.
I swear
do you just feel compelled?
Domestic violence is like this close.
Do you feel compelled to just ask Michael J. Fox Back to the Future questions?
Oh, no,
I would just ask him that all the time. But how many DeLoreans were in that one scene? If you think about it, you'd just be like, shut up.
No, I don't, but I do feel compelled to go, sha-la-la-la.
All right, well, from
Family
Ties, the theme song, yes.
Sha-la-la-la. I hope you can get the rights to that. Otherwise, this whole time
that is pretty good that you two go from Breaking Bad to other
hit shows,
very hit show. Yeah. I mean, come on.
Not too shabby.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
You're gonna have to watch your language, though.
I didn't know. Yeah,
that's another thing.
You're good at that.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
You can't turn to Michael J. Fox and go, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, oh man.
That is usually how I talk to people. I think you confused me with my friend Dean Norris.
Are you normally more reserved or a little potty mouth?
Oh no, I'm a potty mouth, but I try and keep it in check with my children.
Yeah, huh? How old are your kids?
8 and 4.5.
Aw, yeah, those are those very formative years where they'll just pick up everything, right?
There's that time where you're like, oh, my little boy, when he was a toddler, was like, oh, he's not talking
listening
yet. He's not talking. And then he spilled his sippy cup and he goes, God damn it. And I told my husband, I said, it's not like he's trying to say fork and he says fuck, which we think is hilarious. Or instead of sit, he says shit, also really funny.
There's plenty of videos out there,
cursing. And then I posted on my Facebook page, I go, my little boy said, God damn it today. And I said, he totally gets that fucking shit from my husband. It's a fucking shit language for my husband.
So a little bit of a potty mouth, yeah.
A little bit, but I really try and keep it in check. It's just sometimes there's no better word.
Fuck's a great word.
Yeah.
There's just no better word.
It is.
People should get off their ass about it, too.
Right.
Like, fuck you, man. It's a fucking great word.
We were talking about Breaking Bad and how it's so good to have these networks now that allow real gritty language like that. Because years ago, you had TV shows, detective shows or whatnot, and it just took that edge off of it.
Dang it.
Yeah. You're like, no one would
darn it.
talk like that. It takes away from the character.
Absolutely.
Because they would talk like that.
Right.
Yeah. And the Hank character is great. And for the entire series, you're just like, come on! Although you love Walter, you don't want him getting caught, but you don't want Hank looking like a total idiot.
But he doesn't. I mean,
no, that's just
how
it.
amazing is that?
Great writing.
You haven't caught him,
writing.
and it's so. And you clearly you're smart. Your character is smart.
Well, thank you.
Your character is so smart. But he doesn't.
Fucking need that. Like, I need that from you. Thanks. Oh, I thought it was really stupid. Thanks for, like...
Wow, they do sound married.
Damn.
I'm not going to tell you you're handsome anymore.
Yes, you
No, I'm not.
How about sexy?
No, I'm not.
Oh, come on.
God,
come
I
on.
can't
Come
help
on.
it. Yes, you're sexy, Dean Norris. Oh, God damn it. You're so sexy. But seriously, how great is that writing?
It is.
That you can have this whole cat and mouse thing.
It's
It works for both of you.
Right. I always thought that was really because he got me so close, and it made sense that he didn't quite get it. And he figures out Gus Fring, and he figures out some other things, you know. But I thought it was, and sometimes it's funny. There's one scene that's not a very popular scene, but where I'm almost kind of catching him, and Walt kind of squeals up next to me, and he kind of distracts me, and he does his little kind of Malcolm in the Middle thing.
The Malcolm in the Middle
He's
guy.
like, hey, and I was like, wow, what the hell's this guy, you know?
Yeah.
But so there's times where it's funny that that Hank doesn't catch him, and other times it's serious. But I always thought it was good writing that they got, got him out of it. So.
I do like when he pops in with that Malcolm in the Middle character every so often. It's so goofy.
It is.
And then when you think of how ruthless he is, it makes it that much better.
Yeah.
One of my favorite scenes is when you're loading up the bags in the car, and he said, "What you got in here?"
Yeah.
$1 million in cash.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
So funny.
Yeah, or when you notice the WW
and the first time,
and he just goes, "You got me," and it's like, no, it is him.
Yeah.
Come on.
Did you really want to be killed off in the first season to do a comedy pilot?
It wasn't the first season. It was. I'll explain that. They picked up the last season, and it was 16 instead of 13. So we go, okay, great. They're going to shoot all 16, and then we'll be free to do other stuff. And then the corporate. Can I say douchebags?
Yeah, you should.
What are they going to do? Fire you?
Yeah, right. Fuck them. So these douchebags decide that they're going to split it into 2 8 things for their own financial purposes. They're giving a fuck about my financial reasons. So I got to sit there and wait a whole year because I can't do anything else because I'm contracted to do a measly 8 more episodes, right? So I'm like, I got a few kids to feed myself, and I said, how about wouldn't it be great if the cliffhanger of the first 8, since you're going to do it this way, Hank dies, that way it frees me up to do another show. And, of course, they said no, because we need you for the last 8. And I'm glad they did. And they ultimately did free me up in time, and you too, to do another show. But originally that wouldn't have been the case. Then you'd be sitting on your ass for another year waiting for another pilot. You know?
That's got to be frustrating.
So I was like, I love the show, and I'm down with art and all that stuff, but, I act to live. I don't live to act, you know what I'm saying?
I love that. You're such an opposite of some of the people we've had come through here.
Paid the whole time?
I would do anything. I stood for 4 years in the desert just to do the last 8 episodes of Breaking Bad. I don't care. I'll starve.
Pay me.
I'll starve. I'm like, fuck it, man. I need another job, you know?
Pay me.
Yeah. It's called Under the Dome, CBS, baby.
Yeah, Under the Dome.
Motherfucker.
That's huge. That is huge. You were in fucking Total Recall.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
You were,
no, not you.
Before my time.
You got a lot of nerve sharing your face around here,
That's
Hauser.
before my time.
Look who's talking.
That's the line. You got a lot of nerve showing your face
around here, Hauser.
Who are you in Terminator 2?
Were you doing Arnold Schwarzenegger again?
I think I believe it or not, I think it was probably the highest paid per line because I had like one line and I was on that movie for like 2 months. This is back in the day when they would take they didn't give a shit. Caracol was throwing money out, and we're like, oh wow, you're paying me to sit here for a month in a hotel? Great. And then I go and do one line, I forgot what the line was. I show up, I'm a SWAT team leader, and I show up and I want to point the gun at somebody and say something like, don't do it or something.
How much did you get paid per word?
Per word, I'm saying. If you added 2 months of pay for 1 word.
That ain't bad.
That ain't bad.
Yeah, no shit.
Right.
What else have you, what did you early on work on? Anything we'd know? I didn't dig in.
Thank you.
Not you, Jimmy.
You could find it in old video stores,
for that.
if you know what I'm saying.
A
Most
lot
of it was
some
old
people
video.
call it adult films. I call them art. That's how I met Dean.
I wish. Oh,
and
early
he
days.
said, "Let me get you on the show. Little show I'm doing on cable." I did mostly, I did some movies, but it's smaller indie movies. I did one movie with Blythe Danner and Peter Fonda, which was really fun.
Oh, wow.
And then I did just a lot of drama on TV.
Yeah.
And it's like once you start doing drama, people see that, and then you just do more of it. But it was really fun to do.
You
so
on
that's
some
what I did.
Lifetime movies?
No.
Where the husband, all of a sudden, he's the greatest guy in the world, and then, oh boy.
No.
And
You know
the
what
best friend always knows he was a scumbag.
Right.
No, I never did anything like that. But what I am disappointed I never did that show with David Caruso.
NYPD?
No.
CSI Miami.
CSI Miami.
Yeah. Oh. I did NYPD Blue.
Yes.
The
That
first
was before
season
my
with
time
David
also.
Caruso.
Yes.
And I was ready to go. That was my first serious TV gig. And I had a contract to go for the second season. And I'm like all excited. And over the summer, I hear fucking Caruso decides that he's going to quit.
And do movies.
Jade. Ooh, that
worked out for him.
That was a good one.
That was the worst decision. That was worse than fucking McLean Stevenson leaving MASH.
That's the number. That's probably the worst decision in all.
Yeah.
It's one of them.
It's right up there.
Because I was his best friend. So my 6 episodes I was going to do the next year was
your character all of a sudden becomes irrelevant.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah.
Wow, that was
early on when that mattered, that would have.
Yeah, you're probably like, well, that's it. I'll never act again.
Yeah.
I'm never going to get another gig.
No, half the time I've been in LA, I've been on Breaking Bad.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's most of it. So really been in New Mexico.
Yeah, I know.
Betsy has to go.
Yeah, that's.
Betsy
sounds
has
like
to go.
I have to pee.
You have to go.
I have to go. Am
Why
I
does she have to
bubble?
go?
Is it my bubbles?
She's still got bubbles to pop.
You're a busy girl. You're promoting. What's
Where
the
did you
name
get
of
the
the Michael J. Fox show?
Michael J. Fox show?
It's called Michael J. Fox Show.
Yeah.
All right.
We just went out there and we were like, hey, let's call it the Michael J. Fox Show.
This woman right here is the new Lucille Ball. I've been telling her that for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
You always did say that, and I love that about you.
After Michael J. Fox, it's going to be like the Betsy Brandt show.
I do tell Mike, I say, for the Michael J. Fox show, I really thought it would be a lot more about me.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it will be.
I want more dancing on the show because there's really no dancing on the show.
You do that chocolate thing where you...
Yeah.
When, the chocolate's going by, the Lucille...
Yes, Lucy's shoving the chocolate in her face.
Right. I step on the grapes.
Yeah, that'd be great. Stepping on the grapes.
Bring a vat of grapes in, and I'm going to stop.
And then you get all starstruck by celebrities.
Right. Yeah.
You try to break into their houses in Hollywood.
I do get started. I met Linda Lavin in the kitchen of the Beverly Hilton this weekend.
There's a new girl in town. I thought she had passed.
Oh.
She's doing a Broadway show.
Are you fucking kidding me? Linda Lavin?
Oh, hold on. No, I'm thinking of the other one from the one with Schneider.
So you're thinking of
on the show.
Are you thinking of
Bonnie
Franklin?
Bonnie Franklin. Banana, Bonnie Franklin. I know. No, because I was always into the Linda Lavin, the Alice theme song that she sang. It's like, not only does she star in the show, she's singing the theme song.
She sang this theme song?
Yes, she did.
It's so bad.
Cool.
She's like all like jazz club. There's a new girl in town and she's looking good. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I'll see that show.
You think the guy a fresh second face in the neighborhood? And it's like, you think they would be like, maybe we should get someone else to sing this.
Do you think I could sing the Under the Dome?
Yes,
oh my God, that was
Could
good.
you make that happen?
I can make that happen. I can make that happen.
There's a new dome in town.
Who indexes the dome so you could see? Is that a... Wow. Bomb-a-rooney.
I actually thought that was a serious question.
Yeah,
no.
For a moment, I did.
I did too. But that's funny.
Thank you.
Wait, is there a scene where birds fly into the dome?
I like that they have like TVs everywhere, so I can totally watch TV while I'm talking. It's fucking great.
She's really got to go.
That's a funny comment.
They're dragging her out of here. Betsy really has to go.
But MasterCard is up by $12 fucking dollars.
We check our stocks.
And there's that guy who always...
S&P above
Betsy
1,700.
Brandt. Betsy Brandt will be looking for you in Breaking Bad and the Michael J. Fox show. You're going to hate your next interview that you go to. You're going to hate it.
Yeah, it's not going to be as good as what they just did there. Yeah, bring the...
All right.
We got to take a quick break. For,
you got to take breaks?
Oh,
real
man.
Fast. Can you stick around?
Is there...
Why is this shit now?
He's good to stick around.
Nah, yeah, I wasn't even supposed to start till...
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we'll be right back. We'll be right back.
All right.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie Anthony channel.
The bands that are about to break through at this year's Lollapalooza Festival were dropped on you months ago on SiriusXM's Alt Nation. Hear exclusive reports, news, and interviews with the bands everyone will be talking about next week. This weekend, during Alt Nation's Sounds of Summer 2013 coverage of Lollapalooza from Grant Park in Chicago. New Music Discovery is our middle name. Or it would be if we had one. All this weekend on SiriusXM 36. Alt Nation.
Please repeat after me. I am prepared. I am proactive. I use Carbonite. Way to go. Carbonite is backing up your computer files to the cloud for you, automatically and continually, whenever your computer is connected to the internet. And if you don't have Carbonite yet, please don't risk losing your files forever. Be prepared. Be proactive. Get Carbonite before you have a computer disaster. Not only does Carbonite back up your files for you automatically, you can also access your backed up files on your smartphone or tablet with a free Carbonite app. Unlimited backup space for your PC or Mac is just $59.99 a year. And if you run a small business, Carbonite will back up all your computers, servers, and external drives for a low flat annual fee. Start a free trial today at Carbonite.com. No credit card required. Use offer code RADIO and get 2 bonus months with purchase. Carbonite.com. Offer code RADIO.
You know trading, but do you know Nadex? There's a new, innovative way to trade, and right now, you're missing out. Get on board and join the Nadex movement.
Step inside. Doors closing.
Use your insight to answer yes-no questions about the markets like, will non-farm payrolls send the S&P higher? Turn slow markets into big opportunities with Nadex binary options.
Your destination is approaching.
It's time to get on board. Learn more about binary options at nadex.com. That's NADEX.com.
Futures, options, and swaps trading involves risk and may not be appropriate for all investors.
Ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University offers over 20 bachelor degree programs you can earn 100% online. Enroll today and experience quality without compromise. Through ASU's online program, you'll earn the exact same degree on-campus students earn, but with all the flexibility offered by our state-of-the-art online learning technology. Get the same world-renowned faculty, same great quality, and same worldwide recognition. Now's the time. ASU Online is the place. Call 855-JOIN-ASU. That's 855-JOIN-ASU.
Are you an inventor? Or do you know an inventor who would like to attempt to have an invention or idea patented and submitted to industry? InventHelp, America's largest invention company, has inventors' information you can have free. Record your invention's date of origination. Plus, get an informative brochure and other material of interest to new inventors from the company whose patent referral services have helped secure more than 7,000 patents. Even if you only have an idea for improving an existing product and don't know where to go with it, you'll want this free inventor's information. It shows how InventHelp may assist you in trying to patent your invention and submit it to industry. It's a free call, so call now. 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. Call toll free at 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. InventHelp is a fee-based company.
Hi, this is Bob Diener, president of GetAroom.com. I'm here to tell you about a great deal in New York City, the #1 destination being booked now on GetAroom.com. Through the end of August, the Days Hotel Broadway on the Upper West Side is offering 20% off the rates on GetAroom.com from $103 a night. We've got deals in Vegas at MGM on the Strip, Westgate Lakes in Orlando for 25% off, tons more. GetAroom.com.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Moving right along, it's the worst of the week countdown, highlighting everything wonderful that happened on O&A this week. I'm Sam Roberts from Opie and Anthony and After Opie and Anthony Live, and of course, the Sam Roberts Show, Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Opie and Anthony channel, which will feature Howie Mandel this week. Very exciting. We'll get to Anna Gunn in a moment. She plays Skylar on Breaking Bad. She was on the show. In a moment. First, the Insane Clown Posse was in studio for the very first time on Opie and Anthony this week, and it was so exciting because the Insane Clown Posse are just ridiculous. I don't understand how anybody could have real venom towards these guys. They're a very hated group, but it's just like they're just goofs. Like, just enjoy the ridiculousness of the whole thing, the pageantry of everything. I think Opie and Anthony did. They came by and they talked about everything. They talked about being self-made. They talked about everything that they do, and they were wearing clown paint. There's a picture of me posing with the Insane Clown Posse. They have the paint on. I have the clown hair. It's on my Instagram and Twitter, which are both @NotSam, if you want to see what they look like. Insane Clown Posse on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Number two.
We used to do a lot of road shows, and we get the girls to flash, but you get like totally nude women to just walk around the whole time.
Let me just say, having attended every gathering, top quality nudity girls too.
Top quality. Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you've seen that in the photos.
We saw some top quality and saw some,
a couple of their friends that came along.
What? All I've ever seen is the highest of standards at the gathering. That's the way we like it. And nobody, on a real tip, everybody's accepted. Yeah. I mean, you can be a 600-pound dude walking with your shirt off in the heat, and nobody's even gonna double take it from me.
E-Rock's gonna love going.
I've peeled my shirt off plenty of times. And nobody's done a double take so much as said holy. Everything's always been great.
So you're saying nobody should be self-conscious about being not perfect physically because nobody gives a shit.
Not together.
It could be the most hideous broad in the world. You know what I'm saying? Just asshole naked. You know what I'm saying? And there's gonna be a dude there like, "What's up?"
Exactly. A lot of sex going on.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. That's pretty fucking cool, too.
I know a porn girl who's obsessed with you guys, and I'm obsessed with her. She only does, like, lesbian porn, so she won't let me near her pussy, but she's fucking sexy, and she goes every year, and she says she's totally naked, and she's like, it's really weird, like, nobody touches you or does anything shitty, and she's like, one guy grabbed her, and then she's like, other people jumped in and, like, fucking smashed him, and like, she's like, it's oddly respectful when you're naked. People aren't fucking that big of animals.
That's why I walk around naked.
That's all their way of hoping to get some pussy.
Right. The white knight fucking guy. Hey, leave her alone. And he's fucking got his dick out.
The one that wants to save her. It's already hard.
Yeah. Shit.
But I'm just amazed that you got it to the point where they walk around naked. Like, it didn't start out that way. You had to slowly ease into that.
Well, it's a badge of freedom. It's a way. Even if these people aren't the type to normally do that. It's a way of saying, man, we're free this weekend. We're free for these 5 days, 4 days, whatever it is. We're free, and that's why you get people who maybe not normally flaunt their titties flaunting away because, man, they just want to wave that flag. They just want to take advantage of the opportunity. I can do this, so I'm doing it.
And how many people will attend the festival in 4 days?
We were talking about this the other day. It swings back and forth, One year to be about 6,000, the next year to be 16,000, and then we'll put together a killer lineup, and we'll be like, this year it's easily going to be 20,000, and then it'll go back down to 6,000. You know what I mean?
It
goes back down to 6,000. So it really don't. It's just wildly different all the time. You know what I mean?
And it's impossible to get an exact count because so many people sneak in.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I mean, it's just a campground in the middle of
it's kind of hard.
Nothing,
you're not going to fence off a whole friggin' area.
Crazy acres.
Yeah.
But how did you choose that place? Because they say it is in the middle of nowhere. It's hard to get cell service. What made that the place you guys said, let's do it?
This really genuinely is the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, straight up.
I'm talking about, 30 miles west of nothing and 45 kilometers near bomb testing sites. It's way the middle of fucking Booney Tunes. And that's another part of the freedom, because it's not even near civilization. Cell phones go out 30 miles around the gathering.
Wow.
People complain about other festivals where they don't get internet. Cell phones.
Yeah, you ain't using your
phone. With the wind at the gathering, you can't have no cell phone technology. You can't have none of that flavor. It's like primitive living. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. In this day and age, not to have your cell phone for 4 or 5 days.
People freak out. Yeah.
Your fans have to love you.
Some people freak out over it.
What are some of the events at the festival for the people that don't know?
Well, just saying one thing about the cell phones thing. Strangely enough, there's this stone pig. It's like a statue pig.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
And if you stand on top of the pig and lean down and stick your finger in its butthole, you will get reception. And I'm serious about that. I'm serious. Out of all the grounds, the only place you got to go to sit on a pig or stand on it, stick your finger in the butthole.
Wow,
and
you get a
strangely enough, gets a reception. It's wonderful.
I'd like to see that happen.
In case of emergencies, you are covered.
Right. Emergency, stick that finger in the butthole, and you'll be all right.
Did you guys? Because you fucking do everything yourself. And at what point did you say, like, enough with worrying about record labels and the industry and the business, and we're just going to make this happen with just us? Like, what happened that got you to that point where you just kind of said, fuck it, let's do this ourselves?
Because every label we've been on, you know what I'm saying? It's the same old story. You know, they don't know how to market us. They don't know what to do with us and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, we've been on mad different labels, but we never got kicked off a label. We always found a loophole to get out or something. You know what I'm saying? So,
where do you market something like us?
Right.
Though,
So,
you know?
I mean, nobody knows how to do it but us, you know? So we're just like, all right, who needs that? You know what I'm saying?
It's like, fuck it, I'm making a movie.
Right.
You're like, fuck, let's make a Western.
Well, you know, they want to promote it. They want to promote it, but there's no, you know, why make a video? Nobody's gonna spin it. You know what I mean? No channels are gonna spin it. They never have. You know.
Right.
And they want to be able to support.
No radio stations are gonna play it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how do they do that? You know what I'm saying? Nobody understands how to do it but us. You know, even if we had meetings and tell them, they never do it anyhow.
They wouldn't do it anyway. Right.
You know.
Right.
So you guys just do it now with being online the last 20 years. I mean, it's gotten better and better and better. So it's like, it's got to be, it's harder in 1989 to pull off viral stuff. It's like a fucking videotape.
Right.
And now you just upload it, and it's so much easier to not depend on the industry.
Let me tell you about the 1998 days. Physical work, brother. I'm serious. Physical pressing up samplers. Pressing up samplers and physically hitting this town and looking for the strips where all the cars are bumping up and down the avenue and handing them out left and right, you know what I'm saying? Going to the high schools at 3 o'clock, and when the bell rings, I have every exit covered and hitting them up with samplers, so every kid coming out of high school is getting a sampler, and then pack those vans up and roll to the next town the next day, so you're there in the morning, you're there at night, and out of these high schools, you know, thinking of where the most people are going to be so you can hand out these samplers. That was honestly how we did it in the early days, you know, flyer and sampler. We used to look forward to New Year's Eve just because we knew the clubs would be full. You know what I mean? We can flyer more. We can get more flyering done. You know, it was like relentless. You know, that was the way we did it. And so when bands ask today, how do you do it today? You know, it's different because a lot of the technology we used to do is gone. I mean, it's the other way around.
Right. We used to literally spend like 48 hours straight at Kinko's. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you'd have to go to the print places. Fucking
it's like, what do you need Kinko's for?
Shove shit under windshield wipers.
We lived at Kinko's, man. We had all the benefits of Kinko's.
That's fucked up, man.
You paid your dues.
Damn.
You really paid your dues and fucking did all this legwork that a lot of bands don't have to do or wouldn't be willing to do. And had you just depended on the industry, they might have let you guys go away. It's great that you didn't fucking let that happen.
We've been let go away plenty of times. You know what I'm saying? Like just sent, you know, just figured, fuck them, you know. But we always find a way to, you know, keep it moving. And truly, it's a lot of beauty to be an underground. You know what I'm saying? And I mean that. When you're underground, your destiny is in your hands.
Yeah.
Think about it. You know, not to say anything's wrong with Kid Rock, but think about being like an artist like, well, Kid Rock's different because he's at that huge level of stardom.
Right, he's at that
think you're in a band, right? And MTV picked up your new single. You know, you just were released this year. You got a hit single. You're in effect. You're touring. You got this hit single. Everybody's looking to see who you are. It's all in effect. Then next year or the year comes after that, it's time for your new album. You better hope MTV or whoever is in the same mood they were 2 years ago.
Wow.
When your CD comes flying across their desk, because they might be like, fuck this band, you know what I'm saying? And you're done with after that.
Wow,
you have no backup plan, you know what I mean? Once somebody somewhere, some bigwig says, I don't want to fuck with it, you know, or I'm not feeling that no more, you know, my little sister used to play that shit to death, got me bored. No more of that, you know what I mean? That's it, you're done with. But at least when you're underground, when you're doing it yourself, it's all up to you how successful you want to be. only there's a cap. You can't be too successful, but at least you can survive, and that's a definite. You know you can get out there and pound the pavement and hit the road and stay on the road and stay at work as long as you need to be relevant.
Right.
And to maintain and to be, part of the industry. And it's hard work, but at least your fate is in your own hands, and it's not up to somebody else who's having a bad day and says, fuck them, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and then you're bummed out from there. Next thing you know, your record label drops you. It's just not happening like it was a couple years ago, sorry.
Right.
And it sucks because you had nothing to do with it, whether that shit was good or not. Doesn't matter, So,
how often are you doing stuff for the band? Is it every day? Yeah.
We have a building.
Every day.
We have a building with 34 employees in one of them, and another building with, I believe, 6 employees. And it's all day, every day. Every
What kind of stuff
day.
do they do on a regular day?
Because no one really knows the business of this, It's crazy.
We got like a video department. We got like a
we got four
department,
guys working in the video department, and they're putting together the infomercials. They're putting together the regular commercials. They're putting together our videos. They're putting together little.
We got
documentaries
merchandising
about us.
we got a whole warehouse just for printing merchandise.
Not only do we have a web store that ships and orders from anywhere in the world, but we also have a web store down the street that actually creates the shit, the screen printing, the web embroidering, all of that shit, you know what I mean? So we do everything, and then you go upstairs, we got people who run the websites, not only of InsaneClownPosse.com, but also all the other groups on our label, So we got a hard-working gang of people. And every morning, we sit around this big presidential table. You should see this motherfucking table, man. I don't know where we got it, but it had to be straight out of the Oval Office. This motherfucker
presidential table.
And it's huge. And everybody sits around it. We kind of go around the table, and everybody talks about what everybody's doing. That way, everybody can give advice to everybody, and everybody's kind of involved in everything going on. And it's just that. It's every day, man. It's hard work, but
how long you guys been at it?
Since 1989.
Wow. Over 20 years.
And you guys met in Detroit. Did you guys come up with any of the other ones we know, like Eminem? And
all of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
You're all about the same age?
Well, Eminem was a little bit different. Kid Rock.
I know you guys didn't really like each other.
Well, Eminem
didn't see eye to eye.
Eminem kind of came up a different
a whole different route. Because in Detroit, when we were coming up, that was like the big thing was, pressing up your own records, going around, putting them on consignment, whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Doing it all yourself.
Right. He was more like,
looking for a record
battle
deal.
rapping in a circle and, sending out his demos.
Right.
He was taking the approach, which is fine. There's 2 different approaches. There's, prove yourself that you can sell records by doing it on your own and fuck waiting for a record label. Just get out there and grind and press up, get your first $500 and press up your first 500 cassettes. Sell those and try to order 1,000 cassettes, that route. And then there's the other route where you're entering the freestyle battles and you're showing you got skills and talent and you're out there grinding, trying to get discovered,
Right.
Yeah.
Which is another smart way to do it, obviously. And so, Eminem's circle was in a circle that we weren't really a part of. You know what I mean? We didn't hang out at the places they hung out at. We didn't really do the shows with the people they were doing shows with. It was just different, But Kid Rock was heavily a part of what we were doing.
Yeah.
Kid Rock was out there grinding years before, he made anything happen. He was grinding. He deserves everything he's got in reality, And he's not even our friend. We're just saying
Right, yeah. I don't like him. I don't like his music, but I gotta respect him. You
don't like him?
No.
Why?
No,
Why?
It just, even back in the day when we were all coming up, he just a big head kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying. But I gotta respect him like crazy because of the grind he put in before he blew up into a mega star.
No one handed it to him.
No, so exactly.
But what was the problem with Eminem?
Well, the first time we ever met him, he came into a club, and It was kind of like it was a hip hop night at the club, you know, and we don't normally go there anyway. And we usually be outside of the clubs.
Yeah,
flying,
we never was just in clubs hanging out. You know?
yeah. But for some reason, we were up in there that night, and he came up to us and gave us a flyer, and it said,
"Now, mind you, didn't nobody know who this guy was? I mean, you know, he didn't have a name out there or nothing in Detroit.
We never heard of him. We might have heard of the name or something, but that was it. But he gave us a flyer, and it said, "Come to Eminem's record release party, you know, and special guest maybe." And it said ICP, Kid Rock, and Esham, who were like the 3 top names of Detroit at that time. And it said maybe, you know what I mean?
Had question marks after.
And I was like, why do you got a name? Why do you got our name on there like we might be there? And he was like, "'Cause you might be there. I'm asking you now." And I'm like, well, fair enough. You know what I'm saying? That's not a bad way to promote it.
It's kind of ballsy.
We might be like, well, maybe Dr. Dre will be at our shit. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's true. We might have been there if everything would have been. Well, maybe we would have hit it off that night and been cool, you know. But we were just like, man, don't promote our name on there without talking to us. You know, that's just kind of shitty, you know. And then next thing you know, he was blowing up and he was doing little interviews around Detroit and he was dissing us in the paper here and there and saying they don't count, clown rap don't count, which is pretty much how we've always been treated. Mm-hmm. You know, clowns. How you take this shit seriously? You know what I mean? To this day, we don't get taken seriously.
Yeah.
So I mean, why should we? You know, we love it now. We love not being taken seriously.
Was there a point where you wanted to be taken seriously, or did you always just say fuck it?
I think in the beginning we probably wanted to be taken seriously. Yeah. But you know, we have no complaints of where we're at now.
No,
I wouldn't this for nothing.
I wouldn't doubt it.
But did you ever think of, like, along that line, did you ever think of, like, kind of, all right, we should change this because they're not accepting it? Not out of artistically we don't care, but like, fuck, man, this is frustrating. Before you actually went off and did your own thing?
Nope. Never thought about changing nothing. No. You know what I'm saying? That was just the path it was on, you know? And, you know.
We were so driven, man.
Yeah, big time.
We thought what we were doing was so fucking fresh, man. It was guaranteed to hit, man.
And it was. I mean, in Detroit, it's like we were like mega stars in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? And that once it started catching everywhere else, that's where it started, you know, people were like, you know. Because you got to understand, in Detroit back in the day, you know what I'm saying, back in like the early 90s and whatnot, everybody that was coming out of Detroit had some kind of stick to him, some kind of gimmick, you know what I'm saying? One of the guys on top, his name was Esham, you know what I'm saying? He was like a satanic guy that rapped about the devil and shit, you know what I'm saying? On stage, he'd like come out of a coffin and all that shit, you know, and it'd be set up like a graveyard and all that, you know? Then you had Kid Rock, he was like the hillbilly rapper kid, you know what I'm saying?
He would be driving a tractor in his videos, you know, with a cowboy hat on.
And, I mean, everybody, even like kids that were like barely even known or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Would wear pumpkin masks or, you know what I'm saying? They'd be doing whatever, you know, everybody was doing that shit in Detroit, you know what I'm saying?
Look like wrestling. They had like a gimmick, you know. That was what Detroit was doing back then, you know. And if you think about it, if you really think about it, a lot of the rock that throughout Detroit's history has been like that too, you know. Even if they weren't from Detroit and if they had a gimmick, they did well in Detroit, like Kiss, like Alice Cooper, you know what I mean? If you were doing some old outrageous, crazy shit, Detroit loves you.
Why Detroit? Doing the outrageous stuff.
Probably because it's outrageous and crazy to live there. You know what I'm saying? It's like a nuclear war zone there, man.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of outrageous acts that came from Detroit.
Yeah, that's Kiss's biggest market.
Sure.
Fucking, I think that was the first one.
You guys still out of Detroit, or have you moved on from living there? Or?
Well, you know, we live.
I live way out, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's still, you know, southeast of Michigan.
Yeah, we live in Detroit, but we don't live in the city. We live on the outside. But
is the city as bad as they say? It's really falling apart.
It sucks, yeah.
There's good parts.
They try like, you know, building up some of the shitty parts, but there's just too many shitty parts to stay on top of, Christ. I guess. You know what I'm saying?
My beef with Detroit is, you know, everything's divided by races. Like one street will divide, you know, white people and black people. One street for miles, you know.
It's insane. On the east side, there's a city called Grosse Pointe, which like butts up against Detroit, and there's actually a fucking wall separating that suburb from Detroit in people's backyards. You know what I'm saying? It goes right. A fucking like 9-foot tall wall. You know what I'm saying? It's insane.
So these rich people got this huge wall in their backyard, you know, and over that wall, it's like a ghetto neighborhood, you know, and that wall runs for miles and miles. It's just fucked up, man.
Wow.
That's my beef, because once we started traveling, we started to see that, you know.
Right, you'd be like at a nice restaurant or something, you know what I'm saying, like in the middle of a neighborhood somewhere, and you'd be like, oh, we must be, and you'd be like in, say, I don't know, Dallas or something, you know what I'm saying? And you'd ask the waitress or whatever, you'd be like, where are we at? She'd be like, in Dallas. Well, I understand that, but like, what city outside of Dallas?
Yeah,
like, no,
yeah.
you're actually in Dallas.
Like,
Like,
oh, man.
this is weird. You know what I'm saying? What?
I didn't see the wall. What happened?
You got a Fridays in Dallas? Because we didn't have shit like that in the city.
Yeah, yeah.
There wasn't no malls or Bennigan's or no shit like that in the city limits.
What were you doing before
no
the
7-Elevens
band?
in Detroit. Like,
No, they'd be ravaged, I would gather. What were you doing before the band? Did you work? What?
Oh yeah, we were. Well, I worked over 50 jobs. I mean, you name it, I did it from car wash to dishwasher and all that shit. But our freshest job was pro wrestling. You know, we were wrestlers, and Shaggy was my manager for the most part, but he was also a wrestler.
Yeah. Did you guys come close to making it in that world?
You know, later. We went to WWE,
right.
and we had a run there as ICP.
Right.
But it wasn't because we were great wrestlers. It was because of ICP.
Right.
You know?
I remember that.
I wish I could sit here and say, yeah, we did. We made it because of our wrestling skills, you know. And we also went to WCW, too, which was a dream come true, you know. We could brag about that shit forever. But back in the day, before ICP, we were wrestling around the Midwest, you know, taking bookings, you know, for $75, get out there and only get paid $15.
$15 for taking some fucking bumps all night.
There's like 20 people, you know what I'm saying, in a high school gym or the VFW hall.
Wow.
That's the independent wrestling circuit, man.
Right.
And sitting in the dressing room with big, fat, naked dudes with
you're marinating, you're like
balls
17 years old, right? There's an 80-year-old guy with his like old dick just
80-year-old balls looking right at you. You know, just sitting there. Hey, come over here. Let me give you some advice. Come here, sit down. You're like, no.
Just conversing asshole naked. Who does that? Wrestlers do, you know?
Go ahead, sit right
You just can't put some underwear or something on, guy.
It's really easy to put underpants on. It's really not that much of a...
I think I almost stepped on your balls.
Oh, wow.
Don't worry about those. I can't feel them.
Fuck, man, you guys, wow.
So, but yeah, wrestling was the
fucking
shit.
hard.
Once again, man, that's no, you know, man, we love the fact that we did wrestling. You know what I mean? We love every hardship, man. We're so happy. We're so proud. You got to understand, when you come up with nothing, it doesn't take much to make you appreciate happiness. You know, if you come up with little, it only takes little to make you feel like you made it. You know?
Well, how little did you guys come up with? What kind of families did you come from?
Pretty fucking little.
Really?
Close to nothing.
Close to nothing.
Yeah.
Food stamps, powdered milk, you know, little. Hunger Barrel money. Hunger Barrel food used to come to our house. You know
the charity organizations.
I mean, real rock bottom.
Got one outfit for the school year.
Yeah,
that's it.
Oh, man,
That's it, man.
When we were little, it was like, but you know, but listen, man.
You don't realize it when you're a super, you know, small kid. You know,
it's just life. Older, like as a kid, you're just like, oh, this is kind of.
We had the best childhood possible, though. We had the best childhood. I mean, that was going on, yes, and that was weighing on our moms' minds. You know what I mean? But we had the best fucking childhood possible. We were off exploring in the woods. We were making the best out of every situation, you know. And honestly, man, my childhood was I wouldn't change a thing about it, man. You know, it was so fun and hanging with each other and each other's brothers and the four of us doing things, man. We just, you know, we conquered the world.
So you knew each other your whole life?
Yeah, pretty much.
I was like 10 years old.
Really?
Wow. But it wasn't bad when you found some money.
No.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That made being poor a lot easier.
But for a long time, though, every little bit of money that came went back into the pot.
Nice.
Back into the pot, you know.
Yeah.
And
you guys just believed, because at any moment that it wouldn't. There was a chance it wasn't going to work out for you.
Well, it was like everything was going back into the pot,
right?
And then once more and more money was coming into the pot, you know, little things started becoming like, you know, like we would be making nothing, right? But every once in a while, we'd ask our manager, hey man, can I get a new pair of shoes? And once those yeses became easier. And easier,
you realize, okay.
But what was the first big thing you bought where you went, oh fuck,
pair of shoes?
those $50, those fresh ass $50 hookups were pretty fresh. You know, like we were like, this is rap money. This is fucking rap money right here, man. High fiving each other. You know,
you got to understand, there was like, especially back then, there was no big lump sum of money that came in, so there was no purchase. It was like, man, we made it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you finally get a used shitty car.
Yeah,
you know
real slowly. It just,
you know what I'm saying? Then finally,
would come in.
We had a $250 apartment with a transvestite who hung out on the front porch, and like a homeless transvestite, and we lived in an area called Cass Corridor, Detroit, and we lived in one apartment. Me and Shaggy and Billy, and then my brother somehow.
This is a one-bedroom apartment.
Across from us, you know, and we were right next to each other. And once again, you know, does everything suck? It's supposed to. But we were just so focused and dedicated on what we were doing. It was awesome, man.
And when you have the right people you're hanging out with, like, that you could just laugh about shit. It
doesn't matter. You know,
it makes it that much better. Yeah.
We brought girls over the house. We'd be like, yeah, we're broke. You know, we try to use that as our, as our thing. You know what I'm saying?
That's your in.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We try to spin it on them. You know, what, you too good because we're broke? You know, no, it's not
nice,
like that.
A guilt fuck.
Like yeah, you know. I actually remember that game.
You're too good for us.
I could spit that game today, man. I remember using that shit.
Did you guys have bad management at all? Like, did you ever have a point? Like, every artist musically seems like they go through that thing where the fucking managers steal their money. Did you have to deal with that at first, or did you? Were you able to kind of avoid that?
No, 'cause our manager was never a stranger. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just somebody we hired. You know what I'm saying? It was always, you know what I'm saying? We've only had two in our whole career. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, two managers.
The first one was the guy that started off everything with us, and the second guy is our lifelong friend. You know what I'm saying? So,
and our first manager came at us about 10 years ago or something. You know, we've been around 22 years, and he came around us maybe 8 years ago, and he said, look, man, you know, we got platinum and gold albums on the wall. We pretty much accomplished everything we set out to do. When you guys came to me and asked me to be your managers, it was never my goal or dream to be a manager, you know. I agreed to do it then, and it was interesting, and we did it, and now we've done all this, came all this way. You guys are doing really good. You know, I'm going to step out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to step out because I want to do something else in my life as well. I did this. This was your guys' dream. I'm going to step out. You know what I mean? He stepped out, and then it wasn't until a couple years later when we put our friend, who's now our manager, Billy Bill, in position, that we found out he left with millions and millions.
Shit. Oh, your ex? The ex-manager?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
How did he do it?
That's all right, man. It's all good.
But how did he do it?
What did he snake?
He left us with a lot of bills he never told us about, you know what I mean? A lot of manufacturing bills and crazy shit.
See, we always knew he was a super duper, like, venomous snake. You know what I'm saying? But our whole thing was, but he's our snake. He's snaking for us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right. We knew he was filthy, but we figured he was filthy for us.
Right. He bit you a little when he was slithering away, huh?
Wow. So do you guys, now you're probably more in, like,
something.
managing your money and being, like, because you seem like good businessmen. Like, you guys know what you want and you know how to get it done. So you're probably more focused on, let's, keep our eye on everything so no one can do that again.
Oh, yeah. Well, the guy that's with us has been with us from day one. You know, he was in our squad.
He also dropped out in 9th grade.
Right?
We all used to when we were kids, we all used to do a paper route together, you know? And so we've been with him forever, you know? And then, like, the guy out there managing us today on the road, that's my brother, you know? He's been with us from day, obviously, you know? So we got a very small, close-knit family. The people at the office and all those employees and stuff like that, you know, a lot of those are friends from the past. A lot of them aren't. But we don't let anybody get too close. You know what I'm saying? We keep everybody in good positions where they're happy. And we don't want anybody to grow mad or salty. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if you guys want to shoot something, this is a question because I have all these ideas of these things, and it doesn't come to fruition. Say you say, let's shoot this video. I want to do this. Who do you have a guy in your camp that just will kind of put everything together, like a production guy? Like you'll say, hey, whoever, we want to do this, make it happen, and he lines up everything and says, okay, well, if you want to do it, I got the crew and we'll do it.
Yeah. Yep. His name is Brian Kuma, and we go right to him just like you said. You know, we want to shoot a video for this song.
Get the location, you know.
And he'll be like, he'll grab his pen and get all excited. And then we'll be like, he'll be like, what do you want to do? You know, do you have any ideas? And he'll get all excited and geeked up. And then we'll be like, yeah, we want to, you know, if we have any. If we don't have any ideas, we'll be like, come on, man, you start thinking about it, you know. And then he'll start thinking about it, come back a couple of days, got some flavor on the mind, you know. But that, man, we got a lot of really, really, really bomb-ass employees back there, man. We were really blessed, man. Super blessed, you know.
Have you gotten into any brawls with anybody that you work with? Sometimes, you know, you're close like that, friends working together. Kind of mix it up every so often. You ever?
No, absolutely.
Never had to punch anyone in the face.
not as far as people that, you know what I'm saying.
Right.
As a matter of fact,
psychopathic.
There's an old psychopathic rule, you know,
Yep.
If you fight with anybody,
true shit. If you're about to get into a fight with somebody, you're mad enough where you're about to fist fight,
and the other guy wants to fight too, you both have to get naked and fight butthole naked.
And grease up.
Therefore, suddenly you're two men rolling around naked with each other.
That deters a lot of fights.
I can imagine. If you want to fight, you can fight like that. You know what I mean?
That's hilarious.
That way we're laughing at both of you while you're doing it.
Yeah, no shit.
Sam's a big fan. You got a question there, Sam?
Yeah, I could ask you questions all day. On the wrestling thing, where was the toughest locker room to deal with? Because I would imagine, you know, you guys said you come in not because you're great wrestlers, because you're the ICP. That probably didn't sit well.
WWF was you know, that was the most trying for us. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody that was in WWF or WWE now, whatever it's supposed to be called.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? They were like, well, you're not wrestlers, so they, you know what I'm saying? You be getting punched for real and stuff.
We had some drama in WWF,
you know,
but are you talking about?
Why they didn't like that you had some heat, so they're gonna make it hurt a little bit, right?
Well, we got into it, yeah, in WWE. Like a lot of wrestlers didn't respect the fact we were there,
right? Yeah.
So they would go over backstage what we were gonna do, and then when we got out there, it was fight time.
Wow.
You know, and that wasn't with everybody. That was only with the guys that were our age. The legends, like the Road Warriors or something, you get out there and it would be easy as hell. They would be cool as hell with you, you know? But if you were wrestling some up-and-comer group your age, that they feel like you're threatening their spot, look out, man.
Anyone you would name?
Yeah. They would give you the beat down.
No, I mean, do you name names or no? Anyone that gave you a good beating?
There are friends now. Yeah, we're friends with them. You know, groups like, for wrestling fans, the Headbangers. We went toe to toe with the Headbangers. You know.
Oh man.
And then they would come busting in the dressing room after the show was over and be like, "How was it, guys?" And we'd be like, "Good."
Wow, great. Just cheap.
Because we didn't want to bitch. You know what I mean? We didn't want to sound like pussies. You know, so we'd be like, "It was great. It was great." You know?
See, the whole thing with like me and the whole wrestling thing is I can't stand being in wrestling locker rooms. They're like horrible to me. You know what I'm saying? Number one, the nudity. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I just hate the whole politics of like, you know, behind the scenes politics of wrestling. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. It's like everybody just you know what I'm saying? Especially like when you got TV involved. You know, just backstabbing and hating on each other for like 30 seconds of TV time and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Think about this.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Let's say a wrestling show is 2 hours long, right? A concert is 2 hours long. A wrestling show, you got 20 wrestlers all jockeying for position. You know what I mean? They all want that shine. They go out there, they only get the spotlight for a little bit. As for a band goes out there and they can play by themselves for an hour. But wrestlers go out there, they got 10 minutes at the most to shine. So they want to, you know, backstage, it's all like, you know, a lot of conniving and you know, shucking and jiving and people wanting to, you know, stab somebody for that spot, man.
You know, great. It's funny, the show you guys have on Fuse, it's called Insane Clown Posse Theater, and they asked me to do it and to go on, and I didn't recognize Greg Valentine. I didn't realize that was the Hammer.
Oh, of course.
Until he came, I was, at first I thought it was like some guy with a wig who's like, pretending to be a lady. I'm like, who is that? And then when he guides me off at the end, I'm like, this is fucking Greg. I think I even said that you're Greg the Hammer. I couldn't fucking believe you got him to just stand there in that silly fucking hat. It was unbelievable that he was a part of that show.
Hell yeah, man. He was the first guy we called, He's got the perfect face. We figured, we wanted the character where something funny goes off and everybody's laughing, and then you cut to the guy who doesn't find it funny at all. That's stone face.
What a better face.
Greg the Hammer, you know what I mean?
He's perfect for it, right?
Nothing's funny about that shit. However, he's laughing all the time.
Yeah.
He's not the kind of guy that, that's just his nature. So that's cool, too. We love him however he comes,
There goes the lights. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Sirius XM's Radio Classics relives the golden age of radio.
Do you ever listen to the radio?
Oh, I might tune in one of those comedy programs occasionally.
Can't you see anything at all under that blindfold?
Well, on a clear day, I can see the blindfold.
You can?
Yeah.
The golden age never sounded better.
With a switch of a dial,
Radio Classics
brings you tragedy, comedy, entertainment, information, education, a whole world at your command.
Radio Classics, Sirius XM 82, and on the Sirius XM app.
You've heard them for years as regular guests of the Opie and Anthony Show. Now, hear them do their own bit.
Hey, it's Jim Florentine, friend of the Opie and Anthony Show. Check out my podcast, Comedy Metal Midgets, here on the Opie and Anthony channel this weekend. My show is basically me ranting like a fucking lunatic about shit that nobody cares about. I've been angry. I've been taken out of my family because I'm just thinking of these fucking guys that have man caves.
Friends of the show, starting today at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific, on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Have you heard about Astroglide brand personal lubricants? If you're a guy, you'll be scoring big time with the ladies by bringing Astroglide liquid or natural into play. And for the ladies, Astroglide X allows you to bring the fun to the water. Want to find out how Astroglide can heighten the pleasure for both of you? Then visit astroglide.com/radio to get a free sample discreetly mailed to you. Come on, don't be shy. It's just lube. That's astroglide.com/radio for your free sample.
Traveling soon? Don't waste your time searching for flight deals. Go to cheapoair.com and save up to 65%. Yes, 65% as compared to the same class, unrestricted, fully refundable published fares. Cheapo Air saves you time. And you can find cheap tickets guaranteed. Mix and match cheap flights and over 450 airlines to find the best price. Cheapo Air has travel specialists standing by 24/7 at 888-657-7773. Book by September 1st and save up to $20 off service fees with promotion code SAVE20. Travel the world for less with Cheapo Air. That's cheapoair.com or 888-657-7773.
For the past 20 years, I started every day with a cigarette, and I know how hard it is to quit. So if you or someone you love wants to quit smoking or has to quit smoking, try Smoke Remedy.
The cravings just went away. I used it every day, and now I don't smoke.
Smoke Remedy comes in an easy-to-use spray bottle, and when you get the urge to smoke, spray Smoke Remedy into your mouth to get rid of that craving.
Since I've quit, I'm saving hundreds of dollars every month.
Smoke Remedy contains FDA-regulated homeopathic medicines that can stop your cravings for cigarettes and get rid of your desire to smoke. Smoke Remedy has no chemicals, no taste, and absolutely no side effects.
I am astonished that this simple spray helped me to quit smoking.
Try Smoke Remedy. It comes with a money-back guarantee. You will either quit or you'll get your money back.
Go to SmokeRemedy.com, use promo code CNN and save 20%. That's SmokeRemedy.com, promo code CNN. SmokeRemedy.com.
Hey, Sport, you're awfully quiet today.
Yeah, Randy and his mom have to move away because of what happened to his dad. He says his mom's really worried.
Yeah, that's tough.
Mom?
Yeah?
What if something happened to our dad? Would we have to move away?
Nope, we have life insurance. We made sure it would be fine no matter what, okay? Hey, how about some mac and cheese?
Yeah!
Is your family ready for no matter what? IntelliQuote makes it simple and affordable. Example, a healthy 40-year-old can get a $250,000 term life insurance policy for less than $16 a month. IntelliQuote shops the best companies and policies. You pick and save up to 70%. For free, no-obligation, multiple quotes from competing providers, call 1-800-LIFE-INSURANCE. Get a quote, get our free guide. 10 things you need to know about buying life insurance. You'll know more than 99% of others about life insurance. Call 1-800-LIFEINS. That's 1-800-LIFE-INSURANCE. Rates subject to change. For terms, rates, and restrictions, visit IntelliQuote.com.
Homeowners, are you struggling with your mortgage and worried about foreclosure? We're loan mitigation experts and can help you avoid foreclosure with a loan modification program. We work with all lenders nationwide. Call us now and one of our friendly counselors will tell you how we can help you stop your lender from foreclosing. There's no pressure or obligation. So call now and let us tell you how we can give you the help you need to save your home. Call 1-800-532-8099. That's 1-800-532-8099.
The worst of the week countdown.
All right, you did it. You feel accomplished? You made it to number 1 on the worst of the week countdown. If you missed any of this, the countdown replays throughout the weekend, but you should be listening to the show live every weekday morning, Monday through Friday, starting at 6 a.m. Eastern. The number 1 bit from this week's Opie and Anthony show is Anna Gunn. Skylar White from Breaking Bad, Walter White's wife. A lot of people hate her. We'll find out how she deals with that and a lot more. I've been Sam Roberts, and this is your number 1 bit on the worst of the week countdown.
Number 1.
We got Anna Gunn walking into the studio. Hi, Anna.
Take a seat. Make yourself comfy. We're actually on the air.
Do you mind if I eat a little bit?
Oh,
eat. Go ahead.
You sure?
Are you hungry?
Oh, kind of hungry.
Peckish?
I'm a little hungry. Oh, she's a beautiful woman. I don't want to be eating in front of her. You know,
look at manners. Bright orange.
I wanted to, wake you guys up a little. If
well,
you
that you did.
We're awake.
Hey.
That you did.
Thank you.
Of course, Skylar.
Hello.
From Breaking Bad. I mean, I've been fully immersed in the show for since the beginning. And what do you say? Because I got to bring up everybody. Seems to want you dead on the show.
Not everybody.
All right, not everyone.
Only those who, who identify with. Go ahead.
I just say it's a tribute to your acting.
Thank you.
Because, sometimes it's like, oh, boy, she's kind of getting in the way of things.
That's what it is. I think it's the people who really identify with Walt, and they that's the point of the show. I mean, that's what's brilliant about the show. People really get behind the story of Walt, and they get behind the idea of a guy who's been really pushed down by life and disappointed and has had to take a lot of things that he didn't want in life. And I think that Vince wrote him so brilliantly and Brian plays him so brilliantly that people root for him and they cheer for him. And he is both the protagonist and the anti-hero at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's such a brilliant construct. And then in a way, Skylar is kind of the antagonist because she's the one who stands in the way of him doing whatever he wants to do most of all.
Right.
And that makes some people kind of pissed off.
Yeah, because like the viewers, they see someone like Walter kind of progress through the show from this schleppy kind of guy.
Right.
And very realistically and gradually, he turned almost out of necessity for every instance of evil that he does.
Yeah.
It's almost like, well, he wouldn't do that. And then, well, I guess he has to now.
Right.
Kind of gets caught up in it.
I know.
So much. And yeah, you get in there, the voice of reason to a point. And people are like, hey, get out of his way.
I know.
What are you doing?
Exactly. It's really bizarre. And we were at first, the writers and Vince and I were like, what is going on? Why are people so upset?
Yes.
But it really is, I think it's really about that they just want him. They put themselves in him and in his corner so much. And she is the one even more than the villains in the show, like Gus Fring or Tuco or any of those really bad guys who for a while were bigger threats than anybody else. She's the consistent one who says, this is not okay. You can't do this.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's the one who kind of stands there and says there are consequences, there are repercussions. And that makes people upset psychologically. Yeah. It really gets in there and does something to them. And it's kind of brilliant that it's
kind of brilliant. It's amazingly brilliant.
Yeah.
Because, again, as a viewer, you almost want to see how far Walter is going to go without somebody holding him back.
Exactly.
So you sit there and go like, oh, God, Skyler's getting in it again.
I know.
Why make him stop? Don't, you know.
But isn't that what kind of prevents it from becoming like a cartoon of somebody, is the fact that in real life you do have people in your way, or you do have people in your ear, and it's like without that, then all of a sudden it's just like a Superman. It doesn't make sense.
Like how would he would just go off the rails, and I think it would become, kind of ridiculous. And I think Vince knew that. Yeah. And the other thing was that Vince, from the beginning, he said, I don't want you, like, whenever I'm a pretty emotional person, and I'm a pretty, emotions are very much on the surface for me. So when I first found out, for example, about his cancer diagnosis, tears jumped to my eyes, and Vince very specifically said, Skyler is not a person where emotions come to her easily. They're deeply buried in her. So it was important for her to be a really, really kind of strong, steely person. And that's what he wanted from her. And again, that also sometimes makes people feel like, I don't know if I like that, because
they think bitch. Sometimes.
And that word gets thrown around, and that's a little tough. That's a little tough to handle, because you think, why is that bitchy? She's actually just a kind of formidable, strong person. And why is it bitchy to just be strong and to stand toe to toe with a man and say it's not okay?
It's so odd to have a show where a lot of the before Walt's getting into making meth wasn't shown. But you could see the result of what your lives were during all those years of him just being the teacher, you being the housewife and mother. And you could see, without even having to show it, what it produced and set it up so we could get into the unbelievable craziness of what happened. Did you have a backstory that you had to kind of, here's what your life was?
Yeah, I mean, Brian and I talked a lot about it because there wasn't much there, but we really kind of created this idea of what drew these people together. And certainly we felt a real attraction and a love between them, but we thought the thing that probably was the biggest attraction between them was their intellect. I think Skyler is as smart as Walt, as intellectually smart as he is. She is his equal in that.
Right.
And it's also it's their downfall as human beings, really. I mean, they think they're kind of smarter than everybody else.
Than everyone else. Well,
so that's why, in a way, as the show goes on, they become almost like the Macbeths in a way, because they think that they can outsmart everybody else. They think they can create these lies and these scenarios.
To a point, they have been. Obviously things change with the last half of the last season coming up. This is it, obviously. I was so lucky. I got an advanced copy of the first episode of this. I loved it. Don't worry, no spoilers, people.
That was nice of you to put it online, too.
Yeah, right. People were saying that. They're like, come on, put that up online. I'm like, you don't think I want another one maybe at some point?
Exactly.
Be like, here's another one. I am not saying anything or doing, but it is totally in line with everything that the magnificence that's been the show up till now. The beginning kind of showing you a little advance view of things, because they've done that before in the past, and then the way Walter, the character Walter, can explain something to somebody in a way that is so soft and yet just punches you in the face.
Exactly.
And obviously you know what scene I'm talking about. It's just because he pulled those shenanigans with you in one episode.
Yeah, he did.
Where it's like, hey, you best know who you're talking to, kind of a thing.
Exactly. When he does that thing where he's talking to you and you're drawn into him. And you think, oh, okay, he's really saying something sincere.
Yeah, he's going to apologize, or he's going to show any regret, and it's pretty much a threat. It's
because
amazing.
You're starting to lean into him thinking, oh my gosh, he's so sincere, and then all of a sudden he turns it. And he does that thing, with his eyes when he gets all Heisenbergian. where he suddenly does this.
Heisenbergian.
He gets Heisenbergian. And he does that little thing with his eyes where all of a sudden, and even acting with him, because obviously I know Brian really well, and he's a great guy, and he's funny and sweet and lovely, but all of a sudden he does this thing where his eyes just narrow and they get hard, and even acting with him is a little bit like, I'm going to back up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take a little step back.
He is an amazing actor. To pull this role off also. And we've had him in before, and I was talking to him about how it's so odd to see a little bit. He denied it, but you could see it when he's kind of, because there are parts that are actually funny in the show.
Oh, yeah.
And it's almost part of that Malcolm in the Middle dad. A little bit of that comes through.
Absolutely.
At times. And I think I don't know him, but I would assume he's kind of like that in real life.
He is.
He seems to have a very
funny.
good sense of humor.
He's got a great sense of humor. And those long, intense scenes that we had to do together, those are pretty rough to keep up for 12 hours a day. So there was a lot of laughing and pranks and
I wouldn't doubt it.
jokes. Yeah.
And you were both in Seinfeld.
We were both in Seinfeld. We were. We have that.
Yeah. Dr. Watley. And,
exactly.
And you were in the one with the glasses, George's glasses.
I was.
He had the wrong glasses and insisted that it was Jerry's cousin.
That's right.
Kissing somebody.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be the policewoman kissing her horse.
Exactly.
Oh,
exactly.
Okay.
He kept saying, but my cousin looks like a horse.
Yeah.
It was the best.
Oh, it was fantastic. I watch the show all the time. So anybody that's on Seinfeld, I'm just like,
it's the
fantastic.
best.
How do you feel with the show ending? That's gotta suck.
It's really bittersweet. I mean, this we wrapped in late March, and we all had a good cry, but we knew that we were going to have this kind of farewell tour in a way, and so we knew we were going to have all this time to spend together. But now that this is actually coming to an end. We've had some panels. We had a New York Times panel last night, and we all kind of started tearing up and a little bit of crying in public now, because it really is coming to an end, and we know that this time together is truly coming to an end. And that's hard, because this has been the luckiest job of all of our careers. We know that. And
it's fantastic that you could take, I guess, 5 seasons, what it ends up being, and stop it, where people want more. Obviously, people want this to continue, but to make that commitment to, no, this is what it is it's
brave.
It's very brave.
It's brave.
Because obviously you could milk a show until there's nothing left. They do it all the time. But it seems like the perfect length for this to turn around and from talking.
Wouldn't 6 seasons be the perfect?
Just
6. One more.
One more
just
time.
One more.
It's sort of like it is 6, because 5 is drawn out. 5.5. 5.5. It's almost like 6.
I know that just from having done like little teeny episode work and stuff, you get attached to people quickly. Like, you form a weird bond with people you do see. If you're there for more than one day, it's like you see each other craft services, and you're like, all of a sudden, like, hey,
you're pals.
And then they go on to much bigger things, and they feel no connection. But I can't imagine doing season after season with the same people and then having to call it quits. It's a rough way to. It's rough.
It's true. But the last day when I wrapped, Brian and Aaron and I had a group hug, and there was a little bit of crying. But then Brian said, just think in 6 months we won't remember each other's names.
He's such a funny guy. Aaron, there was a great scene with you guys when Aaron was eating over the house.
My God, that was the best
That
scene.
was one of the greatest scenes. How uncomfortable you guys made it.
It was so great.
He's just babbling about something. Walter's looking at him, and you're just so angry.
So angry,
with the whole
guzzling my
situation.
wine.
Yeah, just drinking at that point. And but everything fits so well. The writing is done so well on that show.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And I loved, and Aaron he's sitting in between us like he's the uncomfortable kid between the feuding parents, just looking at us like, oh God, I wish I was anywhere else in the world. We had to stop ourselves from cracking up the entire time.
Yeah.
And then he ate so many green beans that at the end of that scene he said, I'm never going to eat a green bean again.
Oh, really? A few takes?
Yeah, quite a few.
Now, have you looked at other scripts and stuff since this ended, or like?
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of really really interesting scripts. I'm looking at a lot of movie scripts right now, and I went to the Sundance Institute this summer, and I did the Director's Lab, and I did this really interesting role that was kind of like a female Walter White kind of character.
Yeah.
It's the psychological portrait of the making of a zealot, and it's the female kind of version of that. So that was really interesting. So hopefully we'll get that made this year.
Yeah.
So you want to do a movie as opposed to, would it be hard to do something episodic right now because you're just coming off this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some television stuff as well, but I'm really interested in doing some film, and I'm also a big theater girl, so I'm looking at some theater projects as well. Yeah.
It's amazing what can be done off of network television.
Yeah.
That's why I would assume it's probably hard to be offered something on a network where it's like, you know, I was just able to read dialogue that was so realistic, and to go to episodic network television's got to be rough.
Yeah, I mean, this is some of the best writing that any of us have ever encountered.
Yeah.
And when you come off of writing like this, the bar is so high.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just so lucky, but then you're kind of spoiled. So you have to choose carefully. So, but it's opened a lot of doors for all of us. So we're in a good place.
Now, obviously, you know, you can't tell us anything.
I'm going to tell you.
Oh, nice.
All of a sudden, Vince Gilligan comes in and tackles
you will
me.
be quiet.
Yes.
Would there be any even possibility there could later be a reunion of sorts?
I think that's possible for sure. I mean, it depends on
Get the blogs on the phone.
What happens in the last day.
Yeah,
yes, exactly. Who's still standing and all that. But you know, there is talk about the Saul Goodman spinoff. So
yes, who is another just
amazing,
great character,
amazing,
little comic relief in there.
Yeah,
he's good. And by the way, he was in a Seinfeld episode.
He was another Seinfeldian.
And if you think I'm bad, our producer Travis, 10 times worse than me.
He can quote all of them. My father can quote every Seinfeld episode. So.
It's just that. Talk about another just brilliant show for the time and everything.
I know.
Yeah, but they went more than 5 seasons. You see, you can make it.
Oh, yes. 9 seasons.
Yeah.
They did. They did.
Well, I guess for the comedy, it's a little bit easier than with an actual drama with a real story.
Yeah, you just keep going. You don't have to worry. I thought the episode where Jerry becomes a meth dealer was great. It was.
Maybe all of you
would be
could
interesting.
Maybe you guys could all do something together as a cast, but just a totally different story.
Oh my! Could you imagine?
You know what? Somebody said that at the New York Times thing. They said, seeing you all sitting up there, it's a shame to see you. You know,
Like maybe you're a hat distributor, and Brian owns a hat store, and you guys work on trying to get the hats for certain prices.
That's terrible.
That's a great idea.
Fantastic.
What a waste of resources.
I've always wanted to be a hat.
A dramatic / comedic / endearing piece about hats.
Terrible.
And what goes on behind the scenes.
Gilligan on the phone.
The one thing that has been going around the internet, which was kind of funny, is the fact that they say Walter goes into witness protection program and it becomes Malcolm in the Middle.
Everybody thinks that. Everybody. And who's to say that doesn't happen?
And who's to say that isn't what? Well, I like I said, I saw that first episode, and if that's any indication on the rest of this, I mean, I just sat there when the credits came on. I yelled out no.
I know.
No.
I know.
More.
Exactly. It's gonna be sort of agony every week for the audience to wait to the next for the next week's.
And now
episode.
I get the good thing that I saw the episode, but now I got to wait 2 episodes to see.
You got to wait 2 weeks.
But
right?
I'll watch that first one again.
Yeah.
That was and I popped the disc in, and I'm like, all right, I'm ready to watch this, and it comes on, and I'm seeing the scene. I'm like, all right, I got to watch the last one again. So I had to pull it out because they screw with you. Yeah.
Yes,
so I had to watch the last season's last episode, and they're going because they always start off these shows with something that you don't think makes any sense.
Exactly.
You're looking at a flower. You're looking at that, and this one you're just seeing skateboards.
Right.
Skateboards, and you're like, all right, why am I seeing this?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Yeah.
And it all makes sense, and it's fantastic.
It's great, and it launches you. I mean, it's like they don't ease you into this since you've seen that first one.
Oh,
they shoot you off like a rocket.
Right away. You're like, what is going? And that scene where she drops the grocery. I'm like, that's great.
You're loving that you have inside info.
Oh, it's the best.
You're loving it.
I love it.
Are you feeling resentful right now?
Yes, but for many other reasons.
Where do we begin, Anna? You got 2 hours?
Great. Skylar, Anna Gunn, thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you.
You're a doll and a love.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
That's the best we got from last week. I mean, that's the best we have from the past week. The Opie Anthony Worst of the Week Countdown is available whenever you want it. SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details. This is the Opie Anthony Channel on SiriusXM.
I want my company's network to be safer and more reliable.
Do you want to deal with multiple vendors?
No.
Are per user fees and added feature costs okay?
No.
How about solutions that are hard to install and use?
No.
Offshore or automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
Barracuda Networks offers the largest family of powerful, affordable security, networking, and storage solutions designed to protect business users, apps, and data. All from a single source that's easy to do business with. Protect your business. Visit barracuda.com/products to try any free for 30 days.
Are you single, looking to meet someone but just too busy? No problem. You could meet the love of your life on an airplane. Say you're flying first class to Dubuque, seated next to a brunette who smells faintly of vanilla. You strike up a conversation, and by wheels down, you're engaged. And later, you win the lottery. Or you could call It's Just Lunch. Their dating experts will get you out on some real dates for some real fun, real fast. It's Just Lunch, the smarter way to date. Call 1-800-THE-DATE. That's 1-800-THE-DATE.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of the world's most comfortable pillow, My Pillow. We all have the same problem sleeping at night. Our pillows go flat. We end up folding our pillows over for support, using our arms, flip-flopping all night long like a guppy. We wake up in the morning, we have sore necks, we have headaches, our arms are asleep, we feel like we need a nap in the afternoon even though we've slept 8 hours. Well, with my patented fill, wherever you move this pillow, it'll hold the exact position for you as an individual, and you'll get the best night's sleep of your life. Also, it stays cool. You don't have to flip it to the cool side. It stays healthy for a full 10 years, and it's warranted not to go flat. And you can throw it right in the washer and dryer just like your favorite blue jeans, and I personally guarantee it's going to be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own.
Log on to mypillow.com now or call 1-800-299-6694 to get fitted for your very own MyPillow. Enter promo code XM4 and save 25% off your entire order when you call or log on today.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit mypillow.com.
Have you still not refinanced your mortgage? Well, soon you may be kicking yourself in the head. I am Wesley Hogan with Westland Financial, and interest rates have gone up recently and will continue to rise, but they're still at historical lows. So don't delay. Let us lower your monthly payment, consolidate a first and second, pay off other debt, or drop you into a 15-year loan with no closing costs. That's right. Nothing's rolled into your loan. We'll pay for your appraisal, title, underwriting, settlement fee, everything. Do not miss out on this historic opportunity. Whether it's a purchase or refinance, you'll pay no closing costs. You won't spend a dime. Think about it. All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to find out how we can save you hundreds or even thousands of dollars a year. And by the way, Westland Financial now is proud to offer reverse mortgages for our clients over 62. So call us at 888-945-4145. The only way you can lose money is not to call Westland Financial. That's 888-945-4145. 888-945-4145.
Lennox Financial Mortgage Corp. DBA Westland. NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender.
End the IRS nightmare now. Call the experts at the Tax Debt Relief Center for your free consultation. Find out how the Tax Debt Relief Center can help you settle back taxes, help you with penalties and interest, help release liens, stop levies and seizure, and end embarrassing wage garnishments. If you have $15,000 or more in tax debt, call us now. Call 800-719-8132 for your free consultation. That's 800-719-8132. Call now. 800-719-8132.
Feel like telling someone to fuck off.
Fuck yeah. I like where this is going.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line.
You can do anything. You can literally do anything you want.
Say something. Do what you gotta do.
866 FU line 1. That's 866 FU LINE 1.
Fun stuff.
That's genius.
Amazing. I love it. It's the Opie and Anthony FU line. And if your call doesn't suck, it just might make it on the air. Fuck yeah. This is Friends of the Show. Friends of the Show. Audio entertainment courtesy of the people you hear and hear about on the Opie and Anthony Show. This is Jim Florentine's podcast, Comedy Metal Vicious.
Tim from Virginia left a message, said, hey, Jim, you know it would be a good idea for a podcast? How about all these guys that have man caves? And you know what? I never thought about that. And when he said that, I'm like, that's a fucking great idea. These guys that walk around, I got a man cave. And for the last 4 days, I've been fucking tossing and turning. I've been jotting down notes. I've been angry. I've been taking it out on my family because I'm just thinking of these fucking guys that have man caves. And thanks to Tim from Virginia, we are doing this podcast on fucking man caves. Okay? I don't know what happened to this society. I don't know what happened to this generation of men that have to think for them to be a man, to show that they're a man, they got to have a man cave. It's all about man, that word man, because they don't have a fucking set of balls. All right? They gave them up. They're fucking, they don't know how, you know, they're completely controlled by in their relationship with their wife and their girlfriend. That's why, you know, you hear words like man cave, you know, a place to go hide, or you hear man up. You know, when a guy doesn't do something that's, you know, not like a man, like a real man would do, people go, man up. And then they also, hey, let's go to Vegas this weekend. I got my man card for the weekend. Do you really? Yeah, what's on your fucking man card? Why can't you do that why can't you be a man every weekend? Why just, yeah, well, I got my man card so I could be a man this weekend. Really? All the other times you can't be a man? Because you're a fucking pussy, that's why. And that's why guys have man caves. Because they're a bunch of fucking pussies, all right? They basically married their moms. Okay, so like when they were a kid, right? Mom didn't like the house to be a mess, right? So they gave you that little room, your little playroom, right? So all your toys, your Play-Doh, your trains, your dinosaurs were all in there, right? So what you would do as a little boy, you go in there and play, and you could put crayons on the table, on the wall. It didn't matter because that's your playroom. That's okay if you're messy in there. Just don't be messy anywhere else. So if you want to be, you know, you want to do whatever you want in there, that's your playroom, no problem. Just don't bring it into my house. So now these guys grow up. They're basically mama's boys. Right? They live with their mom. They go to college. They're in college. They're living in a dorm. So, you know, they're living with like 4 other guys. So they're just complete slobs. So it doesn't matter. But then when they get out of college, they probably live back with mom for a little while before they get a good job and can start paying rent. And then within like a year or two, they meet a girl. Or they probably had the one from college, and then they get married because these guys are a complete disaster. They can't take care of themselves. They're mama's boys. They need a mommy. They need a mommy to take care of them. So basically, what they did is they married their moms because later in life, mom / the wife takes over the whole house, but the husband's like, hey, honey, you know, I know you decorated this and you did this for this and you need this, but, you know, can I just, that little room downstairs, can I make that into my man cave so I can go down there and just do man stuff and put stuff in there that's not acceptable in the house, but I could put it in my own little man cave, which is exactly like his playroom when he was a kid. Really? I could have my own little room? Like when I was a kid, when I had a playroom. So instead of Play-Doh, I put up Dallas Cowboy posters. You fucking pussy. Why don't you just tell your wife, look, man, this is, you know, I paid a mortgage. I bought the house. I pay most of the bills. It's 50% my house, too. So I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. I mean, you're not going to put a fucking, you know, an AC/DC poster up in the kitchen, but you just go, look, man, this is my house too. You're not fucking taking over the whole house. How about you be like that? Any guy that has a man cave that has to go hide in a fucking little room to get away from his wife and his kids has got some fucking serious issues in the marriage. Okay, I want to be alone. Then get in your car and fucking drive around the neighborhood. Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that? What do you got to go hide in your little fucking playroom / man cave? Because your life is miserable. So, but I'm a man. That's the last thing I got. She's got everything else, but I got my man cave. Really? Is that what you got? Yeah, because I could do whatever I want in my man cave. Really? Well, what could you do in your man cave? Well, you know, I could put pictures, I could put posters up. I have this poster of this girl. She's like half naked. It's like a beer poster. And she's like bending over and she's really hot. Yeah? Yeah, so I'm going to hang that in my man cave. You know, because guys, we like girls. We like half naked hot girls that like beer. So yeah, I'm going to put that in my man cave. Really? And what else are you going to put in your man cave? Well, you know, remember that famous picture of the dogs when they're all smoking cigars and they're playing poker? Yeah, I'm going to hang that up. Yeah, because that's like, dogs, yeah, and they're smoking cigars and they got drinks on the table, I think, and they're smoking cigars and they're playing poker. That's a funny picture. No, it's not. Nobody's ever laughed at that, ever. You look at it like, oh, is that the dog? Oh, poker? Wow, that's weird. And that's it. That's the reaction to it. But yeah, I'm going to hang that in there. And you know what? You know what else I'm going to put in? I'm going to put a dartboard in there. Because guys, us men, because we're men and we're guys, we like dartboards. We play darts. How about you fucking stick the dart in your eye, motherfucker? Now we might even have a dart tournament. Hey, you want to come to my man cave this weekend and play darts? No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to your man cave and play. You want to come over Friday night and just hang out in my man cave? No. You know why? Because I'm afraid you're going to try to suck my dick in your man cave. That's what goes on in a man cave. It's not a man cave. It's a fucking homo fort. That's right. It's a homo fort. There's a lot of gay stuff that goes on in there, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not putting down the gays. I'm just saying these guys that go, oh, man, it's gay. If you're a 42-year-old man and you're putting Dallas Cowboy posters up in your man cave, there's something wrong with you. You have fucking issues. No, but that was great. It was the 94 Super Bowl. I put the poster up. Yeah, because that was my team. Really? That was fucking 20 years ago. Let it go, motherfucker. All right? Stop living in the past. Nobody gives a shit. No, but it was, I remember where I was when they won. Yeah, where were you? Were you sitting between two of your guy friends pretending you were skiing? That's what you were doing. You were jerking off your two guy friends. No, it's Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith, those three. Yeah, because I look at it every once in a while. Yeah, that was a great team. Really? Is that what you do in your man cave? Is that what you do? You think in there? Why don't you fucking shut everything down and shut all the power off and just sit there and think about your life and think about your own fucking thoughts and just sit there and think what went wrong. Why am I stuck in this little room downstairs? My wife's got the rest of the house because I'm a fucking pussy and I got no balls to just, not be, you don't have to be a fucking dick. You just go, hey, no, I don't need my own room. It's just pretty much my house too. If I want to watch the game in the living room, if you don't want to watch it, there's a TV in the bedroom. Maybe there's something we both want to watch. That's cool. I don't need to hide from my wife and kids. I got a huge basement. My wife's like, you want to put, any stuff on the walls? And I go, no, I don't want to. No, you could put, your heavy metal stuff up or your posters or your sports stuff. No, I don't want to. I don't want it to make it look like a sports bar. I don't need to put a Willie McCovey poster up. That's my favorite San Francisco Giant player. I like the guy. I don't need to put a poster up to remind me. I know I like him. I got to put a Dan Marino fucking jersey up in a fucking frame. Oh, yeah, that's right, Dan Marino. I know. I watched him for 17 years. I know. I don't need a fucking, oh, there he is. Walk by. Oh. These fucking guys. I put my man. What else is in your man cave, sir? I'm doing this interview. And whenever I do that fucking retarded voice, that's the man cave guy. I'm sure you guys figured it out. Well, what else is in your man cave? Well, like I put my trophies up from Little League. When I was 10, we came in first place and we won a playoff game. So I put my trophies up. Nobody gives a shit. No, it's a good memory. We had a great team that year. No, you didn't. You didn't have a good team. Okay, if you had a good team, you would have been playing in fucking Williamsport in a baseball fucking little kids World Series. That's what you'd have been doing. You didn't have a fucking good team. It just reminds you. I remember when I was 10. Yeah, good for you. Yeah, and you also had your playroom when you were 10, motherfucker. Back to my original point. Now, what else you got in your man cave, sir? Well, I got like a bunch of sports bobbleheads. I got Derek Jeter, I got A-Rod, I got Andy Pettit, I got Mariano Rivera. Really? You got a sports bobblehead? That's what you have? The reason their head shakes? It's because they're looking at you going, you're a fucking grown man that has a doll on your shelf that shakes. That's what they're fucking shaking for. That's why they shake their heads. You're fucking 43 years old with a wife and 2 kids and a mortgage and a fucking good responsible job, and you got fucking bobbleheads, little dolls on your fucking shelf in your man cave. That's why they're shaking. They're shaking. What is wrong with you? Take me down. Give it to your fucking 8-year-old son. He should have bobbleheads, not you. Yeah, we might even get a pool table. Why? How many times are you going to play it? 4? All you're going to do is put your fucking clothes on it. You don't need a pool table. What else you have in your man cave, sir? I got my special chair. It's a recliner for my man cave. Yeah, it's really comfortable, and I got like 2 fucking holes so I could put 2 beers, not even 1, 2. You know why? And I got a little compartment on the armrest, and I could put the remotes in there. You know why? Because I'm a man, and that's what I do. I drink beer, and I got a holder right there, so I don't even have to get up. I can just relax and nobody's allowed to sit in my chair because that's my chair in my man cave. So no one's allowed to sit in my chair. No, that's my man chair cave. Is it really? Yeah, and I got a place I can put beers, and you know what else I have right next to my easy chair recliner? Yeah, what do you have right next to it? I got a kegerator. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is, a kegerator. Well, it's a refrigerator. It's a refrigerator with a beer tap on it. So I could just tap the beer and it's already cold. Because, guys, like, we like beer. I'm a man and I'm in my man cave, so I got to do man things. And then, we drink beer. So I got a kegerator right next to my fucking easy chair that, I sit in. And I drink beer because I'm a fucking man. Let me tell you something. If you have to prove that you're a man by having a man cave, you're really a pussy. Let me repeat that one more time. If you have to prove that you're a man by having a man cave, you're really a pussy. That's what you are. A man cave means your wife rules the house except that one room. That's it. That's the bottom line. So just put your balls in a jar and put them in the mantle on your man cave. Put them up there next to your trophies and your bobbleheads and your Dallas Cowboy posters. What else you have in your man cave? Oh, I put this one in a little frame. It's the World Series stuff from 1998 when the Yankees played the Braves. I was at Game 3. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. You're hanging ticket stubs up on your wall. No, but it was a great game. I was there. Yeah, good for you. Who gives a fuck? It was 1998. It was 15 years ago. Get over it. No, it was an amazing game. And Scott Brocious hit a double off the wall in the bottom of the 8th. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about that. You tell that story, Scott Brocious wouldn't even care. He wouldn't even remember it. You could see him at a fucking baseball card convention, signing autographs or whatever. And you go, hey, Scott, I was at that, the 1998 Game 3 against the Braves at Yankee Stadium. You hit that double off the wall in the 8th. He'd be like, oh, yeah, really? I did? Oh, you don't remember that? No. How can you not remember that? Because it's 15 years ago. I got a life now. You should, too. Get the fuck out of here. Well, my wife, she won't let me put this stuff in the house, around the house. So I got to put it in my man cave. There's a reason your wife doesn't want that stuff hanging on the walls, because it stinks. It's fucking awful. Nobody cares about that stuff. It's not important. It's fucking dumb. Your wife's not being a bitch. Stop calling her a bitch behind her back. She doesn't let me do anything. No, it's fucking awful. Yeah, that's where you want to walk into someone's house and see a fucking bunch of bobbleheads. I like my man. What do you do down in your man cave, sir? Well, I like it. It's I go down there and I get stuff done. Like I could just chill out and figure out my fantasy football team for the week. I look at stats on my laptop as I play Mumford & Sons in the background. Is that what you do? You play Mumford & Sons while you pick out your fucking fantasy football team? Yeah, and I drink a beer. And I got video games, too, because you never know. I also have a lot of gadgets down there because I'm a man and I like gadgets. Because men, we like gadgets. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, I got all my video games. I got Wii Golf. So I could just go down there and just chill and play golf on my fucking Wii. How old are you, sir? What does that have to do with it? No, seriously, how old are you? I'm 41, and you're playing Wii? You're playing golf on your fucking Wii? Is that what you're doing? You're playing... Yeah, I play Call of Duty. You really? You do? You play Call of Duty, and you're a fucking grown man. Yeah, because that's what guys do. I'm a man. Well, how come you don't play it up in the living room? Yeah, because my wife doesn't like when I play video games. Nobody likes it. Nobody does. What else is in your man cave, sir? I just want a signed Derek Jeter baseball off of eBay. I'm going to put it in my man cave. Really? Why don't you shove it up? Why don't you stick it in your ass? That's right. That's where it should go. Just get a big glob of fucking lube and work it right into your asshole. That's where that ball belongs. Nothing against Derek Jeter. I like him. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. But just you fucking went on eBay and bought a ball that Derek Jeter might have signed that you overpaid for, and you're going to put it in your man cave. That deserves to be stuck up your asshole. No one over 16 should have a man cave. You're 16, 17, 18, that's it. You go in there as a kid, you want to go smoke pot, you bring a girl in there, you try to bang her. You're getting away from your parents because you hate them, you're a teenager. I get it. You want a place to chill, you don't want to deal with them, you play video games. No problem. Not grown men. I got a man cave. Ugh. Our dads didn't have a man cave. What happened, right? Our dads didn't. No, they didn't build a room. They were in the garage. Maybe they were building shit or fixing stuff because, that's what they did. They're like, hey, man, fuck that. We got Mexicans to do that shit now most of the time. So, I'm not doing that. But, they went in there and they fucking on the weekends, they built shit, but it wasn't a man cave. No, he just went in there and he fucking put the circular saw on and fucking cut wood and fucking yelled and cursed and shit like that and put shit together. That's what he did. He didn't have his own room with a fucking TV and his fucking sports memorabilia on the wall and his fucking video games. Dad didn't do that. You know why? Because Dad wasn't afraid of Mom. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't a dick, but he wasn't afraid of Mom. He's like, hey, I fucking live here too. I'm not going to be sequestered in a little fucking room downstairs. Yeah. That's how it used to work. I don't need a dartboard to prove that I'm a fucking man. No, but guys, we play darts. I'm gonna be in a dart tournament. Go fuck you. Really? Is that what you're gonna be? You're gonna be in a dart tournament? Ugh. What else do you do in your man cave, sir? Well, look, I just go down there. I can play my music as loud as possible. You know, I can sometimes I crank the Fighting Irish, fucking Notre Dame song. Really? Is that what you do? Yeah, I crank it because I'm a big Notre Dame fan. And I got a poster of the movie Rudy on my wall. And I look at for inspiration. Yeah, because every time I watch Rudy, I still cry. Fuck you. One of the most overrated movies ever. Who gives a shit? Yeah, I cried too when I saw it for the first and only time. I wasted 2 hours of this piece of shit. Oh, yeah, a guy undersized isn't going to make the team, but at the end he does, and he gets a fucking sack. Ooh. I just summed up the movie in fucking 4 seconds. 2 hours and 4 seconds. Ooh. Yeah, because there's been no other inspirational movies. No, just that one. Yeah, because that's never happened before. An undersized kid that, had long odds to make a team or do whatever actually made it. Ooh, wow. I like Rudy. Go fuck yourself with Rudy and Notre Dame. That's it. That's part of my man cave. I got ND on the door. Yeah, ND doesn't stand for no dicks, because there's plenty of dicks in that man cave, and they're all getting sucked by another man that has another man cave around the block. That's what they're doing in there. You little homo fort. Because that's what it is. It's a homo fort. Because when you were a kid, remember you had your little fort in the backyard, and you put your little sign up, no girls allowed, boys only. Well, that's what your man cave is. Boys only, because we're going to suck each other's dicks in there. That's what we're going to do. As we look at our Derek Jeter, as I look at Troy Aikman's ass on the Dallas Cowboy poster, I'm going to suck my friend's dick in my man cave. My wife's not going to suck it because she hates me and I don't like her. So somebody has to. And we're going to do it in my man cave. And I'll wipe the load up with a terrible towel that I got from the Steeler fucking Raven 96 championship game. I took 2 so I could use 1 to wipe up the cum. It's inspirational, the Rudy poster on the wall. No, it's not. You want inspiration? Put a picture of Michael J. Fox up there. That's inspirational. All right, inspirational. The guy's friggin' got Parkinson's, 20 years ago, never bitched about it, doesn't complain, still works, still married to his wife, still raises 3 kids. That's inspiration. Put a picture of his wife up there, too, that stayed with him for 20 years. That's inspirational. I'll fucking look at that. I mean, just that she stayed with him for 20 years. Look, if my wife got Parkinson's tomorrow, I'd have to leave her. I got nice china that my grandmother left me, antique china. The shit would be broken 2 weeks. I'll be eating off paper plates and fucking paper cups. I don't live like that. I don't like shit fucking dropping on the floor. And that's all she'd be doing. I would take one last parting hand job, because I'm sure that would be pretty good if she had Parkinson's. I don't know how we got on the subject of Michael J. Fox. He has nothing to do with this. That's a man I idolize. Not Rudy. Fuck. What else is in your man cave, sir? This is a long interview. Well, I just got the new AC/DC action figures. Yeah, it's Brian Johnson and Angus Young. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in my man cave. Did you really? Really? you're in your 40s and you have action figures. Well, yeah, but it's AC/DC. Yeah, I know. I'm a huge AC/DC fan. I have 32 AC/DC t-shirts. Okay? None of them are hanging on the wall. They're in my fucking closet, and every once in a while I wear one. Okay? But I don't have the AC/DC action figures. I don't. No, but I've got to put them in the man cave right next to my bobbleheads. You don't think there's anything wrong with you being a grown man, having a man cave and putting action figures in there? No, because I'm a fan of the band. No, but I understand you're a fan. I got that. AC/DC is one of the best hard rock band of all time. I got absolutely, without a doubt. I'm not doubting you. But you have action figures. You're a grown man with fucking a wife and 2 kids and a good job. There's something wrong there. Yeah, but it's my man cave and I'm a man, so I can do whatever I want in there. Is that what you could do? Yeah, you want to come on, man. You really got to try. What are you doing Friday night? You want to come over to my man cave? No. Come on. No, I'd rather hang out with the Taliban in a cave in Afghanistan. Seriously, that's what I'd rather do. I'd rather have a fucking sharp knife to my neck and they're videotaping me yelling shit and in fucking Arab and saying they're going to cut my head off because I'm an American. That's what I'd rather do on a Friday night. Be worried that I'm going to get decapitated than hang out in your fucking man cave and look at a Derek Jeter bobblehead, a fucking AC/DC action figure, a Rudy poster, and a fucking Dallas Cowboy poster as you're playing Wii on your golf, looking at your fantasy football stats next to your fucking kegerator and your fucking stupid easy chair, your recliner that holds 2 beers and your remotes. That's what I'd rather be doing. Getting ready to have my head fucking cut off and held up and shown to my family. That's what I think of your fucking man cave / homo fort. I think I covered everything. I think that was a good ending. Yes, it was. So, that is it for this week. Thank you. We always end the podcast with a little prank call, and this one is actually a Crank Yankers call. I did a couple characters in there, special ed, and I also did a character called Bobby Fletcher, was just my real name. I mean, my real voice, but just a different name. So this is one where Bobby Fletcher... I call some kind of drug counseling, place about getting a job or something like that. I'm trying to sell pot to the kids there. So it's called Bobby Fletcher Sells Pot to Kids. We will see you next week on the Jim Florentine Comedy Metal Midgets podcast. Make sure you leave those comments on that page. Thanks. And I'm going to go because I'm going to go in my man cave and try to suck my own dick.
Good evening, Alternative.
Hi, I'm calling about the ad in the paper, the Alternative Counseling Center job.
Could you give me your name and telephone number and someone get back to you? I'm the receptionist.
This is Bobby Fletcher.
Hold on, honey. Say your last name.
Fletcher.
Wait a minute. Okay,
Fletcher,
your telephone number?
Are you retarded?
Am I retarded?
I'm sorry?
Did you say am I retarded?
No. What'd you say, telephone number?
Yes.
Okay. 6090.
Okay.
Okay, now, so what is, this is for the part-time counselor, right? Has it been filled yet?
I don't think so.
Talking the phone, you slob.
Pardon me?
It hasn't been filled yet?
No, I don't think so. I didn't hear nobody say that it was filled.
Okay, now this is a part-time drug educator, too, for these kids that are messed up on drugs?
Right.
Right, okay. So I talked to... Could you hold 1 second? My roommate just came in the room. Just 1 second?
Sure.
Did you get the weed? Okay, cool. We'll smoke a bowl in a minute. Okay. Hello?
Yes?
Okay, sorry about that. So what do you do, basically? Just answer the phones?
Yes.
Yeah, because it seems like you're not that well educated.
What you mean that I'm not that well educated?
No, I didn't mean it like that.
Excuse me.
Miss, I didn't
listen, oh no, you're not going to talk to me like that, because I will relate this message to Linda, and you will not be coming in here. You will not be talking to me. Have a nice day.
Miss, I didn't mean it that way.
evening, Alternative.
Hi, Gloria. It's Bobby Fletcher again. I didn't even give me the phone number to call or any information before you hung up.
Listen, you were very rude to me, and that's not nice.
Miss, I wasn't rude.
Yes, you was. You burped in my ear.
Miss,
you told me that I wasn't that smart.
No, I didn't say that. Listen, I was talking to my roommate. He came in with a nickel bag full of pot, and he paid $50 for it. He knows it's only $30. That's why I was calling him stupid. I wasn't talking to you. But would you pay $50 for a nickel bag of pot?
I wouldn't pay 5 cents for a bag of pot. I wouldn't pay nothing for it because I don't do it.
Okay,
if that's the thing that you're doing, you don't need to be here.
No, you just because I got to relax. So I'm going to talk to these punks. I need to be a little under the influence. I'm just going to smoke a joint real quick.
You won't get hired here, B. We don't hire nobody that does.
No, they're not going to even know. Believe me, I got Visine.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
You're talking to me. You're talking to me. You're talking to somebody that do know.
No, that's hold on one second. That's way too much pot. We can't sell all that to the kids. Man.
Gloria. You won't get in here because I see Linda before you will.
I understand, Gloria. Just give me a second to talk to you for a second. We sell pot to kids.
I can't help it.
No, but this is what we do. And then we get these counselor jobs because these kids get hooked on pot. That's how we make our money. We make money off them from the pot, and then they have to go to counsel, and we make more money.
No.
All right? That's what we do.
You're talking to
Gloria,
the wrong sister.
Gloria.
You don't scare me.
Huh?
You don't scare me.
I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm just saying.
Yes, you are trying to. You're trying, but listen at you. That is so bad. That is so ridiculous.
Miss.
That is so sad. Please
Gloria.
do not call her with that attitude no more.
Gloria, you sound really pretty.
That is so rude. That is so rude.
Gloria, you love it. You know you do.
Please do not talk to me.
Gloria, I'm just trying to get this job.
Yeah, you've just experienced Jim Florentine's podcast, How Many Metal Midgets, on Friends of the Show. Find more at riotcast.com. For tour dates and booking info, go to jimflorentine.com. This is the Opie Anthony Channel on Sirius XM.
It's not just funny. Well, all right, maybe it is.
I don't mind men who kiss and tell. I need all the publicity I can get.
I think it's fun.
You know what's great about senility? I said, what's that, Grandpa? He said, you can hide your own Easter eggs.
But the thing, what are the problem?
Let it all out.
Don't worry, I'll explain the jokes if I have to. Laugh USA.
She was so big she could only play Seek.
Laugh USA, Sirius XM 98.
Fighting.
Wow.
Fucking. Video games.
I like it.
Drugs.
That is true.
Robots.
That's so ridiculous.
And the apocalypse.
Wow.
In other words, the Joe Rogan Experience.
This week, historian Dan Carlin.
What if some madness is connected to things in the DNA string or violence? What if you're born to be a rapist and you could get rid of that from somebody's DNA?
Whoa, you're blowing my mind.
Experience the Joe Rogan Experience every weekend. Today at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Business owners, is your business at risk? The explosion of review sites means that online reviews are now a critical way for you to attract new business, and a huge risk for your business if the comments online are negative. Almost 90% of prospective customers trust online reviews in deciding where to do business. It's simple. If your business looks great online, business can be booming. But if your business has bad or no online reviews, potential customers will simply move on to a business that looks better. Fortunately, Reputation.com can help make a difference in how your business looks online. With our patented software, we can help you get authentic reviews from your best customers. We then leverage those reviews to improve the online presence of your business. Stop sending business to your competitors today. Call 1-800-514-4009. Call now and get a free tablet computer when you buy a Reputation.com managed services package. That's 1-800-514-4009 or Reputation.com.
Have you heard about Astroglide brand personal lubricants? If you're a guy, you'll be scoring big time with the ladies by bringing Astroglide liquid or natural into play. And for the ladies, Astroglide X allows you to bring the fun to the water. Want to find out how Astroglide can heighten the pleasure for both of you? Then visit astroglide.com/radio to get a free sample discreetly mailed to you. Come on, don't be shy. It's just lube. That's astroglide.com/radio for your free sample.
We love beautiful skin and the sun, but daily exposure can cause premature signs of aging and irreversible damage. HelioCare is an antioxidant, anti-aging supplement that can help your skin maintain its defenses against the sun for more youthful-looking, resilient skin. And the advanced science of HelioCare starts working the first time. Look for it at Rite Aid and Walgreens, or visit heliocare.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. For a couple bucks a month, we send amazing razors right to your door. Why did I start DollarShaveClub.com? Well, because gold bars are cheaper than razors these days. I'm trying to remove the hair from my face, not hedge the stock market. I asked, does my razor need a vibrating handle or a flashlight? Well, a parachute maybe, a stun gun sure, but most of that extra crap I don't need. And the big boys are charging me for it anyway. Stop overpaying for shave tech you don't need. Go to my website, it's DollarShaveClub.com. There's a bear.
Attention, attention.
Atención.
Rosetta Stone invites you to be a part of its biggest language learning event in history. Because this year, we want to help 3 million people learn a new language. That's why we're going to give you an absolutely free demo of our language immersion technology. Call 1-800-440-1135. Developed to fully immerse you in your new language, the Rosetta Stone solution is easier than ever before. For your free demo, call 1-800-440-1135. 1-800-440-1135.
Ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University offers over 20 bachelor degree programs you can earn 100% online. Enroll today and experience quality without compromise. Through ASU's online program, you'll earn the exact same degree on-campus students earn, but with all the flexibility offered by our state-of-the-art online learning technology. Get the same world-renowned faculty, same great quality, and same worldwide recognition. Now's the time. ASU Online is the place. Visit radio.asu.edu. That's radio.asu.edu.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie Anthony Show. It's the worst of the Opie Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
You would definitely bang her on the road. There's no doubt about it, because we've all been on the road. I've been on the road with Florentine, and he is probably one of the creepiest motherfuckers I've ever been on.
Wow, what a compliment. That's nice.
That is a compliment.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, right.
Listen to the greatness he would do. Every time we got to a hotel, we would start moving out tables and chairs. And so the women couldn't sit there. They'd have to sit on the bed.
You would set up the room ahead of time?
Oh, yeah.
That's
We take all the furniture out of the room, because you get a girl back. They'd go all the way in the corner and sit in that little chair that they had.
So where'd you put the furniture?
We'd throw it in the MC's room, whoever was opening. Like, you chuck everything in there.
So
you bring them back, they got to go right to the bed. That eliminates that step.
Brilliant.
From them sitting in the chair like, hi.
It's a time saver.
Huh? And what we do is it was a half hour that was out of the game, that we didn't have time for them to sober up. We always had liquor. The bathtub was full. We smelled like dog shit after the first day, but we didn't give a shit. And fucking, we would bring furniture in the hallway, and people would go, like, are you going to do that to our room? We're like, no, we don't work here.
Yeah, we'd have couches. There was couches lined up in the hallway. We'd be taking out like movers. Like, get this one out of here too. And if the MC, we didn't have an MC, we just leave it in the hallway. Because chicks would always go to that couch or that chair, and you can't get them to the bed. It's a creepy move.
So you're getting rid of 2 hours easy, right there.
They have to sit right on the bed.
That's brilliant, Jim.
What Jim would do was, I'd have one, like, with my arm around her, and Jim would tell a horrible joke, and I would laugh out of control, and I would choke her backwards onto the bed.
What a move.
I know.
We lied to women out in Canada. We told them we were in bands from England. We would do shitty English accents and that shit. And I'm telling them I'm in a band. I'm just playing here.
It's great.
And I'm going back. Yeah. We're fucking pulling out strippers out of the club. Jim would call up and go, what time is the last girls go on? 11 o'clock. Let's get ready. We got to be there at 10:02 because we got to get them fresh when they're off the stage. We're fresh meat. Next thing you know, we're dragging out 2 at a fucking time. It was unbelievable.
Wow, yeah.
Well, Levy's move with girls after a show was he would give them his hotel room key. and go, hey, come back to my room at 3:24. I got to make a phone call. I got to call my son or something like that. He'd make up something because he didn't want to go to the other bar with them, the local bar where they always wanted to go party, because you don't want to go to, you're going to get in a fight.
Yeah.
Because all those guys in that bar have been trying to fuck her since high school, and all of a sudden the comedian comes in, and she comes in trying to show him off. It's trouble. So Levy go, look, I got to go back, call my son. He's been sick or whatever. So why don't you come back to my room later? I'm in 324. Here's my room key. He would get like 5 room keys when we check in. How many do you need? I need 5. 5? Yeah, I lose a lot of them. And he would just hand them out to chicks. Here, 324. And Levy's like, I'm not doing the work. If they show up, they show up. If not, so Levy's like, I waited to jerk off till like 3 in the morning when I knew they weren't going to show up.
That was your out time, 3 o'clock.
You gotta have a time set. One time I went down to get another key because I actually did lose it, and they go, "Sir, we don't have any more."
Yeah, we don't have any more.
Wow.
That's great.
It was a good move, and at like a 1:30 or so, a girl would show up, and he's like,
Quantity.
I didn't have to go buy her more drinks, none of that stuff.
Yeah, why fucking just bank on one?
Anything. And the best thing was, one show we did in Baltimore, I get off stage, I'm making out with this hot blonde within 3 seconds, Jimmy. Remember that?
He didn't. He just walked off the stage. In 2 feet, he starts making out with this girl in front of the whole crowd.
Jesus.
So she goes, look, I got to go out with my friends. We're having a bachelorette party. So meet me at my hotel room. I'm in 324 in like an hour. So I drive Levy. It's like 20 minutes away. I drive him. I drop him off. He goes, all right, I'll see you in the morning. The chick was really hot. He gets there, and I pulled away. I'm like, all right, he's good. I pull. He knocks on the door.
Trying to be before phone, like cell phones, basically.
Yeah, so he has no idea. So he knocks on the door. A guy answers the door in the hotel room. He's like, who are you? And the guy's like, who are you? He's like, who are you? Who are you? He's like, is Amanda here? He's like, yeah, she's sleeping. He goes, well, who are you? He goes, I just met her a little while ago. She brought another guy back.
Oh, man.
So Levy shows up, and the guy's like, well, he goes, well, I'm not leaving. And Levy's like, well, I'm not leaving. So the guy's like, I don't know what to do.
I couldn't get a ride.
He couldn't get a ride. I dropped him off, so I didn't have before cell phones. So Levy's like, fuck it, I'm not leaving. So he goes in the chair in the corner of the room and just sits there as that guy goes back in bed with her. And then he's like, fuck this, I'm not doing it. So then he crawled in bed and he slept with the couple. I swear to God. And they woke up in the morning, the girl's like, Levy's still sleeping. She's like, who is that guy? And the guy's like, I don't know. He said he knows you. She goes, I never saw him before. And Levy wakes up, I was the comedian last night. It was beautiful. What a fucking creep to go into bed with a couple.
That is pretty fucking creepy, dude.
Sleep in a fucking chair. The bitch invited me over there.
Like he's yelling.
It's not my fault she's a fucking filthy whore. One time Jim's in Canada, this girl comes up to him. She uses a guy's name that was probably the stupidest, weirdest name. I don't know if you remember it, Jim, but she goes...
It was Curtis.
You? Curtis, that's it.
Curtis.
You, Curtis? And Jim goes... yeah. And tell him that story, what you did. We're going to somebody's wedding. We're on their way to the wedding.
She thought I was this guy Curtis from some band in Canada.
Right. Yeah.
I think I told the story on the air before.
That's fine. Tell it again, though. It's great.
Yeah, so she thought I was Curtis. She's like, are you Curtis? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, you remember me? I'm like, I think so. Your hair's a little different. That's what you always say to chicks.
Because their hair
even the day before, it's different.
Yeah, hair's a little bit. Oh, yeah.
It is. I just got it. Yeah, you notice. Yeah.
I noticed you got the blood stain out of your
You're a magic maker. God damn, Florentine is great.
So, long story short, next thing I know, I'm like making out with her, and she's like, and she says to Levy, can you believe what he did to me? Can I tell him? I go, yeah, I don't know what I did to her.
Oh, shit.
She's like, I met him. He was in a band. I met him one night. We went back to his apartment. We had sex, and it was a blizzard. It was up in Canada. She goes, and then he told me I had to leave, and he made me walk home in a blizzard, like 3 miles. And you never called me again. I'm like, I'm sorry. It sounds like something I would do.
It is definitely something you would do.
Curtis is just as big a scumbag.
I know.
I thought I was working with Curtis, the real Curtis. It's so easy to lie. I'm telling you, you go out of town and just go into a bar and tell them you're a doctor, you're anything. You know what I mean? Why waste time? You know what I mean? I wanted to get laid on stage so bad one night, right? A while back, and I go, they go, how do you want me to bring you up? I go, say I'm going to be Joey's cousin, Joey's brother on Friends next year. They bring me up like on that. I got fucking 10 women all over me. I pick one and get out of there. It is so simple. So money-hungry fucking whores. It is the greatest fucking thing.
Holy shit.
Just to think of this shit is brilliant.
Huh?
When Norton would get upset when he goes, I gotta come, we're gonna get laid and that shit. And fucking, he comes on the gig, he's fucking kicking and screaming because just nothing happened that night. And Jim actually got a girl, and that's the night that you came up with a great idea to jerk off on a TV. That'll teach Jim when he comes home to watch Sports Center. So we both jerked off on the TV, and Jim walks in and looks at it and goes, nice, and just goes to bed.
Yeah, because we were all sharing a room. There was 2 beds and 2 double beds. And I wound up going out with this girl, and they stayed there. So they get to get even at me. They say, we're going to jerk off on the TV screen in the hotel. And I come back and I go, what is that on the screen? I go, we jerked off, and I'm like, nice. And I just went to bed like it's going to bother me. Even if it was my own TV, it wouldn't bother me.
I think it bothered me more watching Norton do it than when you seen it.
Jerking off.
I know. What did the TV have to do?
Who comes up with that? Holy fuck.
It happens. That's what makes our life so great. When we were on the road, we were called the Load Warriors.
Who called you the Load Warriors?
Bob made that up.
Okay. Yeah.
Great.
I don't think people walk around going, uh-oh, here's the Load Warriors.
That's a good
one time, Bob, one time we're doing this gig like in upstate New York, and this girl was talking to Bob after the show, and he was sure she was going to come back to the hotel room, and I knew she was, and I could see the vibe. It wasn't happening. He's like, no, she's definitely coming back, and I was in the room next to him, and he's like, I'm telling you, she's going to come back. I go, Bob, she's not. So I was like, you know what? I have to do this. I went to the friggin' phone book. I called the friggin' escort service up, and I ordered a hooker to leave his room. So like 45 minutes later, I hear it. I'm almost out sleeping. I hear this. He's like, I'm going to go get my pimp and you don't pay me. I know your hotel room. He's like, I didn't order you.
Wow.
A bucket of chicken and a fucking condom.
Oh, fuck, that's great.
We did all the fucking time to each other. And that's what made it, that's creepy fuck to, and was thing. People make it seem like it's so fucking hard. All you got to do is bullshit them, and it's so simple.
Sound like you were trading quality in though for a little bit of quantity, but you know it's the road.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
fucking hot chicks, man.
Oh yeah,
I'm telling you, really fucking. We were pulling strippers out of. We would get like fucking 3 of them. How many back in the room?
Oh yeah.
Night? You remember it? Until you got the fat one the last night. Embarrassed us.
Wait, what happened?
Voss has the creepiest story. My favorite story of all time. He's doing like a Tuesday night at Rascals down at Jersey Shore. Picks this girl up in his little motel, $60 or whatever, right? So he pulls and she goes, yeah, let's get a room. He's like, okay. So they get in the parking lot. And they fool around in the parking lot. So she must have blew him in the parking lot or whatever. So now she's like, okay, well, you're going to go get the room? He's like, yeah. So he's walking to the front desk. He's like, well, I just blew a load. I don't need to get a room now. Yeah. So he's trying to figure out how to get out of it. So he comes back to the car. Meanwhile, there's no cars in the parking lot. It's a
one
Tuesday.
Of those motels where you pull the car right up to the doors.
Yeah.
In the parking
lot. There's nobody there because it's a Tuesday. Nobody's staying at that shitty motel. Yeah. It's in the winter in the Jersey Shore, so nobody's there. So then he comes back to the car. He's like, they're sold out. She's like, what are you talking about? There's no cars. He goes, there's a bunch of buses in the back for some tours, so there's no rooms.
Now walk home in the snow.
Oh God.
What a creep.
We had strippers like every night, 7 nights. We got them, boom, boom, boom. The 8th night, we're ready to leave the next day, right? Nothing. We can't do nothing. I look up. I'm looking for Jim, and I see Jim, what looks like he's standing next to a cigarette machine. It was actually a woman. gives me this creepy smile and wave.
Oh.
And we drag her to the room. You know, we said we had food or whatever. We got her into the room, and Jim starts making the train noise, like we're going to pull a train, like I'm going to be part of this
God.
train. We've pulled many trains. There's no way I'm going on that fucking train.
Yeah.
You know? But like, in the morning, the guy thought we were idols, the guy that worked at our front desk. So Jim tells her in the car, he goes, I need you to duck because we're not allowed to have guests. He had her duck for 7 miles, and so she wouldn't be seen. He had, what a scumbag.
Oh, God.
I mean, that's like, you know what I mean? That's fun. I mean, to me, that's fun. I don't.
Well, of course, yeah. No, it's,
you know, it's a long time ago. You grow up.
Yeah, there you go. That's always the excuse. Well, that was long ago.
I mean, of course, you know, it's like in college years. You do that stuff.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
You know, I didn't go to college, so.
You got your college in on the road.
Yeah.
Fucking leave.
That's
killing
great.
it.
Hey, isn't it going to be great stories for our kids when they grow up?
Yeah, I don't know how to explain that one.
Yeah, how do you tell those?
I'm like, son, look, get a fatty every once in a while. You want to bust out of a slump.
You want to bust out of a slump.
Those Canadian women love bourbon, didn't they?
Yeah.
They love bourbon. We brought one MC. We wouldn't even, we wouldn't get him in another room because he just wanted to come to see his family. We made him sleep in the bathtub, and he started screaming because the girl wouldn't fuck him. He's cursing her out from the bathroom. I mean, it was just a total fucking wreck, but, he just didn't care. I mean, Jim, the first time we pulled the train together, he's like with the girl, and he's like, take your dick out. And I'm like, what? He's like, take your dick out. And I'm like, what are you saying? He goes, take your dick out. And then I took my dick out, and he looks at it, and he goes, I can't follow that.
Yeah, Levy's packing like eight and a half.
Oh, shit.
It might have shrunk over the years, but
you got a hammer, huh, Levy?
It got bigger. It got fucking bigger, man. After every marriage, I make sure it gets fucking bigger.
Is this another ploy? You go on the radio and tell people you got a big dick. And, you guys work like
he's now using us.
You're the fucking perverted Martin Lewis.
He's fucking using us now, man.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. How many times
you used to go on a radio show and I'd talk about my dick and he'd go, no, it's huge. And you no, yes, it's bigger now. It's bigger.
Yeah, it doesn't grow.
No.
Everybody shrinks eventually.
How many times you been married, Levy?
I don't want to brag, but
how many times
I
are you up
killed
to?
a dinosaur with my dick.
3.
Yeah, I got it in my yard.
You're up to your 3rd marriage?
Yeah. Guess what the good thing is? She told me, it was like, she told me bad news. Like, she just got, she works with the elderly. I guess that's why she likes me. But she got a raise where she's taking over buildings in Cleveland. And she goes, I'm going to have to move there. And I'll be away for 6 months. And I'm like, oh, my God, that's horrible. And actually, I'm just, fucking jumping up and down, fucking giggling.
So the marriage is going well?
It's going well. I think it's going to be better. I can see, if you live next door to each other, that's cool. But fucking another state, how fucking great is that?
Jesus.
Nothing tops this story. All the stuff that I did, Voss, whatever. Levy, one of his marriages. The first day he gets back from his honeymoon, we have to drive to South Carolina in the car. So I'm in the car with him for 14 hours saying how he's a changed man. He's never going to do it again. He finally found the love of his life. I'm so happy. I don't have to screw girls on the road anymore. I'm going to focus on my career.
Great.
I'm going to go right back to the hotel room after the show and write new jokes and get some sleep and get up early and start exercising. I can't, but Jim, you don't understand the feeling of meeting your matchmaker, your whatever, fucking soulmate or whatever. He's going, I'm like, all right, enough. Enough. He's like, no, you don't understand. I am just the happiest. I am so happy. I don't have to do that stuff anymore. I don't have to flirt with girls, talk to them.
True freedom. Look at that.
That night.
It was the greatest feeling.
That night, after the show, he gets blown by a stripper.
Jesus. What happened?
The day he's back from his honeymoon.
What happened?
The 16-hour ride, I had to listen to that shit, and that night he caved in.
Oh, my God. That quick. That night.
Hey, look, guys, it was a long ride.
Well, true. Yeah. You can't expect the guy to stay faithful with his soulmate. It's a long ride.
Not even one that you're just back from your honeymoon. That's supposed to be the happiest time of your life.
Oh, you just know it's fucking doomed.
I guess the girl liked my tan from Jamaica. I don't know, but
my tan from Jamaica.
Why would you get married 3 times?
Because I'm one of those people that can't do anything for themselves. Like, I don't want to like get up and do something. Like if I tell her, honey, I need cream for coffee, can you go to the store? Like, I'm one of those guys.
He doesn't. Yeah, he needs to be taken care of.
Oh.
He has to be in a relationship, and he needs to be taken care of. He doesn't like. He likes them to do everything.
Personal assistance.
Yeah, pack his suitcase and do all of that stuff. Buy his clothes. He doesn't like to do any of that stuff.
But the sacrifice.
Yeah, I know.
Amazing.
It's always
the downside is you're married. The upside, yeah, you're getting some stuff done, but fuck that.
No, I mean, I like it because she's more normal. This one's, I believe you both, Jim and Jim can say that you guys met her too. She's very nice. She's from Cleveland.
No, she's cool.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She understands. I can tell her these stories and she laughs. You know what I mean?
We have a comic friend that did the biggest scumbag move. This friend, Artie Fletcher, Jim knows him.
Sure.
After his first...
Wait a minute, you called him a comic?
Oh, shit. Wow. I love when they bash each other.
After his first marriage, he's on his honeymoon in, like, Jamaica. They start drinking at, like, noon, him and his wife. She gets so drunk she passes out. He brings her up to the friggin' hotel suite, meets another girl back at the little tiki bar at the pool, and fucks her on the beach. On his honeymoon.
On his honeymoon.
Cheated on his honeymoon.
How did that marriage go?
She didn't know. She was passed out. Yeah, it lasted like 3 years.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Jesus.
That's bad. I mean,
why would you get married at that point? You can just do that. You can just do that.
What's that?
He didn't even have a dick. He used to take it out all the time, and we were like, "That's not even a dick."
Yeah,
he's not funny. He doesn't have a dick.
Yeah, he really doesn't.
Right?
This guy sounds like a blast, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, it was like you're not. It's not even cheating with a dick. That's
unbelievable.
This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM. Sirius XM. The download. The latest buzzworthy moments from Sirius XM.
Sirius XM announced that legendary radio personality Art Bell, the master of the paranormal, will return to the airwaves with a new nightly live call-in show this fall, exclusively on Sirius XM. Robin Thicke hung out with the Sirius XM Hits One's morning mashup to chat about making his #1 hit, Blurred Lines. And Sirius XM NFL Radio kicked off its annual NFL training camp tour, broadcasting from all 32 team camps over 22 days.
Sirius XM. The download.
Guys, it's the dog days of summer, the hottest and most humid days of the year, and our balls are sweating. Your boys are not just a little damp, they are drenched with all this heat and humidity. It's time for Fresh Balls, available at freshballs.com and at London Drugs in the deodorant aisle. Fresh Balls is an amazing product that keeps your balls dry all day. Use Fresh Balls as part of your daily grooming routine. It works while you work, while you play. No matter what you do, your balls are fresh and dry with Fresh Balls. Visit our website, freshballs.com. If you order today, you'll also get a free sample of Fresh Feet, the newest addition to our So Fresh, So Dry family of products. Fresh Feet keeps your feet fresh and dry, and you get it for free with your purchase of Fresh Balls. It's a great summer deal, available for a limited time exclusively at freshballs.com.
Go to Fresh Balls right now and enter promo code SIRIUS and get free shipping on your next order of Fresh Balls and a free sample of Fresh Feet. It's the best deal of the year. Go to freshballs.com or visit London Drugs in the deodorant aisle.
Purchase Fresh Balls and get Fresh Feet for free now at freshballs.com.
This offering is made by prospectus only.
Achievement. ACHIEVEMENT. Achievement.
Is helping children succeed and reach their full potential important to you? Then listen to this incredibly rewarding entrepreneurial opportunity in early childhood education. Primrose Schools, the leader in educational childcare, is looking for dedicated individuals to open new Primrose School locations in this area. For over 30 years, Primrose Schools has given children the foundation to achieve in school and in life. Parents trust Primrose, and children love Primrose. Now you can be part of this amazing learning community by opening a Primrose School of your very own. To find out how you can start your own business with Primrose Schools, call today for a complimentary information kit. Own your own business and become a valued partner in developing confident, successful children. Call 1-800-460-1500 now. That's 1-800-460-1500. 1-800-460-1500.
You're an addict. Life is out of control. Call the Addiction Help Hotline now. The Addiction Help Hotline will match you with the right facility for your treatment in our network of top-rated facilities nationwide. Whether it's insurance, credit cards, family help, or self-pay cash, the Addiction Help Hotline has an answer to help you end the addiction. The call is free. Call the Addiction Help Hotline at 800-430-7410. End the addiction. Call 800-430-7410. 800-430-7410.
Is there hidden value in assets you already own? Did you know that you can unlock that value and get a loan whenever you need it? At Borrow, you can get a loan against a variety of assets, including luxury watches, jewelry, luxury cars, memorabilia, and more. Borrow. That's B-O-R-R-O. The lending option for people who need funds fast, from $1,000 to $1 million in 24 hours. Call Borrow today at 1-888-995-1859 or visit BORRO.com.
Have you heard about Astroglide brand personal lubricants? If you're a guy, you'll be scoring big time with the ladies by bringing Astroglide liquid or natural into play. And for the ladies, Astroglide X allows you to bring the fun to the water. Want to find out